Overwatch Champions Series. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Welcome to the fourth and final day of the Stage 2 main event. Zoe here, joined by, I'm getting emotional, the whole family is back together.
We're back.
It's Danny,
Danny's
it's Jay,
back.
it's Johnny, and the world is right again. How you doing, Danny?
I'm doing good. I've been ready for this day. You know, I didn't want to come in the last couple of days because I know this is the most important day. I was like, I'm important. I want to be here for the important day, the finals.
No, it's 10 out of 10.
Feels
Can't argue
complete with
reason.
Danny back.
It does feel complete.
I miss you guys. How was everything?
Life's good.
That's good?
Yeah, life's good. Life's good.
You missed out. Life Weaver?
Life Weaver? Are you a Weaver believer? I was always a Weaver believer.
That's true. You never stop
Love
believing.
big trees.
Unironic Torps were played throughout the group stages as well.
I've been gone for like a month, and these guys are just talking some random things. I have no idea what they're talking about. What the hell is a blowout boy? Like what? They're joking around by themselves. I'm just sitting here. I'm like, haha. No idea what that means.
We'll get you up to speed on the memes, Danny. You know we got you on
You'll
that.
be up to date at the end of the day. Don't worry about it. One thing that I need to tell you though right now, to give you some time to do it, is to connect your Battle.net account with Twitch or YouTube or both. Why not? Because you want drops. We all love drops, and there's going to be so many more goodies coming our way in the stages to come, and also, you know, just a good time.
Yeah, I mean,
watching
those
games
skins
with your
looking
friends,
good.
getting rewarded. Oh, hell yeah.
We
What's
love
your
free
favorite?
stuff, huh?
We
The
love
Blooming
free stuff.
Friendship name card is low-key a banger.
Yeah, that one's...
I gotta be honest, I mean, the Rhine skin is always... Skins are always the best.
Okay, well, there's a lot of Reinhardt skins out there.
Still,
Imperious,
though,
Cardboard.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Haven't we discussed
My
that
favorite is
yesterday?
OWCS Reinhardt skins. Are my favorites.
Okay.
You guys should get them right now.
Yeah.
Connect
All
your
you have to
Battle.net.
do is watch 10 hours. Could we hit that today? I don't know. I don't know. Some of the matches.
Well, that's production.
Awesome overtime.
Yeah,
we need to play for
we'll do
serious
our best
overtime.
for you. We will be yapping until you get your Rhine skins. That's right. Now, of course, for the players who may have connected their Battle.net account, they're not just playing for the drops, they're also playing for the points and for the money. And Some of them will be finding themselves at DreamHack, our first LAN
Let's
event,
go.
and you can be there too. Say it, Johnny.
Danny, we're going to a festival. We're going to a festival. Yeah.
It's a gaming
festival.
Is this another inside joke that I'm not getting?
No, it's a gaming festival.
No, you're
That's
coming,
just
Danny.
very
You're coming.
interesting.
We watch,
I'm co-
we watch video games.
Yeah.
And yeah,
And
we play video games.
Little yapping.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Between the games.
Sounds exciting. Dallas, get your tickets for DreamHack Dallas.
that's right.
We'll be
Nice.
partying.
Say right there,
So.
it will be a festival with festivities, and we will be there no matter what. We hope to see you there as well. One thing, of course, which is great about those kind of get-togethers is that you get to talk in person. So for some of you which may not be joining us, we still want you to talk to us. In fact, you, good sir, have been offering free coaching advice, basically, but not really.
Holla at me.
Holla at your boy.
We wanted to give you an opportunity to receive some of the.
I'm a really good
I don't
coach.
even wanna
I
call
can
it
get this
advice.
done. Yeah, send in the questions. I'm a
Send
great
some
coach.
questions.
We're ready.
I'll coach you up.
Jake will
About
answer
anything. It
it.
doesn't have to be about Overwatch. I'll give you some life advice. I'll tell you how to ask your crush
All right.
out.
Well,
whatever
now
you
we're
need.
yeah.
Whatever you
Well,
need.
No.
maybe.
Danny, too, if you have a question for Danny
Yeah.
or Joss, anyone on broadcast,
I don't know if I'm going to have
Don't
an
ask
answer,
Matt. Don't
but you
ask
can still
Matt.
ask.
Matt won't help you.
Matt won't help you.
that might just make it worse, whatever you're asking. It is what it is. Now, whilst you're figuring out what you want to know about from the people here at the desk or in the studio in general, we catch you up to speed here as well with our bracket, because 3 days have already been gone by. And that means this is the last one. This is our double elimination EMEA Stage 2 bracket. SSG is finding themselves in the grand final, and this is where they await their next opponent. SSG pretty much uncontested thus far in the EMEA region. Not many teams were able to, take it to them. In the lower bracket, though, Team Peps have made a beautiful run.
Yeah,
we've gotten like
huge upsets, taking some big wins. They still have a chance to make it to Dallas, but this is a must-win game for them. They have to beat ENCE. Twisted Minds will still be the third team to qualify for Dallas if Peps lose out here. So a lot of teams are watching this match with bated breath, especially Twisted Minds, who
Are they
went out
waiting for Peps
unexpectedly
to?
early.
They're
preying on Pep's downfall. Twisted Minds is not a Peps fan after this, but honestly, they've made me a bit of a fan. I mean, I think that team has really come together and put up impressive performances. But ENCE, though, I mean, that's a very serious caliber opponent. We talked a lot about the DPS on Peps, how great they've looked, but now they're going to go up against Kevster and Kai. If they can still look good after this, then that would be a huge accomplishment. These are some very heavy hitters on the side of ENCE.
Speaking of heavy hitters, I think throughout the tournament and group stages even, there were a lot of individuals which stood out. Some of them are not with us anymore. Not in the tournament, they hadn't passed away or anything. That was very dramatic. But some of them did not make it to the end of the main event. But nonetheless, a lot of noteworthy mentions. Some of them are still in the tournament as well. And we figured, why not give out more imaginary what is that
Awards?
called? Trophies, awards.
Yes.
This is America. Everybody gets a trophy.
We love handing out like arbitrary awards. So this is one of them, EMEA Stage 2 Superstars. They could still be in the tournament, some might not be. So we are going to come up with 4 we think worthy candidates, and then we want you, chat, to help us decide who should be walking away with thin air, really, because we don't actually have an award or a trophy. But we want to talk about
honor.
it. So,
honor and glory. There you go. Yeah, you get honor.
Glory.
why not?
Glory.
You see them in the
Reinhardt.
screens, in the big screen right now. These are 4 we're going to put up for debate, and I think we should just debate. Like each of
Debate?
us, even
We're
not
having a debate?
but make a case.
Yeah.
Make a
Okay.
case for one of those
For your
players.
nominees.
Johnny,
Is it
you
American
start.
or European rule set?
Whatever your heart
go.
decides.
Just go.
I'll give you 30 seconds. You talk about Kevster. Go.
Okay, all right. Well, the category is superstar, okay? It's not most valuable. It's not like, great performance by this. It's superstar, okay? The only true superstar in EMEA is Kevster. Kevster is the best player in all of EMEA and all of NA who can really take it to Korea. So if this is going to be the category, if this is what you're naming it, superstar, then Kevster is a real only answer. Kevster could jump into Team Falcons, could jump into Crazy Raccoons, and actually slot in. The Korean coaches, they talk about Kevster themselves. We actually want to play Kevster. We want to coach Kevster. He is the best player.
Okay. Jake, Funny Astro, go.
All right, Funny Astro, let me holla This guy is owning on Lucio. So many Lucios in this tournament have pretty weak beats, I think. Like, their usage of skills isn't that good. Individually, their skills are strong on Lucio, but Funny Astro is the only player in the entire region who actually can compete at an international level on Lucio. And this role is crucial in this meta. Everyone plays Lucio. You're almost always going to be having the hero on the field. So valuable having an elite Lucio like Funny Astro. I think he's a crucial part of Space Station's success. They wouldn't be looking this strong without him. And so I think putting some love on the supports, they don't get enough in this meta.
You look thoroughly unimpressed. Danny, Sparker, go. Let's hear it.
I mean, if this was stage 1, sure, I would agree with Johnny saying that, Kevster is the best DPS. But everyone, who's waiting in the finals right now in EMEA? Space Station. Who's the best DPS? I think it's Sparker. Do you guys remember the things that he did on Cassidy throughout the whole main stage? It's just unbelievable performance from Sparker, and that is why I think Space Station is in the finals. They definitely are better than any other DPS that we've seen in the stage 2 right now. Sparker, goated.
Wow.
I mean, you're not in agreement because
That's
you actually said that Sparker is having the peak of his career.
They're
in
both
NASA.
Swedish, so I don't care.
Anyone's a winner in that scenario. That's right. Okay, I go last. Let me just throw in an addendum to Superstar. I'm going to call it Superstar in the making. Exodial. Hear me out. How old is Exodial? He's like 17 years old, an infant, and he's already taken it to the big guys. Like, it's actually incredible what Exodial has shown us thus far in this tournament. He's coming new to the scene. I mean, he has 1 year of experience, and he's popping off. He single-handedly has been winning not just team fights, but games for Team Peps, and this young man from Spain can take it very, very far. I have faith in Exodial.
Wow. Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you have it. We made our cases. Let's hear it from you, chat. Who do you think is the superstar coming out of stage 2 of the OWCS main event? I mean, quite frankly, I think you can make an argument for a lot of players. Sure. But in the end, it's a team game, and the best teams may be winning. And I can't wait to find out which one is going to be just that. First, we, of course, are going to be finding ourselves in the lower bracket where we discuss yet another elimination match. But also the winner of this one will be moving on to the grand finals. Now let's talk about the two teams, ENCE and Team Peps. Here's the thing. I mean, Peps, they're going to have an uphill battle, yes. The big question is just, can they play that close again? Because they have qualified through Group B. Both of them found themselves in the same group. And they played a really close winners match there. 3-2 was the score there. It was a very, very close series. And I think Team Peps has improved since. But
it still ends.
Can they take it just one step further? Or does it end there? It's, if we're looking at the roster here from Team Peps, that roster, it's a mix of well-known players. We have Bembest, we have Nago, we have FD God, so there is experience on this roster, but I think the standout players have been the young guns, right? They added Tread, they added Exodial, they have a new backline there as well, and those have also been the players that we talked about the most. But can they take it to the likes of,
it's a good mix.
Kevster?
It's a good mix, and like you said, they have been improving. And similarly, it's a case we made throughout the week that this Team Peps team, they actually play up to their opponent, and that is something the ENCE players have talked about as well. That whenever we scrim against Peps, actually it's quite convincing. We feel pretty comfortable. But then we get into an official match, and it's like Team Peps that level up, and it's like, whoa. This is not the Peps we're familiar with. So yes, as we look at the lineup here, Naga and FD God, real veterans here who, have been in the Overwatch League, of course. But like you said, Exodial is 17 years old and is really taking it with the hit scan role. And what I love about these young players, I mean, you have this happen over and over again. You have these young guns coming in, and they just they're not scared. They play without fear. They'll slide in with Sojourn, with the overclock. They just hit their shots. They're not playing too passive. They're not playing too patient. It's about making good decisions. But similarly, if you have the mechanical skill, it's about enabling yourself to find that first pick in fights. And I think Exodial has done a phenomenal job at really finding those picks. If you play a Sojourn composition, that is what it's about. It's not about controlling the match as much. It's about finding picks with the railgun. It is so crucial. And Exodial has done a great job with just that.
I will say, though, this is going to be the toughest test that Team Peps have faced. They might have played these guys close in the group stage, but ENCE is a different animal when we get closer and closer to the end of the tournament. This is a fully stacked team of veterans. Yes, they've got young talent Chase on the main tank now, going to give them more flexibility, but even if they do go to an off-tank meta, they've got Vistola. So really, I mean, this is going to be the difference between these teams. Yes, I think Peps has a few players that I'm super excited about that I want to see go further, but for me, ENCE is a fully stacked roster ready to compete on the international level. There should really be a tier break between these teams. To be honest, as good as Peps have looked, I think this is going to be a stomp. I think we're going to see a different animal in ENCE coming in to these lower bracket finals.
No. I agree.
I was about to say, no Peps believers, but surely Danny's got their back. No, apparently not. We're also still trying to figure out what the Team Peps logo is supposed to be, by the way.
Yeah, I think it's a mouse. I think it looks like a mouse.
But it's also a golden rock.
Yeah, but it's like in the shape of a mouse.
Oh, hey, looking at the predictions, though, for viewers, 50-50.
Wow. That is crazy. That's the first time we've ever seen that, to my recollection.
Yeah, I don't think we've had that on the main. But also, like, I don't actually think it's that crazy. Like, if you rewatch
the
crazy.
Game, no, it's pretty crazy.
No, I think people are cooking.
It's like, it was not. Are you kidding me? It's not 50-50.
Yeah, this is like a 80-20 type match.
Think with your heart. Wait, what?
My heart is with ENCE in this one. I don't know. My brain and heart is in the same place here, so I'm very aligned in my analysis.
Johnny to root against
the body part which votes for Team Peps.
I don't have a lot of body parts voting for Team Peps right now.
That's unfortunate.
I do think there's exciting stuff, but just, I mean, ENCE are a really, really good team. I think they're going to continue to adapt and innovate. I think they have a lot more comps up their sleeve. I think that's going to be their biggest edge.
Everyone for ENCE? Yeah.
Everyone's going
the veterans, also just betting against Kept or Kai, I think is a very hard thing to do.
That is a difficult bet. Yeah. I give you that. But again, I'm pilled from that group stage match to at least believe. They have what it takes to make it a close one. They have what it takes. It is not impossible.
But the thing we haven't really talked about as well is that ENCE have been playing these different compositions too. They're not hard locked into these Surasa comps, so they might just go like ratio plus L plus we're going to play something else.
Yeah, we could see a comp gap. Like we've seen some of these like elite teams versus the top of the mid-table, which I sort of feel this matchup is, that the elite teams have a deeper book of strategies. So if you can force a win with Orisa, Peps have a chance. But if they find themselves countered and they have to, find their way through the counter swap game, I think ENCE have such a huge edge.
Okay, so everyone here on the desk, including me, just even though verbally it doesn't sound like it, we are all thinking that ENCE is going to take it. They have to be considered the favorite to win it, and for good reason if you watch their performance thus far in the main event. Now, Necra and Jaws. Can it be a close one?
Well,
come on, someone, anyone? Any takers?
Just say it, Jaws.
I'm not going to be offended. It's fine.
I mean, you vote ENCE anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's like, I'm not going to be offended if you vote Peps. I mean, come on. I think it's an up until battle for sure. And I think with Peps coming in as the underdog, it still doesn't feel great. And I kind of agree with Jake and Johnny saying, like, look, if Peps, end up playing up to their opponent, like maybe there's a possibility here. But the way ENCE have also kind of integrated Chase and the amount of like different comps they can kind of run into ENCE, who have only really showed there's one star. Well, a little bit. They played Tread on Winston a little bit here, but I mean, Chase coming in as a Winston specialist, it feels a little bit rough, Rose. We're going to Oasis as our first map here. How do you feel going into the series?
Team Peps, they have had their best looks on the Orisa and in the mirror, and if there's any hope for them, that's why I put my pinky toe into the mix. It's gonna be with Naga and Exodial having some of the best performances in their career so far. It's still gonna be really difficult, right? But I think for both of them, Exodial, super hungry hitscan player to keep showing what he's made of, and then Naga as well, just continuing to evolve over the course of this main event.
We'll have to wait and find out. Oasis and a spot in the finals on the line for ENCE or Team Peps. Peps making it further than they did in stage 1. And of course, ENCE want that grudge match, that revenge match versus Space Station Gaming, who sent them to the lower bracket here in the lower finals. See what ENCE want to bring out. Of course, they're starting Chase today instead of Vistola. Going on to Oasis. I mean, it makes the most sense as well, especially if you want to swap Winston on like City Center, for example. We're starting out on University first.
Yeah, and Chase, like, talk about the flexibility that this player brings into the ENCE roster. Chase is a pickup that they took from Oblivione when Chase was having just such an amazing performance. And Chase is one of those players that does play pretty aggressive. And so you at least need to see the rest of the team of ENCE back him up, but he's able to make these really, really big engagements into the backline. So keep an eye out for where Chase decides to wrap around.
Quite different looks here from ENCE and Peps, apart from the tank. And the Lucio, of course. Kevster on the Genji. Something that we spoke a little bit about yesterday. If there's anybody you trust on Genji, it's definitely Kev. We'll see if Kai and Exodial can kind of match up. Of course, we were talking about before how Naga from Team Peps might just be the difference maker too. Has really come like a big resurgence for Naga over the last few months, or I should say this year. Didn't have a crazy amount of success in Overwatch League, but it's been really kind of lights out on the Tracer. Lots of high efficiency pulse bombs, comboing a lot of the time with Tread's Terror Surge. The first kill just yet, but Tread in a little bit of trouble. Isolated from the rest of his team. It's actually Naga that goes down first. I'm picking him up a second ago, maybe accidentally glitching him a little bit there as happens though. It's all good. Caster Curse comes in clutch sometimes when you want the other team to win. And end up getting wiped there. Team Peps with a good first start. Naga going down first is a bit rough, but of course it's Exodio that comes up big.
Something that we saw in the ENCE versus Team Peps earlier on in the group stage is that Naga was locking down Kevster time and time again, especially when Kevster was on the Tracer. It didn't really matter if Naga was losing out on those 1v1s. What mattered is that the rest of the team of Peps were able to take advantage of the fact that Kevster just wasn't in that same fight. So you'll see that Peps are able to get that first win here, following a very similar pattern. So will Kevster and Naga continue to have these fights 1v1 against each other, or even Naga trying to go after
Under so much pressure right now, luckily saved by that sound barrier. Here comes the Terror Surge from Tread. Found a little bit of damage on Chase, but that was about it. Kev's just kind of rings around the back line right now. Deflection doesn't end up hitting their Deadeye. Exodia holding on for this one. Doesn't end up even pulling the trigger there. Tread super low. It's an easy reset dash there for Kevster, straight on top of the Orisa. That was a nice little sound barrier from both Marsa and FD God. A lot of the time, though, like Kevster just kind of ignored that frontline duel, was just poking down the backline, separated Team Peps. Ends up taking the victory there in that fight. They got 3 ults to spare, 2 coming into next. Peps a little bit unlucky in that regard. Only got that pulse bomb from Naga, but if he can hit the same ones he's been hitting over the last few days, Rose, should be a fairly even fight. Looks like they want to go first, though, that being ENCE. Kai, a little wrap around. Naga just unable to see where Kai was. Looking at the back line of Team ENCE, looking like he could slam dunk one of the supports, maybe. So you have to pay attention to Kai. His positioning on the off angle there. Team Peps weren't ready for it.
No, but they might not even be ready for this blade that Kevster's still been able to hold on to either. You're going to have to just use a Suzu or even just kite away from some of that damage, and I don't know how easy that's going to be. Naga has switched over to the Genji, though, as well, so you're going to see this Genji versus Genji, which I feel like is something we haven't had a chance to see in a very long time, Jaws.
Marsa saving the speed boost might be quite important for him. That's a big slash. There's the Suzu. Oh, nice shot from Exodial. Kite away is good. See FD God also saving the amp it up on the speed from the Lucio so they can get out of there. One down for ENCE now. Here comes the Terror Surge. Easy dash out, but Crook's already down. Gets taken out clean by the Terror Surge. And ENCE are just going to sound barrier into. Master playing super aggressively. Looks like Team Peps escaping now about 75%. We'll have another chance to recontest, but if ENCE want to play up again with this rush, they can do. Maybe force Peps to use a rush of their own. You can see they're kind of hovering around this choke point to begin with. Maybe that's the plan.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that, and it was really great awareness there from ENCE to know that they could re-engage with that sound barrier even though they had lost Kevster with the blade. So they're gonna back up though. They just want to let Peps come to them.
There's double rush on the points. Just Tread and Chase kind of exchanging positionings. High Noon with the Terror Surge. A lot of damage on Chase and Kai. That was a really nice combination of ults from Peps. Dragging everybody in. Exodial doesn't get a lot of skulls, right, but a lot of damage. Little stagger kill onto Master is going to be nice. And no sound barrier used from Team Peps. The most important thing here. They got a barrier and they've got the blade for this next fight. It's going to be tough for ENCE to get much stuff done. They're going to have to rely on Kai maybe getting a pick.
Yeah, Kai getting a pick, you could still go with the overclock after you've done that damage as well. But Naga just really maybe being able to give it to ENCE in the same way that Kevster tried to. You still have a good response, though, with the Suzu from Crimzo if you want it.
Super early. ENCE just want to lose this fight. They want to get out of there. Just die, reset, go again kind of thing. They're going to stagger Chase, in fact, make it a little bit more punishing for ENCE, eventually kill him with that spear. They do end up using the beat super aggressively. But now ENCE can just kind of run in. Kevster actually forfeiting a lot of that percentage on that blade. It was almost at 80%, switches over to Tracer. But they've got the overclock. The soundbite from Masa, quite a fair distance away, but if they can extend this fight out, they might be able to use it at the tail end of it. Peps being a little bit cheeky though, playing super far up with both Naga and Tread. Of course, they've got a blade of their own here. It's going to be up to Kevster to touch. It's going to force OT as he hits the recall, but Tread's too far up, isolated completely alone. Even Naga decided to get back to the rest of his team. Maybe a small miscomm there as Team Peps, they're both their DPS almost instantly losing their entire health bar as they try to re-engage to try and help Tread. Overtime for ENCE. They end up capping the point. Tread coming back on the Doomfist, but it's already all over. Nothing can be said. I mean, where was Tread in that comm stack? Like, he was so far up. The rest of Team Peps on a completely different page by the looks of it, as Team ENCE claimed the first round.
A super back and forth though, and that was very, very close for both teams. And at the end of the day, yeah, it's really unfortunate that Tread wasn't there as a part of that fight, but ENCE, you know that they're always going to find a way to be able to scrap it out. I want to go back to where Kevster ended up switching off of the Genji. I think in this matchup, we're never going to see Blade get the same amount of kills as what we've seen in the past. There's no nano on either side to help bolster that up. You didn't have a sound barrier either to make that Genji unkillable. So I really appreciate how Kevster was able to switch off of that, give up that ult charge, and go over to something that was going to be a bit more high impact with that Tracer. We all know how good he is at that hero, right? So it's nice to be able to see him go back to those basics too.
Bit safer to touch as well on the Tracer, of course. You saw him having to go for that one. If you're Genji, you have to like kind of dash in, hit deflect, like hope the rest of your team can kind of rally around you. Winston's for City Center. Okay, it's exactly why ENCE had Chase in, I would imagine, just so they can swap between the Orisa and then jump onto one of his best heroes, the Winston, yeah, or the Orisa and the Winston. See how Team Peps want to juggle this one. Classic City Center moment. It's going to take a little while for a kill to come through. High ground control for ENCE. Little rough still playing around that high ground pavilion though. Getting peppered. Oh, okay. Actually, ENCE end up kind of backing off the point there. That's a free flip, free cap even for Peps. You see how ENCE can kind of pressure them out now, but Team Peps can kind of elongate the fight if they want to. Kevster forcing the swift step from Crook. It's actually Masa, first to fall. First blood goes to Exodial. That bubble coming in clutch there for Krug, hiding in amongst it so Kevster can't get the clip on him. And with Chase going down, this is a quick reset for ENCE. A lackluster start there.
Yeah, but what a great start for Team Peps. This is where we needed to see Exodial start to step up to the plate. I actually saw a tweet from Team Peps heading into the matchup today, where it's like the Grim Reaper of Exodial knocking on the doors of all the other hit scans that they faced in the lower bracket already. So, you know, keep watching out how Exodial is going to be engaging these fights. Like, that was such an early Deadeye to buy even more time for Team Peps. They're already at 50% almost.
Really nice kill from Naga. It was so low. Although, I say that, that's a little unfortunate, but without your tank, ENCE aren't going to be able to push all too quickly. Good little stagger kill. And like you said, they're already up to this 55% mark. I mean, that's a little rough for ENCE. They've not really had a fight just yet. Now they're on the point. Now they're touching. Here comes the contest.
Like a gentle rain.
Kitsune rush, though, early here from ENCE. Could help them get back into this one, but they're taking their time.
Oh, indeed. I mean, elongating the fight is perfect, and using a rush on this point might be a little bit more difficult. Pulse Bomb hits the wall. No damage, no kills at all. Sound Barrier comes in from FD God. Of course, because ENCE haven't really had a fight, Rose. I mean, Master... Oh, straight over the... Oh, wait.
Oh.
Wait, Chase just hit the Frogger. Okay, just like hopping over the cars, hopping past him. That was kind of nasty.
And Naga still killed him anyway. Oh my
90% now for Team Peps. ENCE haven't had a fight at all. And I was just kind of interrupting myself there with some silliness. But
they need this sound barrier.
Need the sound barrier. Exactly. Only 10% away, and the round's almost done. Here comes the overclock to start this thing off. As Kai has to deal with this bubble, but now Tread popping the primal. Actually just runs back to the point, knocking a few people away. It's a primal from Chase as well. FD God caught in the center pavilion, ends up going down. Where is the swift step? There it is. But Chase hot on the tail of Crook right now, but that primal rage runs out and he turns his attention to the point. As Tread and Crook eventually fall, but that is ENCE luckily not using their sound barrier, getting their first cap of this map, or this round even.
Yeah. But it took so long for them to be able to do that, and look at how much they had to expend in order to achieve that goal. So yes, they have the sound barrier, which is such a great tool to be able to hold on to, but I wouldn't put it past Team Peps to set up Exodial somewhere with this Deadeye and then be able to capitalize on either the sound barrier coming out to try to deal with that, and then going in after all those cooldowns has been expended. But Tread's gonna go ahead and try to take this high ground away from Chase first.
Yeah, that's going to be the name of the game. See what Exodial can get done with this high noon. Fairly successful thus far with it. With this sound barrier from Ents, looks like they want to go for a big engagement. Hits 4, Exodial already dead, instantly pulls the high noon. The collapse was already incoming, like the Winston was already flying through the air. Good fight from Ents. That sound barrier, though, rather large investment on the face of things. I mean, Team Peps, ideally, you just save up both support ultimates. Maybe you take a dry fight here, force Crimzo to use the rush, and then go in with a rush and a sound barrier of your own.
Yeah, you can definitely go in with the rush. I think that would be a great way for Ents to engage into this fight, especially now that they've had high ground control. Get a drop on them and then hit them with the rush. But you also look at Kevster having this pulse bomb, and he's waiting for that opportunity where he sees Team Peps come through, expends a cooldown, and just yeets it into the back line. How wonderful would that be to get out Crook or FD God in this position?
You gotta force a swift step in the Suzu, though. It's just so hard to get decent value on pulse bombs. That's why it's a miracle sometimes when we see a double kill with a pulse, which felt pretty normal a long time ago, but now feels almost impossible. Here comes the contest. Ents waiting for the last final moment here as overtime approaches for them as well. Naga looking for something in the backline, sees Kevster. Kevster is also aware of his presence. Also on the point, there it is, OT triggered for Ents. Peps not in control right now as the fight will break down in just a moment. Peps just so close to double support ult.
That's going to be so impactful here too, because you do have that sound barrier where Masa does it right now.
Well, there's the rush from both Kirikos. And now Kevster high for a target. It's FD God Ajaxes. Kevster gets the kill on FD God. No sound barrier now for Team Peps, and it's going to cost them dearly. Masa with a double boop kill in the end. The one ult that Peps had and the one ult that they needed, they couldn't get off. The AJ from FD God as Kevster spots him from a mile away and takes him down. What a start from Ents as they take the first map.
Well, you know, Team Ents is not a team that's going to let that go unpunished, right? If you are tracking the ultimates, you know that FD God has it, and then you just sang Kevster after that pick. So what a phenomenal recognition to know that that was a huge win condition there for Peps, and just take it off the board.
FD God, especially over the last couple of days, has had some rough times getting the sound barrier off. Not the first time he's Ajax, unfortunately, and Kevster exactly like the guy that is built to play Overwatch. Funnily enough, he knows exactly where he is, how much HP he is on, exactly how many bullets it takes to kill him as he's using that sound barrier. Rough stuff from Peps at the very end. And that was it. That was their game plan, was stack 2 support ults and then run in. Masa had to use beat to win the previous fight. I mean, and now we just run in with sound barrier and a consider rush. We can match their rush, hit the beat, and then we have more health that they can deal with. But the one thing that you can never underestimate, Kev's ability to find a pick randomly at the start of a fight and then end it all. There you go, Kev starting off with a bang. Team Ents with a beautiful win on Oasis.
Yeah, it was so close too, though, and I think that's one of the reasons why we can't count Team Peps fully out of these fights. It is going to come down to these small margins between both teams. Both rounds, how close were they really that the 2-0 scoreline doesn't necessarily tell the whole picture of? I'm so excited to see how the rest of the series is going to go, because I think if we can still see these big pop-offs from Exodial, Naga still having a really great game, it might just be closer than people think.
Hollywood is the next map. Curious if they're even going to sub-chase out. It doesn't feel like they would at all. Oh, there you go. There's the kill. Kill that ended it all there at the very end.
So
extremely
big.
Close round 2, or like first map even. All 2 of the rounds on Oasis with the stats on your screen right now. And here's the head-to-head 2. We're talking about it a little bit earlier, Rose. You were bringing it up. Kevster versus Naga on the Tracer head-to-head.
It's still coming up Kevster. Even though the deaths are really, really close, Kevster is just able to weave into the backline and find so many more picks right now. And part of it is like what we ended up seeing before from that group stage match between Emps and Team Peps is Naga, Kevster, they're going to be going at it at each other if they're going to mark each other down. But Kevster right now finding way more value.
Yeah, no substitutions either. I'm just getting word in. So Ent's going to stick with Chase. Makes sense. You're going to Hollywood. You want Winston to jump high ground, etc. Pretty good map for it. And then you can switch to like Orisa if you need to at the very end stage. You can still finish it with Winston, but Orisa sometimes a little bit better, pushing down the long straightaway on third point. Hollywood. All right, let's jump on in. Was a Pep's map selection as well. Ents banning Eichenwalder and Midtown ban for Team Peps. In general, Hybrid's pretty conducive to a lot of Winston play, so I don't think Ents really minded where they went, and utilizing Chase has been one of their big keys to success. Having a superstar in Vestola sitting on the bench and being like, hey, I can come in, I can play literally anything, but I can play things like the Sigma, which has seen a little bit more popularity. It's just been such a massive boon to Ents over this tournament.
I think something that people had recognized about Chase is that he was so good on so many different tanks, right? So knowing that that flexibility exists is just such a powerful thing to have for a roster like Ents that aren't afraid to make those compositional changes. What that map ban also tells me is that Ents don't want to take the Orisa mirror. They know that Team Peps really have that down to a science at this point. So if they can force them onto something else that maybe they're just not as comfortable with, or maybe not quite as cohesive with, like the Winston dive, good. I don't know. I like a good map ban, I think, on Eichenwalder, because we've seen a ton of teams just take the Orisa mirror there.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Lucio. Lucio's kind of perma-meta, kind of, well, not always been perma-meta, but Lucio's always been there, just on the periphery, if not in the meta. Just speed, it's really helpful, funnily enough. And yeah, Eichenwalder is definitely a map where you can just utilize the speed to get on height with the Orisa, so you can either do Winston or Orisa there. Let's get a quick Peps listening, though, as the gate opens up.
Monkey,
Surge. It looks mirror with Surge, mirror with Surge. They're on top right now. Can we clear top and Zodiel's here? You ready?
they're out of top.
Okay, I'm jumping there right now. Where's this monkey? Do we know?
Left, I think.
He's up here. Okay, I'm gonna jump
Monkey left.
Monkey already tell me. Then look, okay.
Yes, real, no real.
For real. Can we walk up and force position? I'm gonna force one. Ready? 3, 2, 1, force one. Chaser here. Chaser hits once.
He's one.
Monkey, just kill. No read. Cap. Monkey here. I'm gonna jump cafe. 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna take top monkey here. Monkey. Killing for a second. There's one. Walk up. I'm above them. Okay.
I have Kitsu in
They're moving me. Okay. Take point again. We have Kitsu.
Oh, we have to cut.
Okay. Look, monkey. Punish. I'm just dying. I get
Reset. Don't fit the Kitsu. We have Kitsu before them. Yeah. So we have it soon, though. Save. Overclock beat. Kitsune 60.
OTP.
Yeah, he has it.
Can we just go for Kitsu? Like, onto them? And then we can go, like, stack over.
Bait the monkey, yes.
Bit of a slow fight there from Team Peps to start off with. 54% garnered on the first point. Obviously, that's single tick, but we'll see how they do us on this next attack. Calling for the rush here, Rose.
We got the rush and maybe a later beat from FD God, but Tread's already down.
It's already down to Kev's pulse, so we aren't half wrong. Crimson also falls to a kunai of Krug, but with Kev's to POV and a sound barrier, it looks almost inevitable that they are going to fall, that being Peps. FD God not using his beat, though, all good for Peps. They can go for a small re-engage, or a quick one, probably. Good stuff so far, yeah. Tread has been kind of getting isolated on the sidelines. Those bubbles, so important in this matchup, blocking all that Kiriko healing.
Yeah, Chase has been so good at that, and one of the reasons why that Winston has been so standout is his knowledge of being able to go in and make those aggressive types of plays. To isolate Tread is a huge boon to Ents' game plan here, but FD God having the sound barrier, maybe a chance for a bit of redemption after our first round.
Oh, there's the sound barrier. Only hit 3, though, from Team Peps, and Kai's on the flank with the overclock. Crimso's already down. Kai gets a hindered aid attached to him. Chase is causing a little bit of pandemonium right now. now, using that Primal Rage, gonna isolate Exodial too, and that just leaves Kai open, free range in the backline to kill both supports from Team Peps. There's only a minute to go now. A Primal Rage kill from Tread as he tries to settle the score, but it's not going to happen. Kai dies, but Master's going to be there for the taxi if they really want to do it. Team Peps scrambling now to try and find something.
They still have to keep pushing the advantage here. They need a pick, anything, try to stabilize this fight, because if they don't here, it's going to be all over for this round. They also have nothing for this fight in terms of
Kai's
goals.
already back now. 2 ticks on the board for Team Peps. Boltzmann in hand for Kevster. Oh, the double hit, double melee. Easy kill on Exodial. Couldn't receive enough support as Crook was paying attention to Tread in the front line. A stick. That'll end Tread's life. Quick sharp. And Kevster fighting 3 kills in the fight. Who better than Kev to do something like that on their first hold here? Ends with only, well, 66% on board for Team Peps. This is a heck of a defense. I mean, with 33% to go, you need something unbelievable here from Crook and Naga. This pulse bomb is going to have to go nuclear.
Yeah, this Kitsune Rush too, just to help make this push a little bit faster, but Ents are going to have the answers. Masa, yeah, has the sound barrier.
Masa is 1 HP, still lays down the sound barrier, does hit 4. Chase, unfortunately, not getting that overhealth thanks to the bubble coming through from Tread. Both Kitsune Rushes on the points as Kevster finally falls. It's only Kai now ready to do the damage here as Crimzo still dancing around on this point. Heard a Suzu go off there to try and save Kai. Tread's health bar going considerably low, but it's all good. They only have 33% to take. Nice double shot there onto Crimzo to end it all, and the payload will get them moving. However, only 2 minutes and 30 seconds of the time back. A delightful hold from Ents.
That was a really, really good push. I mean, Team Peps, they had to have those monster performances. That's what they got. Even through the sound barrier that Masa had, they were able to deal with all of that overhealth. So a big take of this forward position on the high ground. And, oh my god, Kai's already dead too.
And the sound barrier from height. Primal Rage from Chase. I like the gumption, but can he actually find the kills? It's actually Crook that goes down to Crimzo in the periphery. Exodial under a ton of pressure. Has only got Tread's bubble to already hide behind now. Like still double jump there from Chase to try and chase down the Cassidy. Can't quite find him, but it should be good as they regain control of this high ground after FD God used that beat. However, Crimzo falling is not really the end of this fight that Ents foresaw, as they now end up having to back off of high ground as FD God and Tread chase them off.
It's just been such a back and forth between these teams. We originally saw Team Peps take that forward position. Exodial already opened up that fight with the pick onto Kai. And FD God just continuing to bolster that with a sound barrier. They're off kilter a little bit in terms of Ents and Team Peps matching each other. Masa might be able to get this up first, but Exodial takes back the height with this Deadeye. And Tread has that Primal Rage to potentially knock people up.
Exodial taking a little bit too much damage. Yeah. A little bit too much damage. A little bit too much damage there. He was getting chunked by the Lucio Cheerios. Like, Master was permanently shooting him, and then Kai just landed a disrupt shot. And that was the end of Exodial's ult. Unfortunate high noon there, not getting anything. Crook under a lot of pressure, too. Has to jump back down. I heard the Suzu go off, and probably a swift step as well. Yeah, they're actually behind in the bar now. Kev's, we'll ignore that one. All good. I think Crook kind of ignored that one, too. Just kind of walked away from that post. All good, though. 30 seconds to go here. Team Peps lost control of height, but look how close that payload is to that second point. They win this fight decisively. Could be an easy one, but here's the rush from both teams on the high ground. A nice Primal Rage is going to stop Kai from really utilizing a lot of that increased ability cooldown, or decreased ability cooldown, I should say. Exodial ends up falling to Chase, Crimzo to follow. Chase trying to find the payload pressure and trying to find Crook too. Suzu used, here comes the sound barrier, a late one from FD God, but it should see them through this fight. Chase trips the Primal Rage to try and keep the fight going now as Crimzo and Master are going to return to the fight in just a moment. Master in a lot of trouble though, but Crimzo back from Zorn, Swift Step Suzu to save the Lucio's life. Tread trying to fight for this door control as he lays down the bubble to stop the LOS coming through, but Kevster and Chase, of course they've got the answers that Ents need. Team Peps are going to get halted just before that second point on what has been a very, very tough push for them.
It's been so tough, but, you know, credit to them for being able to buy themselves a little bit of extra time, being able to open up that first point, get into second, and get so close. They do have a win condition on the board, but Ents just had such a monstrous defense. It's hard to believe that Team Peps will be able to do the exact same thing, if not better. it's just that Chase Winston. It's so clean and so aggressive.
All right, well, that's where they need to get to. Just before second. Really rough too, especially the way second normally ends up kind of breaking down. If you get a clean fight during like the mid part of the streets phase, it's so tough for the defenders to kind of funnel out those doors, especially if you're on the attack and you have that high ground overlooking them and you maybe have a little bit of jail control as well. It depends how definitive that mid fight is. Let's get a quick ENCE listening on their attack, see what plans they're cooking up.
Yeah. I think if you guys take top, I can shoot the monk in bottom as well, if he's in that room.
Yep. If he's like out, we can go hard. We'll see though. You're their bubble. They always do that. Yeah. Gonna break it. Pick him in.
All right, game plan set in motion for Team ENCE. Not too much yapping, just focused in the game. They know what they need to do. They know their win conditions, their victory checklist. They're ready to make a move here. There's Kai on the high ground with the rest of the team. He's going to force Peps in a bit of a precarious position behind that dumpster. Rather frustrating against a Sojin, of course, with the disruptor shot covering a lot of that corner where you can just peek around. Kevs are forced to recall in this small little room, and with Tread still getting pressured out. It's been tough to Crook to keep him alive. They're going to rotate onto high ground now to try and push them off. Naga was ready for it too. They're waiting for ENCE to kind of get descended upon and hopefully follow up with Tread to get a kill onto the back line, but they've just completely swapped sides here. 45% and a single tick on the board right now for ENCE.
Ooh, FD God though, almost up to the sound barrier. Same with Naga to a pulse bomb. Team Peps are going to be the first ones to get any ultimates online if they can just stay strong.
Oh, Naga's in trouble though. You saw him, that was a dangerous recall. Forces FD God to use that very early sound barrier. Luckily, Marsa, like you called out perfectly, Rose, 10% away, a little bit further behind. Having good stuff there for FD God and Team Peps, just capitalizing on that very early ultimate.
Ooh, but level 1 Crook still goes down, so we're gonna have to see maybe a bit of a taxi, or at least to get
look at him go
back in the fight with their Swift step.
FD God's skating away, and they know this too. ENCE know that FD God's gonna have to go back. So Team Peps are gonna play a little bit more safe. FD God is back in action, same with level 1 Crook. Here's the high noon, stop the chase from ENCE. Slowly but surely.
It was a perfect timed Deadeye though, because that's the space that you need to buy for level 1 Crook and FD God to come back into things, right? But ENCE, they've got the Kitsune Rush now.
Kitsune Rush on the point for both teams again. They're still racking up percentages though at ENCE. And with double support ultimate, it looks a bit too easy, but Tread could be the difference maker with the Primal Rage. Everybody caught in the small room right now as Kevs are trying to take down Crook. Spots the Swift Step, but Tread's already done the damage. Look at that Primal Rage from Tread. Trapped everybody in that small room. It doesn't matter if you've got the overhealth in that situation. You're just doing so much damage and you're so tanky if you're the Winston. There's not much you can do to really follow up. CC would help, but there's very little of that on ENCE's composition, as they have to go in for yet another attack, 1 minute and 30 to go.
And with the overclock, maybe they're able to get enough progress to be able to unlock this first objective, but Team Peps, they've been able to meet them at everything that ENCE has thrown. Even the sound barrier advantage still up for Team Peps, as FD God had used that so early on in this round.
Team ENCE unleash their overclock, but here comes a quick response. Sound barrier from FD God. You can see how out of sync both Lucio's are right now, as Master's only got 30% on his. And with Crimso going down, this is looking worse for wear for Team ENCE. Kevster landing a nice little kill onto FD God, and now Exodio caught out on the high ground. 50 seconds to go. Kai's dead. An extremely scrappy fight, but with Crook down, that's it. ENCE get that first point. A little bit quicker than Team Peps, but it's been a struggle for both teams to do so.
Oh, stagger onto Naga too. It's at least gonna give ENCE a little bit of breathing room there, but it looked like Team Peps were gonna be able to get the job done. The sound barrier was so good until everybody got split up on Team ENCE. They couldn't take any of those fights together, and ENCE is the type of team with just their raw mechanical skill could capitalize on that.
That's a good first pick. And this is it, Rose. This is what I'm talking about. Taking early fights like this is so nice. If ENCE can continue to hold this high ground, it's going to be tough for Peps to re-engage if they get team wiped in this next fight.
Especially because Crimzo has the Kitsune Rush too. So you could just keep this aggressive hold.
Exodio taking a little bit of chunk damage here. Chase just playing on the edge, spotting out Naga. Doing a good job of actually checking Naga too, helping Kevster in that 1v1. Just those right clicks from Winston. An unbelievable addition to the Winston kit, obviously, coming into Overwatch 2. Has just been so good at helping from afar. Thank goodness Winston got range. Tank players can prove they're actually good at aiming.
Winton.
There's the high noon.
Kitsune Rush, Deadeye.
Look at them all, though. They're all just chilling. Oh, Kevster. Woo, little peek, little bait. All right, back to the high ground. Here's the rush across the bridge. Bubble from Tread, try and isolate people, but FD God and Exodia already down. Tread had already used his leap rose to get onto the high ground to stop the ever-encroaching members of ENCE. And look at how close they are now. Almost a complete team wipe. I mean, this isn't a fight from Team Peps they can really take. They're going to have to stagger themselves on if they can even get there. FD God's really the only one. They're going to have to rush basically out of spawn, and Exodia's already dead. 1.5 meters to go as the Tracer does end up getting there, but it's too little too late. Team ENCE take Hollywood. They're one map away now from getting that final spot against Space Station. Looking for some sweet revenge up in those grand finals. Team Peps just not looking the same like we saw them in the last couple of series.
No, I mean, where they really shined was that Orisa mirror, and that's something that ENCE has done a great job of right now, forcing them off of that. It's more difficult to play the Orisa on this map, so being forced almost to play the Winston dive, and Chase is just such a good Winston, right? Understanding where to take those jumps, knowing when to go in with those primal rages. And at the very end there, he was playing bodyguard for the rest of the team and the payload.
That was a crucial moment in that fight as well, where the high noon from Exodia went off on high ground. The entirety of ENCE just completely disengaged, got in a position where they can just jump on the lift. Exactly. And then they could sooner rush across the bridge, exactly where Peps had set up, so that ENCE can't just take that for free and then force them towards the doors, right? And then Tread had already leapt onto high ground, put the bubble down, try and block off people, but everybody had already ran through it. Everybody's so quick in the Kitsune Rush, they're already gone. They were like Usain Bolt just running down the mid, and it was tough for really Tread to then see himself in that fight. He ended up dropping to point to then stall out the payload, but the rest of his team that needed the bubble and just the Winston kind of body in front of them, it was just nowhere to be seen. ENCE just a clinical precision there on that attack. And, well, it took them, both teams, in fact, Rose, a little bit of time to capture first, but that sometimes happens, especially if you're FD God, right, getting beats off so early, not hitting the AJ this time around, right, and they're actually...
No. Good redemption.
Getting it off before Master could, and it was a good staging ground for them for point A, but they ended up letting it go, and the map went to ENCE.
And ENCE, they want this revenge so badly against Space Station, especially after getting dealt that loss yesterday. They kicked off the series so well, too, with that first map win. But that's really the bar that everybody's been looking at EMEA is Space Station, what they bring to the table, why they're the #1 team. And so we want to see really good fundamentals here and just see ENCE locked in order to have a better shot at that rematch.
Yeah, that's where people have been talking about the tier breaks, like you were saying, that bar, that level of play kind of being Space Station right now. Tier break, potentially. We'll see how ENCE do a little bit later on if they end up taking the series. And then ENCE below them and then kind of Peps there. Is there a tier break between them? Not too sure yet, but right now it's looking pretty likely that there is. We're going to Esperanca as our next map, Rose. So again, another place ENCE can take the Winston mirror if they want to. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean... Okay, depending, I guess, on where some of these teams' comfort levels is, we do see the Orisa getting played, but if Chase is going to stay in this roster, I have a hard time imagining Chase not playing the Winston. He's just been really clean with it. Those engagements have been so fast and so decisive. A lot of because Chase has just been a good shot caller in terms of the Winston, also a good listener to when the rest of the team is ready to actually make those engagements and where they feel confident being able to take those duels. So I would love to see more Winston, and I think ENCE has to show us that in order to have a really good, strong matchup for Space Station, too.
Well, we are jumping onto Esperanca. It was ENCE's choice as well. They wanted to go here. No new Queen Street. It's been kind of the theme of this tournament so far. Just no one wants to play new Queen Street. Okay, small word that ENCE having a substitution, so I would imagine that's Vestola coming in. And yes, it is. There we go. So Chase out, Vestola in. A bit more Sigma, maybe. A bit more Orisa. There's lots of ways this can go here. So another kind of spanner in the works for Team Peps having to now deal with this one, Rose.
Yeah, but if it's going to be the Orisa, that's where Team Peps has felt the most confident, is being able to take the mirror match of the Orisa versus the Orisa. Where things might get really interesting is, like, does Vestola feel like they want to play the Sigma on this map? Because that is one of Vestola's best heroes, and Vestola has been the best Sigma in EMEA for quite a while now. But if it's the Orisa, I think we need to see some differences, and maybe even forcing out Tread to have to use those cooldowns a little bit more prematurely. So yeah, we'll have to see what they roll out with.
All right, let's lock in. Ents on 2, Peps on 0. 1 map away from seeing Ents in the finals to try and get some revenge on Space Station to what they did to them yesterday. A 3-1 for Space Station, locked their place in the grand finals. Looking good so far for Ents, keeping the confidence high too. Looks like Vestola's running out the Orisa. Not too much of a shock here. We'll see how Trek can kind of match up.
Well, the big reason why Team Peps were able to take those 2 maps that they did off of Ents in the group stage is when they were playing the Orisa versus Orisa mirror. Tread, I heard him talking about how he was really confident at being able to run at somebody like Kai when Vestola used all of those skills and just be able to take that large source of damage out of the equation. Because then a lot of confidence in the rest of Team Peps to be able to go in and be able to win these matchups. Like Exodial, you have confidence in being able to do that. But Tread already down, so Vestola finding that opening immediately.
Yeah, maybe Tread was focused too much on killing Kai there. He forgot about Vestola, actually. He can dish out a fair amount of damage himself. Doing him trading, though, which is slightly annoying for both sides. We'll see if Vestola can try and make it a little bit more painful. Oh, Kevster ends up instantly falling to Exodio. It looks like he was right next to him, like he blinked and he already got headshot, so it was a little bit too late for him to kind of escape, and there you go, there's the kills. You want to see if you're a Peps fan. It was a very even split, actually, on the chat votes, Rose. It was 50-50 in the end, so yeah, people expecting this one to go the distance as Peps get that bot moving.
Orisa versus Orisa. This is where we can see Team Peps really start to bring it around. And you saw kind of the example we were laying out firsthand. Going after Kai. Yes, maybe Tread ended up trading himself for that, but Exodial now had so much free space to work with, especially if we were going to try to see the follow-up coming through from Kevster. So once again, we do get a chance to see Team Peps take this high ground control, which is going to force Ents to have to go underneath this bridge. But great disengage here from Peps so far.
Really early high noon available from Exodial too. Here comes the rush, instantly speared though by Vestola. Sound barrier comes through from FD God. Did that only hit 2 people? FD God hitting Nargane himself, obviously, but Exodial and Tread end up falling. Essentially LOS slightly there. I'm curious, unless their health bars just instantly disappeared, that overhealth instantly disappeared. That was FD God laying down that beat, not collecting everybody, and then just kind of walk over them.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not the overhealth did hit, Ents just still had the damage. The Kitsune Rush was so powerful in that regard, and now Ents left with the sound barrier advantage. Team Peps, they got like a meaningful amount of progress. That's not nothing, but it's Ents now in the driver's seat with this high ground control, with this Terror Surge as well. Team Peps are going to have a hard time being able to engage on this, knowing that that ult is up for Vestola.
Look at the amount of chunk damage Kai's doing too. Perma headshots on the front line of Team Peps as they try and make their rotation to high ground. It might be where they want to go as well with this rush, or they could just try and take the bot under and then rush behind Vestola. Looks like Vestola's going to drop, so a bit of an easier rush position now for Team Peps. High noon on the high ground for Kai. Dissuade Peps from making any aggressive plays. FD God peek in there. And here comes the Terror Surge, straight on the low ground. Good boop from Master coming in clutch. Sound barrier used by Team Ents as well, as they end up just losing Vestola initially with a pulse bomb from Naga connecting. As the fight breaks down, is FD God and Exodial being able to take down Master and Kevster. Nice little pulse bomb from Naga too, just waiting for that sound barrier to wear off, plus hearing the Suzu going off really early as well. Even if Crimzo laid down the rush, it's still a few seconds before that Suzu comes back online, so patience is Naga's best virtue there as Team Peps take the lead.
Naga's been so good at that too. Like, I think that's one of the reasons why Naga is stuck out as just such an improvement in the Tracer, is that he knows, like, he has to wait for those cooldowns to be offline. He's not going in too greedy or too aggressive, and he's also feeling confident that Exodial is going to be able to get that damage down beforehand. But it's not going to be too much longer before Ents come back, and here they can use the rush.
Oh, good stick.
Wow,
oh, double from Exodial, though, before the post-bomb could go off. And Peps still want to fight this one. They lay down the sound barrier, hits the 3 remaining members of Team Peps as Kevster has to try and get out of there. Hits the recall as Naga was just chasing after him, hot on his tail. 33 HP, and Naga finishes him off. What a play from Exodial. Still manages to pick up 2, regardless of being stuck with the high noon. A scrappy fight with Peps coming out on top.
Wow, that's enormous. And we saw Exodial have trouble being able to get those Deadeyes up when you have a Winston jumping on you, a bubble, a disruptor shot when you are super stable. But Team Peps just bringing the chaos and really giving space for Exodial to be able to make that work. Again, cooldown management and identification that Deadeye really could help you, not only to zone, but maybe even get a pick here. Team Peps, they've got the high ground control now as Ents come back, but it's going to be Kai's turn soon with that Deadeye.
So he wants to use it. Vesto's already taking a lot of damage, and looks like that was a go symbol for Team Peps. Nice little spear, does hit the wall, but it's all good. Vestola got followed up on. I like that rush play too. Playing big ultimates right now, forcing a position of Vestola where they have to run away through this small little choke point. They're so close to this checkpoint, and being able to cap that early on is all for better. High noon from Kai does land 1 kill onto FD God. Can Ents even contest though? It's actually Kevster that's stopping this bot moving further as Kai finds another kill. Like, he just killed the backline on his own, Rose. Okay, Master comes in. Okay, fight's over. Ents end up taking this one. My word, it was an easy kill on Vestola initially from Team Peps after using that rush, but Ents staying in the fight and Kai coming up with a double is unreal.
That was a huge hero play from them, especially when Exodial was also starting to even up the score a little bit. But Kai, you can always count on him to be able to hit those headshots. He's always been so clean with that aim, and just giving Ents another chance here. You gotta back up a little bit though, because you're walking into some pretty big ults here from Team Peps. They have this Terror Surge, and FD God's also not too far away from being able to have that sound barrier either to match that of Masa's. But how do they want to actually approach this? Ents can't just step up to Exodial knowing he's got the Deadeye again.
Masa's so low. Oh, he's still going in. Oh, Masa just went right in the line of sight of Exodial. Sound barrier comes in, saves Exodial's life as he was hitting that high noon. Here comes the Terror Surge, however, from Vestola. Crimzo taking out Exodial from afar. A Terror Surge hitting Vestola. Only a little bit of damage though as Tread scurries away, tries to get undercover. Tail between his legs. A pulse bomb does end up connecting there from Naga, but it doesn't find any value. Crimson still falls, but it's just an overwhelming presence. Master's back. Hero play from Master there coming in, healing Vestola up. And here comes the checkpoint and the lead for Ents as well.
Oh, it's been so back and forth though too. Like Team Peps have been able to play from that forward position, but now they can't. No way. It's just too tough. And even if they did, they would just be staggering themselves, you know, because they're not able to get there as a full team of 5. They also have ults to play around, so you know that they want to play around this Kitsune Rush, especially on that corner where they're gonna have a bit stronger of that position. But Ents with the Deadeye want to set Kai up on this bridge, and Team Peps, like, they're split right now. Look at that. Like, Tread's underneath, and the rest of the backline for Peps is so far behind.
Oh, FD God crew jumps straight back down. Oh, I saw the skull on somebody. Didn't end up connecting though. Sound barrier comes in. That pulse bomb from Kevster is huge. Connects to FD God, does a lot of damage to the front line as well. Exodial in a little bit of trouble with this rush from Team Peps. Might settle it up. Might settle the score as Exodial just kind of walks on forward, kills the back line. You fire so quickly as Cassidy, and you're pretty well suited as well for that kind of front range duel. Of course, the additional HP on the Cass versus someone like the Tracer and even the supports. Pretty easy stuff there from Team Peps using that rush. But remember, Ents still have the checkpoint and the lead. And his forward spawns from Ents. A couple of them are already making it back, and you can see their high ground being taken by them.
I mean, that's kind of what the Dusk was talking about, though, with Exodial just being able to step up to the plate with no fear, taking that duel versus Kai. But now that Crimso's back, Team Peps got to back up from this. They don't want to go in without Naga.
Wow, that was a really nice shot there from Crimso. And Naga was the one that was controlling the pot as well, trying to get that checkpoint in. Yeah, Team Peps with a full disengage.
A minute and 30 left though, Jaws. There's not much time on the board here for Team Peps to try to make that comeback. And ENCE, they're building up to so many critical ultimates here. The Kitsune Rush again from Crimzo. Especially after those big kunai.
What?
How? Where
I think he was coming back from spawn, like the mega room, and Vestola just found him with a headshot and a couple of extra bullets from somebody. Not sure. Here comes the rush from Crimzo. It's a 4v5, make that a 3-on-5 as Crook ends up falling. I mean, Tread, definitely not long for this world. Oh, give him the bag, son. Show how it is. Nice kill onto Exodia as well. 50 seconds to go now for Team Peps to come back into this one. Their chances of the finals, Rose, disappearing right before their eyes.
They needed that second place as well to make it to Dallas, and they're still going to give it their all, but it feels like it is slipping away from them. And they're going to have this pulse bomb from Kevster on top of the ultimates that they've held on to for these final 2
Terra
seconds.
Surge Exodia needs desperate help. Just gets run at by Vestola. Naga and Tread are going to do the same thing, though. That is the saddest Terra Surge I've ever seen from Vestola. But it's all good. 92 meters to 51 and overtime approaching for Team Peps.
It's just still not looking the easiest. Level 1 Crook is going to have to play on the spot. Naga is also going to be on that bot duty. They're going to wait to see if they can group up as a full team of 5. And at the very least, they've got this Kitsune Rush to keep pushing that pressure forward. But with Masa having the sound barrier, this area is a way where ENCE just close it out here.
Rush from Crook. They have to focus down Masa or focus down Kai. Just somebody. Get one initial kill and then rip it. Kai's going to use that high noon on the high ground though. Is now going to contest the bot, but Kevs has already found the kill. Now someone else from Team Pep has to go for the contest, otherwise it's just going to be all over. They do manage to get it. Tread's on the point, but is it enough? Tread's already down and Crook and FD got isolated in the back line. Team ENCE with a 3-0 against Team Peps. Now they get their chance to find some revenge in the finals. Bit of an easier match than I thought a lot of people were hoping for from Team Peps, but it is ENCE with the victory here.
Even though it was a 3-0, Team Peps, they did put up a great fight. That first map was very close with 100-99 on both of those rounds. And even the defense on Hollywood looked really strong from Team Peps. Maybe just a couple of missteps that you know a team like ENCE is going to capitalize on. But congratulations to ENCE. And commiserations to Peps. They made a lot of great adjustments over the season to even get as far as they did.
Yeah, I mean, the desk, a couple of them predicted a 3-0. Jake said it would just kind of be a stomping, and it was a little bit closer, especially on that first map, like you were saying, Rose. But a 3-0 for ENCE, a dominant showing that tier break well and truly above Team Peps right now, with ENCE and Space Station sitting above that line. We're going to jump over to the desk. They're going to break down the series and set us up for the finals.
We will indeed. Thank you so much, Jaws and Necra. And yeah, as Necra and Jaws both said, it was a little closer than some people would have expected. Did it result in them getting a map? No, it did not. And that is for a lot of reasons that you are going to break down for us. Of course, ENCE, we knew they're the favorite heading into this. It's a star-studded roster. It was an uphill battle all along for Team Peps. Let's talk about how they got it done as we just take a look at some more highlights from this series.
Yeah, for me, Zoe, this match, really, I was impressed by Exodia a lot. I think he went toe-to-toe with Kai. Wasn't really a hit scan gap for me, but I feel the rest of the team play and the aggression from ENCE, just a little bit more consistent, especially things like ultimate economy. You know, I think in the scrappier fights, Peps was dueling well and coming out on top, but in some of these situations like here, right, you know, Peps go up 99-0 on Oasis. With good ultimate economy, you should be heavily favored to close it out. A little Ajax there. Really? But it's like those little mistakes, like a couple deaths here and there. The ults aren't clean enough, not knowing their win conditions. I mean, we're getting to a pretty detailed level of Overwatch where only the very best teams in the world are gonna have those things perfectly on point. But we see the difference when they are mastered versus a team like Peps. You know, even though they're playing well and finding picks and winning scrappy fights, they aren't winning the long game and they're just slowly falling behind. ENCE know win conditions so incredibly well. And then here, Esperanca, incredibly close, but I feel Kevster, on an individual level, made a huge impact on Esperanca. He's too hard to kill. Yeah. I mean, we talk about how good he is at finding his own kills and putting out big damage, but he is so hard to kill on this Tracer. He's never a liability for his team, and it is easy to go down on Tracer in this comp. Lots of heroes can burst you, but Kevster, he's too tricky.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I think it's the veterancy that really came into play for ENCE. I mean, you see, like you were saying, the alt economy, but also as well as just like them just being so patient, you know, when they're taking fights. And as you were seeing, you know, Kevster, of course, we were seeing this guy is just So he said he's a good bot. He's a bot as in like he's just a killing machine.
I have not said that on camera, so thanks a lot for that. No, but like he's just so he's so intelligent.
So like talented.
Like, it looks like some AI overlord coming at you there, because the decision making is just always so on point for Kevster. So rightfully getting awarded the player of the match here, Johnny.
Hey, are the superstar polls closed? Can the viewers still submit the actual true pick here?
Well, let's see how the next match goes.
Did you guys vote for Funny Astro? Oh, that's cool. I like you guys supporting.
Let's see how the next match goes, Johnny.
Yeah, good for him, really. True.
We will be revealing the results of that, but first, I really want to, like put a bow on this conversation here. I think Kevster showing us how important it is to have a tracer who can, just take the reins and run away with it. But what makes a good tracer a tracer? It's not just getting a hit here and there or do some flanking. Like, there's a lot coming into play here. Johnny, you want to break it down?
I actually prepared some analysis, and so while Jake went on his rant, I was like crossing my fingers, like, please, Jake, don't spoil what I'm about to. All right. But really, I've been studying Kevster a lot in scrims. I've been watching their scrims, and there are two things that really stand out to me with Kevster's gameplay. So, like, what makes Kevster so great? Okay, I'm not gonna cover Kevster's mechanics, because we know those are elite, okay? That's a given, like, okay, some of the best mechanics in the world. There are two things that stand out. Minimizing damage taken and diving with recall with a purpose, securing kills. So we're gonna take a look at a clip here to really finding the Ajax here. So ENCE, they got 90% of the timer. They got a Kitsune Rush. This is their win condition. They want to win with the Kitsune Rush. So as we're kind of like rolling this one through, we can go ahead and play it and see a little bit. We can see how Peps are setting up for this fight. And we're actually going to see Pep's or Naga's perspective on this, the enemy tracer. So we can go ahead and slow it up a little bit. We can go ahead and pause as we see Kevster right here. We can go ahead and slow it up a little bit here. So we can see that Naga, he actually sees Kevster right here. You can go ahead and play it out just so you can see he's actually in the visual field right here. And you can go, oh, wait a minute. This is now a tracer duel between Naga and Kevster, but not really, because Kevster knows that, again, the win condition is the Kitsune Rush. So Kevster is actually not going to even bother with this tracer duel. We can go ahead and play it out. And you can see Kevster blinks away, not once, but he blinks away twice, because he doesn't want to risk their win condition by using recall early. He doesn't want to take damage early. He wants to save his resources for the actual dive. So as we go ahead and play this one out, we can see ENCE preparing for a dive. We're going to go back to Kevster, and they're looking for this dive. Pokes on Tread a little bit. I think he wants to not use the recall here, but the Kitsune Rush comes out. That's when he strikes. That's when he finds Safety Guard. So he doesn't even bother with the tracer duel, even though theoretically he's a better tracer. Because again, the win condition is the Kitsune Rush. Now, next clip here on Hollywood. I want you to pay attention. He's just sitting back here. We can go ahead and play this out on Hollywood, point A, defense right here. He's not flanking anywhere. He's not hunting anywhere. He's sitting tight. He uses the Winston bubble for protection, doesn't take unnecessary damage. And I want to go ahead and pause, slow things around on here. He's actually using this wall for protection. He doesn't want to risk taking damage from the backline or the Cassidy of Team Peps. So this is just a wall that he's utilizing for protection, really, similar to a Winston bubble. So we can go ahead and play this one out. You can see he's poking from this room, pokes his head out. Nope, immediately blinks back. Doesn't want to take a Cassidy headshot, doesn't want to get recall forced. Now he dives with the Winston bubble. Chase uses his ginormous Winston body for protection. He soaks up all the damage. So Kevster doesn't take unnecessary damage and isn't forced away from the fight. Kevster is always ready to dive because he saves his health, he saves his recall appropriately. Next fight here, again, we can go ahead and play this one out. He plays inside the stairs, doesn't take unnecessary damage early. Now, oh wait, here's a kill opportunity. Double blink, and this is what he has his recall saved for. Nice melee just before FD God is able to save Exodial right here. And again, he's so purposeful, utilizing his recall to only really use it when he finds kill opportunities. He plays with his tank. Again, he's playing pretty safe here. Like, he's not pushing the Kitsune too early. He's playing really safe, not to take unnecessary damage, and he only strikes when he finds a kill opportunity with the recall. That is what makes Kevster such a good tracer player for me. He's so safe, he doesn't risk too much early, and he doesn't put himself in a position where he's not ready for the dive when it comes.
And there's very few who can match this level of excellency, Jake.
Yeah, I think it's well said, Jenny. I think a lot of people think about Tracer as this incredibly survivable hero. It's so hard to catch you with all of your movement abilities. But if you play too loose with those movement abilities, if you just run out and you're spamming your blanks, or you're recalling all over the place, you're not actually ready to fight when your teammates are. You're out of sync, and you're not going to be that effective. So I think how you covered him using the geometry. A lot of people on Tracer, they like to be out in the open and just blinking all the time. You're on a timer if you're doing that. But Kevster with the patience, I think that really plays into ENCE's strength as a team, that they're so patient in all these fights. They can wait for their ults, they wait for the right opportunity. They're never going too early, it looks like.
Yeah, and I guess you are the smarter Tracer player, so Jake, so I'll admit that right away. But I find that one thing with Kevster too, and the best Tracer players, they don't dive in when the enemy backline is full health. Yeah. They don't dive in alone. They don't try to force a kill to happen. But instead, Kevster, you see, oh, is there an opportunity here? Is this backline, is this Kiriko half health? Have they used their Susu? This Cassidy, is he distracted by something else? That's when I want to strike. I don't want to blink in and try to kill a 225 HP target by myself. That is so hard to do. Instead, he utilizes his tank to make space and distract the enemy team. And he only really blinks in and secures those kills once they're already low or they don't have any resources left. Disagree, Jake?
No, I agree. I think that's exactly right.
Thank God. Thank God. I'm so relieved, honestly.
One of the things you can always do on Tracer is if you get that isolated 1v1 on the low target who's lacking cooldowns, you can finish them off, kill them, just as you said. But if there's multiple players marking you, just by showing a little presence and never committing, that thing where Kevster peeks his head and then blinks out, those little plays actually have a huge impact, because now on Cassidy, you have to watch that corner now, right? The Tracer wants to go on you. She just scouted your position. You feel the dive is coming, and you have to be ready for it. But Kevster's just hiding. You're just staring at a wall, waiting for a peek that may or may not come.
He's invisible.
So he's pulling a lot of vision aggro to himself, a lot of attention from the other team.
Yeah. So a lot of things that come together there in order to make a Tracer a good Tracer. Kevster definitely one of them, but not the only one we will be seeing on the server today for sure. We are now getting ready for our grand final of the EMEA region here in Stage 2. But before that, a quick reminder to everyone that now with Team Peps being eliminated, that opened the door for Twisted Minds to Dallas. They are now officially qualified. It was out of their hands. They were, of course, rooting for the opposition here. Now, the big question is, of course, what our Twisted Minds are going to do, because with the situation regarding their roster, they are being put in a very interesting spot. They have a little bit of time until we're heading out to Dallas, so maybe they can figure something out. We'll find out soon enough. For now, though, we, of course, want to focus on what is happening right here, right now.
They'll be fine, so we just off-roll against Falcons and Crazy Raccoons. Just off-roll, it'll be good.
Yeah, just off-roll. That sounds like awful advice. would not pay you $100 for that one, Jake. Grand finals, though. SSG and ENCE going up against each other. There is a rematch, of course, from our winners' finals in the upper bracket. SSG took down ENCE 3-1 in their first bout.
Yeah, I mean, SSG look like the best team in the region right now. Their read on the meta with the Ram and the BAP, the Cassidy, they're so effective. They're less reliant on ults than the traditional Kiriko we've seen so much in this meta. And with Sparker being so phenomenal on the Cassidy, he's constantly finding openings. And in the non-ult fights, they are really, really scary to face. And they're so good at kiting with Funny Astro, never missing an amp. Just really well played by SSG. I think they're going to be a tough opponent.
I think one of the most exciting things about that series is just that we know that there is a lot of depth in the hero pools for both of those rosters. So you never know what they're going to pull out of their sleeves. However, I know for sure that we didn't have to dig deep into our sleeves to make a good case for our nominees for the Superstar Player of Stage 2 in the EMEA region. We put 4 players up for nomination. And then we let the chat vote. Was that a mistake? Probably not. Maybe a little bit.
Do we trust chat?
It depends.
Depends on who's winning.
Right, enough build-up. Who won?
Well, let's reveal the winner. Let's see what chat thinks. Who made the best case, and why was it me?
It was you?
Was it?
Oh my Lord! Wow! Wow. Congrats to
never worried.
That's amazing.
I mean, he has been putting up a massive carry performance for the squad. Going toe-to-toe with every hit scan he's been matched against, even though they haven't been able to take the wins. I mean, look at that last series, right? I think he looked maybe even stronger than Kai in that series, honestly. Like, the team play was overwhelming for Peps, but hit scan-wise, Exodio looks like a player to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, I mean, we can change the labeling maybe into the biggest rising star here since...
No, why are we changing it? He won Superstar.
Superstar.
Okay, he's a superstar. Never mind.
genuinely owning, like even in really hard matches.
Genuinely owning.
Well, I mean, it'd be easy to say he's a great player and then he's getting stomped in a hard match, and it's like, well, okay, it's just a hard match. But he's not getting stomped in these matches. He's still finding picks, even against Ents.
He's playing.
He's doing what he needs to do on hit scan.
You said it when you summed up the match. That was not the issue. It wasn't Exodial on his Cassidy or his Sojourn that we've seen him play.
Like the gameplay speaks for itself. Honestly, he looks really good on the hit scan. This isn't about good for the mid tier. No, he looks really solid. Like I think this is like a potential top level hit scan player for the future for you.
I mean, these are the names he's compared to now. It's Kai, Sparker, and Quartz. Like in the region, and Exodial is up there as a 17-year-old. That's an amazing achievement. This is just a makeup award, but. Still amazing that even the YouTube chat, the Twitch chat, or what have you, they decided as well that Exodial had.
Definitely, I think it's definitely deserved, and also like you guys were saying, he's 17.
I know.
And he's one of the.
What have you done when you were 17?
When I was 17, I was picking my nose.
Look, guys.
All day. That's all. That's what I was doing.
Wow.
Toe
to toe.
But I mean, Exodial just going toe to toe with like. Kai
this is a losing map. Like you shouldn't go even. You should be like if skill is equal, Exodial should have worse stats. So the fact that he's actually having better stats, he's outplaying this game significantly. To be out losing the game, and so on average losing more team fights than you're winning, and you're still equaling the other cats, I mean, that means you're playing better.
And that's the exciting thing, Danny, about this competition, right? OWCS giving you this open format where you can go up against people who have been in this competition for a long time, and you now can measure up to them.
Yeah, I mean, like the 17-year-old measuring up to like people like Kai, and of course Pep's going down. I mean, for this stage, but I mean, he's definitely coming back, and I'm definitely excited to see more of him.
Yeah, and with the third place finish for Team Peps there as well, of course, they did award themselves or garner themselves, or like whatever the right word is to use there, a lot of circuit points. That can come in handy, of course, heading into future stages of OWCS. Now, of course, our teams are getting ready for the grand finals. We want to give them a little moment, to get ready, get set up, all that good stuff. And in the meanwhile, we will be waffling and entertaining you with said waffling. We want to test some knowledge here.
Oh God!
No.
I was ready for a break, Zoe.
No break for us. Now we'll be testing some knowledge. We'll play a fun game, and you at home can play along with us. We asked our observers to find places on different maps that we may or probably not recognize, and we have to name it on a map. So it's a little GeoGuessr, but Overwatch. Got it? We're trying
to. I'm locked in.
All right, let's go.
They're going to pick some part of the map I've literally never been to.
They're gonna own us.
We'll see.
They will increase in difficulties.
Okay.
So we'll start with some easier stuff, and then it just get progressively harder. So we have to guess where on the map we're finding ourselves. Are you guys ready?
Circuit Royale?
This is
Wait, what?
Queens, right?
Oh yeah, no, it is.
Is this
New Queens?
New Queens, yeah, Spawn.
Yeah, because they have a rail, right? That's the Spawn is the rail, no?
I
guess that the fact that production hasn't done anything means that was really wrong. So
it could be like
keep
Oasis.
Guessing, guys.
I think it might be like Oasis. I can't remember.
Oasis has no public transportation on the map.
I don't know.
Let's go with.
I like NQS. Yeah. We gotta lock in to see what's
locking in.
What is it?
We gotta lock it in. All right. I'm locked.
I'm locked in.
Really locked in.
I'm locked in.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Guys,
come on!
I play on low graphics.
Come on!
I play on low graphics. These are just white signs.
Kidding me?
I've never seen that.
What?
If you play on low graphics, you don't see this. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to help guys.
That wasn't me, guys.
If there's things that you don't see on low graphics, I won't be helpful.
You sold me on it. Okay, next one.
I'm kind of worried.
This is the easiest. It can't get worse. That was the easiest.
All right.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Oh, this is Eichenwalde. This is Eichenwalde.
This is the cabin in Eichenwalde.
That's the cabin in Eichenwalde. Point A defense.
Yeah. First point.
Surely.
First point.
Lock it in.
Back of the point.
It's the Jagdhütte.
Oh my.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time there as Winston.
Yeah.
It's the Jagdkeller. No, that was the Uhrenkeller.
You don't get points for German, Zoe.
I get points for naming the label on the house.
That is true. It's like that's the sign outside the house.
Yeah.
I can't read it anyway.
We got it. Okay.
We got
one. Like I'm not feeling too bad about this.
Danny's house.
That looks.
My house isn't that clean.
This looks sad. What is the saddest map we have?
Why do I want to say Havana? Is it the Havana, the tunnel under the map on Havana?
It must be somewhere on like. Junk City.
I feel like it's the tunnel under the second point of honor, or like the bottom right second point of honor.
I give this a new
No, they don't have walls. They don't have like wooden walls there. Look at the window. They don't have that.
It's Junk City or Junkertown.
Look at the window, Zoe.
I don't think
it's a soft place. I'm locking Junk City. I'm locking Junkertown. Are you with me, Danny?
I'm down with you.
Danny's with me.
I said Junkertown first.
Danny said it first, and then we'll leave it, Danny. We don't care.
Look at you.
Wrong map, sorry guys.
Oh, is that wrong?
Good, right country, but wrong map.
Well, we said Junkertown. We locked in Junkertown.
Well, you said no Junk City, no, didn't you?
No, I said it's either or, and then he said Junkertown, and
so
then we locked Junkertown.
Danny gets credit.
We're on
Danny
the
gets
same
credit.
team, actually, so I don't know why I'm doing this.
Yeah, like, what are you doing?
Actually, don't get points, so that doesn't count. What is this?
Oh, wait, water? Where's the water?
Oh, Nani?
The penguin.
This is not
The Penguin City.
This is like World of Warcraft, bro. This is
Antarctic Peninsula.
And no?
Ashara! Serpent's Run Cavern.
Right, guys, what is it?
Antarctic Peninsula. No, wait. Samoa. That must be on Samoa.
Oh.
Tropical Islands somewhere. There must be a cave like somewhere.
Yes.
Samoa. Lock it. Ship it.
Wow.
Yes.
God. Also, you don't see that on low graphics.
I've never been there. I've honestly never been there.
It's under the floor. It's under the floor on that part of the map, which I never knew was there. It's kind of cool though, because
is that it?
Nice, yeah.
There's an aquarium under the floor.
One more.
Oh, that's
wait.
No, this is a bait. It's a bait. It's a picture of Ilios on another map. It's a picture of Ilios on another map.
Which map?
No. I guarantee on low graphics, this is like a flat blue texture.
Okay, which map would picture this map and why?
Picture of Ilios.
What lore?
Picture of
what we got lore-wise?
Okay, well.
Maybe it's like the spawn room of Gibraltar, where like the Overwatch headquarters is.
Oh my God!
No, is it a photo on the wall of the spawn room of Gibraltar? If I get this, I might be the best player of all time. No, it's this map. Okay.
Well, turns out you're not.
I like the idea.
I mean, that was chaotic, man. Like that's a definite. Doesn't exist on
You
low
were
graphics.
cooking, and I can respect that. We were experimenting with this one. Well, I think we didn't do that bad.
We weren't that bad. Did we win? Right. Did we get 3 or wait? How many?
Chaz, how did you do?
How did you do that?
Yeah, don't.
Before we figure out how we did.
We got them all, I think.
Yeah, ish.
Who's to say?
I don't think.
Actually, we could just rewatch the tape.
It's not on video. There's no record of it, so it's fine. I think we got them all.
Well, I think we at least bought our teams enough time to get ready, strategize, and plan for this upcoming grand final. We're ready for it. We hope they're ready for it. It's going to be a rematch, and I am extremely excited to break it all down for everyone. So let's hear it. Let's once more go over those rosters and all the good stuff. First things first, we're going to get really hyped up. Let's take a quick look at some fun tape, and then we're coming back right after that to break it down for you.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Champions Series. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
And SSG, both teams have secured their spot in Dallas already, but now they need to fight it out for many dollars and seeding, of course, for the first ever OWCS major, starting with the undefeated, orbiting high above everyone else, SSG. So far, they looked untouchable to all the teams participating in the groups, in the Swiss, and now here in the main event also.
Yeah, with Psycho coming in the starting lineup, he's been a huge addition to the team. Not playing all the time, but when the team needs Tracer or other flankers, he is a monster on those heroes. Sparker really has been a highlight for the squad on the Cassidy in specific, partnered with Landon and Funny Astro. This is a really scary backline that shoots back in a very, very big way. And then Hadi's been showing a ton of flexibility, being a very stable tank to build all these dangerous pieces around. Even got to see a little bit of his classic Reinhardt, but he's not really reliant on that hero. If you haven't been watching Overwatch in a while, Hadi can really rock it all. Definitely, though, the team is looking at their best playing these rush styles.
And this is also, a team that really has so many strategies prepared now because, of course, you got Sparker being able to play this Ashe. Come out with the Bastion if you want to. Hardy playing this Reinhardt. Is that going to be enough to kind of beat the Sigma? I mean, this is an ENCE team now that has two different tanks. Not only do you have the Stola, who you relied upon in stage 1, can come in, can play that Orisa. Also is a specialist when it comes to that Sigma. That was huge for him in the World Cup, for example. But also Chase as this wildcard now, being able to come in and play the Winston compositions. So this is an ENCE Esports team that can really rely on the dive if you want to. If Space Station, they come out with some kind of slower composition, like a Sigma, for example, or what have you, you know, you always have that option to change things up. And also, it was a really valuable experience for ENCE Esports in stage 1 final, right? Because Twisted Minds, they decided to change things up in the grand final. It didn't work for us in the winners final. Now ENCE Esports has an opportunity here coming from the lower bracket to say, well, we tried something in the winners bracket final. It didn't really work against Space Station, but now because we have two really flexible tanks, we have a lot of stuff up our arsenal. Now we can decide: do we want to play the same maps? Do we want to go back to Samoa, for example? Do we want to go to Esperanca? Are there other maps in the pool we can cater to? These two teams, they know each other really well. They scrim each other almost every day, of course, leading up to the event. So these are two teams that are really familiar with each other. They're really flexible, and that really leaves so much up for question here in the very finals.
I feel the last time we saw these teams play in the lower final, ENCE was running a lot of Sigma, trying to sort of match not running many flankers, right? Going to the Bastion and maybe double hit scan to try to deal with Backbone Symmetra. I think this time around, I'd love to see more Kevster on flankers. I think that's the opportunity you get opened up for you playing against something like a Sim or a Mei. In the tank battle, it's going to be really hard to match the value that especially a player like Backbone brings to a squad that's so experienced playing together. But I think there's a potential there opening for an unmatched Tracer, let's say, to get a lot done on the flank. Still, though, it's going to be a tall order. Sparker, Funny Astro, Landon, that's a tough backline to be taking down as a Tracer.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. I mean, it's obviously like a rematch, right? The first time SSG won it, and it did look convincing. So what can you do? What can you take away from that first match, really, if you're the opposition?
I mean, I think this is a big question for them. Do they still have faith in the Sigma, the Bastion? That's what they were focusing on last time, building around a Bastion style to maybe deal with the Sim. I'm a little worried for them if they keep going that direction. I just feel the Symmetra from Backbone is such an X factor. Like, no matter, even if you've got like the theoretically better poke comp with the Bastion, that the Sim ult really just changes the game in this very unpredictable or challenging way. Teleporter as well opens things up. So to be honest, I think it's gonna be hard to take SSG in their wheelhouse with these, you know, sort of predictable poking tank trade heroes. I think it will be a flanker difference that's the best chance for ENCE. But that's, I mean, it's a tough question. I can really see them going with the Sig. I can see it working too. So I think it's gonna be up to their judgment.
It is indeed, and we now have the opportunity to quickly pick their brains and see how that judgment might look like, sound like, whatever you want to call it. Christopher and Gumba are calling in here for a quick chat before their teams are going at it. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for taking the time, but let's hear it. This is a rematch. Space Station Gaming, of course, had the luxury of just waiting it out in the grand finals and watching ENCE play in the lower bracket today. Christopher, what were your takeaways from that match that ENCE just played? Do you think they look hungry to take you down, question mark?
I mean, it went exactly how I thought it would, you know, like the games would be close up until it was winnable for Peps, then one of their supports would actively grief the game and take the 3-0.
My turn. I think this question, I want to ask both of you guys because this is a rematch from yesterday, but how confident are you guys that like your team could beat the other team today? Like, I mean, of course, Christopher, you guys already beat ENCE, but like how confident are you that you guys could beat ENCE one more time? And for Gumba, you guys did lose yesterday, but today, I mean, you guys are looking good right now. How confident are you that you guys could beat Space Station for this match?
Yeah, pretty confident. I think, you know, last time we had the upper bracket advantage. We're in SSG's position. We lost easily, I think 4-1. So if we take that as a pattern of a sample size of 1, you know, that means we should win this time. Look, I think the pressure's on them, you know. I think at the end of the day, for like most of their players, other than Funny Astro, I think this is potentially the first big tournament they're ever going to have won, you know? It's such a big moment in their career after like 6 years of committed trying, you know? They've been trying for such a long time. The pressure's not really on us, you know? We're going to Dallas anyway. Our players have won so many tournaments. I think we have the experience where it counts, and it's going to be on them to prove that they can show up when it matters. They are, you know, we are the underdog at the end of the day. But as we saw yesterday, you know, they can bleed, even in this meta. That's really, really good for them. So I think if SSG choke this one, we have to start asking questions about their players.
Christopher, what do you think?
I mean, I think he's got a point. I think the problem, the narrative that he's pushing, it makes no sense to really talk about pressure when he's starting with Crimzo in the lineup, you know? Like, no matter what happens, like, that guy is, like, guaranteed good for map 5 to actively, I mean, do what he did yesterday, you know? First death, chin 7 times in a row. Interesting hearing him talk about how many championships his teams have won, considering, I don't know, apart from Kevster, did anyone actually win any? But no, I mean, I'm also good at pattern recognition. We beat them in Swiss, we beat them yesterday, we've beat them all weekend scrims, so I think we're good to go.
That's a bigger sample size too, so if we're running the numbers here, Christopher, you may have the upper hand.
I agree.
What happened in the last stage? How'd you guys go on that one? I think you lost to EXO, right?
Yeah.
Lost to an amateur team?
Beginnings. Yeah, but
so,
we took care of them.
I shouldn't be promoting EXO, I think we both hate EXO, but...
That's true.
So I'm really curious for you guys, now that you're both locked in for the Dallas Major, going to go up against international competition. I think this is the big question on a lot of fans' minds. How do you see the region stacking up right now? Let's just take it at face value at this meta without, worrying about complications of Venture and future patches. This meta, if we were to play a global LAN today, where do you think the regions stack up? What are the teams you're looking at from around the world and seeing as the most serious competition? We can start with Gumba on this and go to Chris.
Yeah, sure. As I've always said, as I've started saying in the past week, basically, white people suck at this game. I think Koreans have got this in the bag. No doubt about it, They've won everything for the past 6 years. I think we've slowly started to delude ourselves that we can win. But I think if you look back on history, to talk about history once again, every time we get this matchup with Koreans internationally, we get smoked. I won the league, but my team was almost entirely Korean as well. So, I definitely have seen that firsthand. I think we have no chance. I think NA, though, pretty hopeless, to be honest. I really think Europe should beat NA. I think that's something I'll commit to verbally, I think. Nothing going on there mentally with those teams, I think. And we've seen Toronto crumble recently as well. Toronto have the Koreans and they're still crumbling, I don't know what it is over there, but Gator's the best coach, apparently, He's back, so good for him. But yeah, not believing in NA at all.
Chris, you feel the same?
Yeah, it's a good thing Gumba's retiring because I think you're never getting him back on this broadcast. Yeah, I don't know. I think I've made a kind of career out of beating Korean teams with this type of roster. So, I mean, you would have said, London has no chance against Atlanta, which is basically the majority of the Falcons and stuff, and we 3-0'd them. So I've always believed there's a way, I think especially for our team, I think we, like you guys are talking about now, we have pretty unique comps and systems which nobody on planet Earth can play better than us. So whilst I wouldn't necessarily go as far to say as Europe is the favourites for the tournament, I think it's maybe not as hopeless as my friend over here indicates.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Brawl meta comes around and, everything is possible. So I wanted to ask you, Gumba, yesterday after your loss to Space Station Gaming, we actually had an interview with Funny Astro. And, you have announced, Gumba, that you're retiring after this event, but you want to help and Esports qualify, of course. And you'd made that happen as Esports did qualify. But in the interview, Funny Astro came out and said, but, it would feel a little extra good if we made sure that Gumba lost in his final tournament. Did you kind of read into that? Does that give you extra motivation for today's match?
No, I think it's the opposite. I think since I'm retiring, I feel like the pressure's actually much less. I don't get as upset about things like, the occasional loss. But I do feel really good about the team, in all honesty, SSG has a great roster. They're a great team. I think they're peaking at the right time. But I think the way the draft has gone, and you guys will see which maps were drafted, but I think we're going to see a lot more Tracer from SSG, and that feels really good, because the sim was a big problem for us, especially with Crimzo dying, as Chris alluded to. That was mostly because of Backbone, who he's elected not to play. So I don't know. Yeah, feeling really good about this match. I don't think the pressure's there at all for me.
All right.
Right on. Well, we can't wait to get into it. Thank you both so much for taking the time, and best of luck in the grand finals.
Yeah, thanks, you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Gumba and Christopher, the coaches of ENS and SSG, bringing the bands here, of course, some spicy words coming out of both camps, but rest assured they are friends. A lot of that may or may not be as serious as it sounds like. You're like, I'm not actually.
No, I mean, there's love there. They're not, you know, I've seen those guys be a lot more toxic. They got love for each other, you know, and respect for both teams. Like, they both have competed against each other many times. And same for the players, right?
Yeah.
All these players on these teams, they know each other well. They play against each other in ranked all the time and scrims all the time. So I think this is an exciting match to watch. It's really about putting your stamp on who's the best in EU right now.
Right.
And I think we've got two great contenders to head over to the international land.
Yeah, I think Christopher made a really great point there about the depth of the roster, which we also touched on here on this very desk. They have an opportunity to play a lot of different styles, and this particular roster with these particular players have shown us that you don't have to buy into a meta. You can kind of just make your own. That's probably a Hardy quote from somewhere sometime. So yeah, I'm very excited to see what they're going to bring to the table. Both of these teams are trying to vie for that #1 spot in the EMEA region for Stage 2. So let's get this show on its merry way. We're ready for all the action, and for all of it, we're bringing in Necra and Jaws.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not too fussed who says who first, to be honest with you. I know Matt and Mitch are always trying to like beat each other on that. It's like, oh, she said me first. She said
No,
me
I definitely
first.
say Necra first because I like her more.
Oh.
Like, actually.
Just sort of.
I love you, Jaws.
Caster pairs.
I love you, Jaws.
Jaws, you're okay.
I'm okay.
You're okay. You're right.
All right, well,
Cast
we're
of your
glad we got
life.
that. I'm
Good
glad we got that covered. Thank you for that. Yeah, okay, let's just go on to the game. Thank you, sorry. Thank you, Desk. Yes, it is the title match, Rose. Space Station versus ENTS. Stage 2 champions on the line. I mean, look, they both locked their place in Dallas already. ENTS coming in, like Gumba said, is a little bit of the underdog. Space Station Gaming looking like a brand new team compared to Stage 1. As we load in, I mean, look, there's going to be some harsh words, I'd imagine, spoken in match chat. Hopefully we get to see a little bit of that as well. But how you feel about this, the top of this series? Because being first to 4 as well, we're going to go all the way. I feel it.
I feel like we could too. Most of the time when we see final matches like this, it's like, oh, it's still a 4-0. I think the only time we ever got treated to such a good one was our Dallas Fuel win a couple of years ago. But, you know, maybe we get to go all the way. I think it's so interesting, though, to hear Gumba say that ENTS are coming into this one as the underdogs, because typically when we see Space Station Gaming, formerly most known as London Spitfire, they were the ones that were the underdog. So how do they feel knowing that that script has been flipped on them, that they're coming in as a tournament favorite when, yeah, like, where are the same type of results that we've seen from some of the players on ENTS?
Well, the first map will be Busan, a map that we haven't seen all too much over the last few days. It's mainly been like Oasis and whatnot, and a lot of variable kind of compositions. And Gumba was saying, like, you can kind of see our strategy when it comes to map picks in this series, so we'll have to wait and see where they wanted to go throughout, but we'll have to get that sorted up in just a moment. But with Space Station Gaming and ENTS facing off here, a lot of prize money, remember, being left on the line. Despite them actually making it to Dallas already, they want that extra bit of cheddar. Like, at the end of the day, Space Station Gaming coming in, like you said, being a bit more of an underdog normally. I mean, Astro not so much. I mean, Kevstar on the other side as well. Like, they've taken trophies before, like way back when we went to Dallas in Arlington, Texas. Like, I remember me and Scott kind of casting over that Gladiators win. It was an unbelievable showing from the team. So they've tasted some of that success. But you know what tastes better than success? Even more success. All right, let's load into the first map, Busan. Space Station Gaming and ENTS fighting for that Stage 2 title.
I'm so excited about this matchup because ENTS were really the only team that have ever tested Space Station in terms of the type of counter picking we saw from them yesterday. The Kai Bastion, the Vestola Sigma, even Kevster being able to play something just a little bit different. We saw Sojourn actually, which I think is unique pick to see out of Kevster, even though he's a phenomenal Flux DPS player. But Space Station opting not to have Backbone in this roster when that Symmetra was such a key piece of being able to just get onto the back line, I think is so interesting. And you heard that there first, that it's going to be Tracer here if Psycho's in the roster, and no Symmetra.
Yeah, no Sim, only Trey. And now with ENTS rolling out on what they've been playing against Space Station Gaming in the last couple of series. I mean, the Bastion from Kai has been just superb to watch. The nade in the windows from Crimzo. One-shots more often than not as well. Could be quite scary for Space Station to deal with, especially if you're Psycho on the Tracer. Lower health ball, of course. Swift rotation from ENTS. They try and get a good overlook over this point.
Ooh. Soldier's interesting because you have the legs to be able to move around the map, and that's why you see Kevster taking this wide off angle. It's also really great to mark down somebody like Psycho, already forcing him to have to use the recall. You got this health pack too to just be very stable in this position.
Really there, Landon. A little bit of trouble. Kevster permanently getting poked down by Psycho. Yeah, like you mentioned, doesn't have recall. Should have it in just a moment, you'd imagine. There it is. 13 HP for Kevster, though. Narrowly escaping the wrath of Psycho. Space Station Gaming, all this meanwhile, have managed to claim the point. Kai is super low, cowering behind this pillar. Kevster on yet another flank. Landon spotted him from a mile away, but no lamp. In fact, threw the lamp at Kevster. Little rough there from Landon, not quite deploying that one in time. As ENCE, they do end up team wiping Space Station, and a small swap from Space Station 2 with their Sparker going over to the Ash now, as ENCE now gain some percent.
Oh, that Ash was so good yesterday as well. If you remember the just great retake we saw from Space Station on Esperanca, after ENCE had already been up like 100 meters in that map. And Sparker had this big hero play with the Ash, the dynamites, the Bob usage, just so smart at recognizing when to go for those.
Landon going super aggressive there, almost one-shotting Kevster. Nice little whip shot onto Landon though, ejecting him from his land. Psycho on the other side of things has managed to get a nice little double kill, but this rally is going to be hard to fight into if you're Space Station. Instantly split up by that window. It's very tough to fight into that one. You could see where Landon was trying to make a play with his own, and his ENCE control the point still. They've got a lot of ults. That Forbidden combo coming up as well. Only a couple of percentage points away from Vistola's Flux.
Yeah, and with the Soldier ultimate too, I think a tactical visor here could also be really fundamental. Like if you force out the barrier from Funny Astro with that Funny combo, then maybe you're just able to go in and clutch the backline with the visor.
Bit of dynamite damage on Kai. As he holds the drum up on the high ground, there's the Flux. Sandbarrier comes in from Funny Astro, does hit 4. Here come the mortar strikes, landing high in the skies with Kevster using that visor on the back line of ENCE right now. So no one from Space Station willing to peek that one. Does mean that Hardy's going to try and flip this point with the Annihilation, and ENCE handily dealing with it. I mean, this is really rough for Space Station 2. Everybody from ENCE playing in different positions. Kevster permanently on the flank. Kai hanging around with Vestola. Crimzo and Marsa also just trying to protect either Kev or Kai. It's tough for Space Station to lock someone down, and they're going to try and change things up again. They're going to jump over to Ryan for this final fight.
It almost feels like too little too late at this point when ENCE have had such firm control over the point. They have a hard time fighting together when everybody on ENCE is so split up.
Seen this a couple of times before though, where Hardy switch over to the Ryan to counteract the Sigma. Kai dodging out of the way of that Bob, but Bob still putting in hella work. You can see, there we go. Hardy coming up with a kill. Kai end up, unfortunately, killing himself with the nade. Psycho's got to wait for those hands before that pulse bomb can come out, but someone's going to have to eject Vestola from the point, but Crimzo refusing to let him go down. Hardy with a double fire strike kill, though, in the backline. Okay, there we go. That's the Ryan you know and love. Space Station eventually take control of the point as ENCE 99% on the board. See if they want to make any small adjustments.
Oh, we love the chatty, don't we? It was a really good recognition, too, to just go after Kai. I think something that a lot of teams have identified is that once Kai is preoccupied or out of the fight, it's a little bit easier to be able to get the damage down on ENCE front to back. You know, go ahead and make that Bastion just a little bit more miserable. Kevster, though, is going to switch off of the Tracer and go to the Mei. So with a little bit more point presence alongside Vestola, a good way to be able to split up Hottie, as we've seen before. You get that Reinhardt to perma-hold the shield, and Reinhardt's just not going to be as effective.
Start this fight with a rally. Kevster trying to check the Tracer on the sidelines. Master giving everybody overhealth right now as they do step out to that point, looking for a wall potentially on the Rhine. But with Psycho already going down, Sparker's firing through this window. Has got a decent line of sight onto the point, but he can't quite land these headshots. Everybody's just dodging out the way. Here comes the Flux from Vestola. Sound barrier comes through from Astro pretty early on. Kai a little bit later with this mortar barrage, but already Landon has fallen. Sparker on his lonesome now as Vestola isolates the Ash out of the fight. And ENCE end up flipping the points. These counter swaps from ENCE looking a little bit too much for Space Station to handle as Psycho tries to jump back in, but gets clocked by Vestola.
It was a good try from Space Station, though, bringing Hottie back out on the Reinhardt. being able to just walk past the Sigma shield and swing the hammer away is definitely one way to be able to approach the Sigma composition from ENCE. But this is sort of what we expected out of an all-star roster that ENCE is bringing. They have such deep hero pools, they have great recognition of each individual hero, and you're seeing that in full force here with all of those counter picks. They're also the only team that has tried this against Space Station, and once again, I feel like we're sort of living in yesterday where Samoa just took Space Station by so much surprise. And so Space Station are going to have to come up with some adjustments.
Yeah, control as well as a game type does really kind of promote these counter swaps. You need to be able to counter swap on the fly, and it's exactly what ENCE has kind of been doing. Kevs are rolling out on the Tracer though, no May, because they're not seeing the Rhine just yet. Kind of waiting for the counter swaps, right? Hardy on the Ram, something they've been finding a lot of success with. Sparker rolling out on the Ashe, but already you can see Kai and Kevster dealing handedly with that pick. Small rotation onto the point. Crimzo is pretty damn low right now, and Kai in a little bit of trouble too. Just walking straight into that vortex as a very selfish lamp from Landon. But if you're picking up kills like this and being able to keep yourself alive, all for the better. Point pressure by ENCE right now as they try and push Hardy off. Eventually Landon is taken down. It's only Hardy on the point. I mean, maybe have Pobs the Nemesis form, but you're not going to survive all too long, especially against Kevster in the front line. Astro trying to like juggle the point as well, making sure that it doesn't get capped, but they can't stay on for too long because they don't have their back.
Ooh, Festola switched over to the Orisa here. So another look that we get a chance to see out of ENCE, once again, counter-swapping to what Space Station are playing. Kai with a pick. Psycho has just been getting taken out in so many of these fights so early. What a pain. I'm
curious if anybody's going to swap here. Of course, Sparker.
Well, Sparker pays over to the Cassidy.
Yeah, it makes the most sense. Again, this is exactly how they ended up winning a lot of the time too, was just Sparker headshot after headshot onto the Orisa, and then forcing their cooldowns, and then the rest of the team can kind of run in. This window is going to be quite frustrating for them to deal with, though. Look at the position, too. I mean, they're all carrying this mega health pack room.
Once that's expired, though, Space Station can walk back out. Hardy's very close to the Annihilation, as well as just three other ultimates.
That's just so low on the floor, yeah. An immense amount of damage from Psycho on the high ground. Hardy just kind of walks over them. Nice aim from Psycho, too. Pressuring out Master is going to be really important as well. Just not only those packs getting used on Crimzo, but also that shield as well. One of the big tools that Brig has to kind of deal with the Tracer and negate a lot of that poke damage. Good positioning from Psycho.
Right, and Masa was not with the rally yet, so that would have been a really good ult to have in the fight.
Here it comes. However, sound barrier, window, annihilation, pretty much everything thrown into this fight. Don't want to invest too much extra. Nent's kind of happy with that trade. That's a 3-for-1 in terms of ults. Crimzo going down. Not too much of a big stagger. A couple of seconds, if that. I mean, that is a big ultimate dump there from Space Station.
That was a lot of ults. I don't know if they needed that many. The sound barrier was nice to have as a response to the rally, just so you can kind of keep up with all of that shield that the Brig is giving over, right? But now you have a couple less tools in the bank. Sparker with the Deadeye, though. There's no Symmetra teleporter this time to be able to help Sparker wrap around the team, so he's just going to get set up somewhere.
Oh my god. Okay, or you could just do that. Yeah, no worries. Psycho just gets a double kill on the back line with the pulse. All right. Quick reset. Oh, nice kill.
Well then. Oh, Kai can't even get away either. Yeah, that's buying Space Station so much time. Sparker still has that Deadeye. They can still get set up on the high ground if they want to. They can use that Deadeye to zone away ENCE and just make sure that they can tie up this map. But ENCE, they still have yet to use the bulk of their ultimates. They can't have even another amplification matrix in this fight, but they got to get in there.
Oh, look at his headshots. All those skulls building up too. Hardy taking that damage straight to the face. He's going to get healed up. He's on Nemesis form, of course, as well. Had his arms crossed, so all the armor, all the additional... Oh, yes, that's a little 3-tap from Kai. Astro probably betting that he shouldn't have gone too close to him, or trying to get closer to Landon to get healed up. A little rough when Kai just kind of peeks you and hits you with 3 taps. Space Station's still kind of in this fight right now. Kevster below Sparker and Hardy and Landon. Needs to be able to get forced out. There you go. Forced to recall. As Psycho joins the fray again. But it's a tough kind of push in here for Space Station. They're just walking into a wall of damage, pretty much.
Terra Surge, too. If Vistula wants to just
That's
jump
exactly
on
what he's going to do, I think. Spear spin, Terra Surge, does grab 2. Astro going a little bit low, but dashing back behind that window. He's going to get healed up pretty easily, and Sparky gets his revenge, kicking down Crimzo. However, ENCE control the points. This fight a little bit messy for Space Station. They're getting crowded in that small corner. And like I said, the amount of damage that can be thrown in, someone's going to have to touch here. It's probably going to be Astro. He has got sound barrier. Might have to just sound barrier himself. But a boot from Master. There's the beat. Can they actually get to the point in time? The spear spin's good. And ENCE claim the first map.
Wow, the spear spin to just keep the Lucio back. No, you had to go to the sound barrier there, but it almost felt like that delayed your opportunity to get to the point. Oh, it's just such a tough call because Funny Astro didn't have that sound barrier available in that last fight. Otherwise, you would have seen it come out there. But a major heads-up play there from ENCE to stop them at their tracks.
Space Station kept themselves in that fight previous to, in that small corner, and then you called it perfectly. Vestola's got the Terror Surge, he's going to jump down and use it, and then they try and pop up the window to stop Vestola, like getting even further into the backline and then kind of stop the incoming force of damage, but everybody's on high ground, so they're just looking down at you. I mean, Sparker got the nice kill on Crimzo, but everybody from ENCE was just piling into that fight. It was Master that came up with a few final blows there at the very end, and a perfect boot from Master, and then a spear spin to stop Astro from touching. Good start for ENCE. They did end up taking control as well in their series the other day, and then it swung completely back in Space Station's favor. So we'll see if history can repeat itself. Of course, this is a 1-to-4 format here in the grand finals of Stage 2, so we'll go a little bit further than we went last time.
And that might be all the difference that ENCE needs. They were so close to winning Esperanca yesterday. They are very, very good at those kind of payload-oriented maps, and I think that's where ENCE can find their edge. If they are also able to get this first map out of the way, it buys them some more time to be able to make sure that that rotation of maps comes back to them where they could get that upper hand. But man, Kevster's Tracer, it's just something else. We've talked about how pivotal tracers have to be in some of these metas, not even just now, but a couple of months ago, and it's like Kevster just still comes up so
Yeah,
big.
I mean, look, he's definitely different, that is for sure. A pivotal part to the team too, especially on that first round as well on the Soldier, just buying enough time for his team and just playing on such an annoying off angle. You had to send someone after him. A lot of time that was Psycho on the Tracer, just trying to check him. But that matchup, a little bit hard for both sides normally, but if you're Soldier, as soon as you force that recall, that Tracer can't play up to you. Still, the rockets on the ground, melee, a couple of shots in the Tracer, they try and get up to you. It can be really tough. You've got to force the healing station if you're Tracer. That the trade of cooldowns is so important in that matchup. And Kevster was winning it and just being a nuisance on the sidelines. Here's a head-to-head for you. Psycho's Tracer versus Kevs. Pretty similar damage. The KD from Kevster, though, just kind of blowing Psycho out of the water. Kind of expect that. Again, they didn't end up, Psycho didn't end up losing that round with Kevster only picking up 3 deaths there versus Psycho's 6.
Yeah, but the damage is still super close. And so it's not that Psycho is a bad Tracer at any means, right? Or Kevster is just better. It comes down to the team play. And I think, too, when you take a look at how annoying Kevster is being on the Soldier, I think that's going to be the linchpin and the thorn in Space Station's side. If ENCE can continue to force them into these positions with their team comps where Space Station can't just necessarily jump on into the front line and you just have all these different off angles being taken, it just makes their composition a little bit less dominant.
Well, as we
can't just group up together.
Right. Well, a map you can do that is Midtown. Is where we're going next. That's ENCE's choice. ENCE end up landing Eichenwalde, and then Space Station banned Hollywood for this next map. And then it'll be Colosseo. That'll be Space Station's pick. All right, Midtown. What are we expecting? I can imagine, again, Space Station
Sigma
being able to just perma-run the Ram. It's been the style that's worked for them the most. But yeah, maybe ENCE roll over to Sigma. Probably going to see Kai perma on Bastion too. It feels like something that he'd want to play for the majority of the time, especially against the Ram. It seems like that's the thing they're most confident in the matchup.
Yeah, I think the Ramattra is always going to be a bit of a comfort there for Space Station. We've talked about EMEA and how they love to be able to roll back over to those rush-oriented compositions, and that is something that Space Station have always thrived in, whether they were in the Overwatch League as London Spitfire or they're now here in OWCS as Space Station. They've always been so good at being able to just run around the map and really bamboozle their opponents. But as we don't have any subs, I don't think, there's still not going to be a Symmetra at play. today. So Psycho staking in the roster should mean that we see more Tracer, but ENCE, the onus really is on them to kind of figure out how they want to approach this defense.
Again, they're feeling like the underdogs. Gumbo was kind of talking about in the interview there. No pressure on their shoulders at all. It's up to Space Station to prove that they are Europe's best. Of course, both teams locking in their place at Dallas. It's going to be very exciting, especially with the Korean team showing up as well. It's been a hot minute since I've cast someone like Lip, and it's going to be a good time doing so. We'll see if NA really is that bad. Oh my word, they really did just add that. That's insane. Really?
It's only for you.
God damn, those pigeons.
That's how the production shows that they love you,
clearly.
Jaws.
Not like how Shoei shows us. Jeez. All right, double turret comp for ENCE, by the way. Something that Pelican was showing off a little bit earlier on in NA was this Torbjorn. Double turret. You got Kai on Bastion, Kev on the Torb, and yeah, Space Station see this, and I think this might be a switch to Ryan. There it is. Okay.
Yeah. There you go. The shield is just so nice too, because I think that they're so quick on the rotations that like Hadi also just understands his hero inside and out. But the Torbjorn, that really does throw kind of a spanner in the works. It's able to lock down a lot of the flanks that Psycho wants to take with the Tracer. So Psycho's gonna have to play a little bit more together with the team while they figure out a way to how to dislodge this Torbjorn turret.
Speaking of which,
like,
Psycho, yeah, okay, there it is. It ends up getting taken down. You're going to want to ideally put it in an off angle so people have to peek it to kill it. Then they take extra damage. Master receives a fire strike there, has to back off, use that shield bash to get away. And Kev's is kind of hard to dive to sometimes, especially when you got the overload, but did use that fairly early. Increased rate of fire, of course, increased health pool as well. And it's kind of splitting up right now as Hadi does put himself on the point, but they do notice Vestola's isolated on the sidelines, but a bit more of a bait than I think ENCE were kind of, or Space Station were hoping for. As Hadi ends up falling. They do trade for Master, but they're in a tough spot now. They need to be able to get the kill on Vestola or get out of here. They're just going to take so much span damage, and this is going to be a flux for Vestola already. He's up to 95% as Space Station make a small retreat.
That's crazy. A flux this early, I think it's just insane.
They're going to go super early here too, I'd imagine. There is the pulse bomb. Kev shows them taking Landon through the window, and Kai just riddling them with bullets. Here comes the flux on the point, does land on two, and no way Funny Astro survives that one, not without the sound barrier. Is Vestola alone right now in a 1v2 situation, as Kai does end up going down. A lot of their damage obviously ended up being lost there as soon as that Bastion falls over. And Hadi standing tall with the help of Psycho, end up taking that point. A lot of ult investments, and you can see Vestola switching over to the Orisa to try and counteract Hadi.
I think we're going to see that a lot. It's just like Vestola's comfort is on the Sigma, but if that doesn't work, then Vestola can always pick out that Orisa. And he's been so good at being able to isolate the backline and just being able to push from maybe Hadi's a little too far forward. Hadi loves to play this Reinhardt aggressively, so Vestola's looking for those opportunities.
Patience here from Kai. Nice layering. A couple of hit markers, no kills. However, it's Crimzo, the ones that goes down. Nice response there, actually, from Kevster. Mo on core, onto the point. So Space Station doing anything too crazy. Oh no, looks like, oh, Sparker! Just hit the shift, took himself to the skies, just pinned Kai down, basically. Slaughtered him. Here comes the push from Space Station onto high ground. And with a shatter in hand from Hadi, no way ENCE want to fight into this one.
No, I mean, God, I actually thought that Landon gave over his exo boots or something to Sparker, but I saw how high he flew up into the ceiling. But Kai's going to switch over to the Sojourn, and so has a lot of pressure here to be able to go for these big picks.
Oh, they ended up blocking out a lot of that damage coming through from that shatter. It did land on Crimzo in the back, but Master's rally just shield bashed a lot of members of Space Station, stopped them from capitalizing on that knockdown. Still moving the point, though. They are 4. Doing a fair bit of damage. Vestola's going to be able to rotate onto the point. There's not going to be any C9s here, but it is Psycho, without the fear of getting taken out or like hindered by Vestola, handily deals with ENCE's backline. Master falling, no CDs left from Vestola. This turret and Crimzo are going to be able to do enough to withstand Space Station's offense. 4 minutes to go for Space Station. Maybe control for them is really just an anomaly of a game mode.
I think it might be. You know, Space Station won that fight without Hadi there either. Like, he was coming back on the Ramatra, just walking, and the point had been capped. I love those moments for them where they're just like, oh yeah, we've got the point, no worries.
It's a smart rotation.
Taking the elevator up. Yeah, I love that. Just being able to grab that high ground here for Sparker, especially when he has the Bob. to just help keep this cart moving forward.
Yes, it's what you want to see. Kevster on the Widow. Needs to find value. Very hard to get kind of headshots here. Someone has to peek their little head over, but if it's only their head peeking, it's the only thing you can hit, right? So there you go. There's a bit of a copium for you. Oh, what a shot to Landon, though.
He heard
Jesus. All right, okay, that's going to stop the push for at least a time. No shot, they're peeking that. I'm curious if we do see a switch from Sparker, but not fully known for the Widow play. Nice rotation now from Ents. Especially without your Batiste, you really want to just push them off high ground.
And Vestola can push so far forward here with the Terra Surge. But like Kevster just has such nice sight lines right now with the Widowmaker, and I think Sparker just having the Bob is gonna find more value being able to use that ultimate. Because they've got 4 in the bank here, Space Station. If they can approach this last stretch of the map with these ults and just have a clean team fight win, that's the map for them. They've had so much time to get in on this 3rd point. They just can't get picked off by Kevster.
I really like that Aang as well through that little book stand or a magazine stand. Here come the sights. Might hinder the push. Oh, Landon popped the window down. Thought he was safe. No one's safe when he got Kevster on the Widow. Oh my God, and he rips another one too. I mean, Sparker knew sights are up. Fight's well and truly over now.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's so tough because like as soon as you get hit like that, I think that the rest of the team just has to back up. At least there was no extra investment from Space Station, so they still get to come into this with 4 ults, with Hadi coming up on the Annihilation shortly. But Ents, like, they've just been playing this so clinically, and if Kevster can keep getting these Widowmaker picks early on, this just halts Space Station, and that time bank that they entered into is already half gone.
Yeah, you aren't half wrong. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go as they try and round this corner. They send Psycho to try and deal with Kevster, but Kai's here for backup with the charge railgun shot. Just protect Private Kev right now. Psycho handily dealing with Kai though, but it doesn't matter. Landon's dead again! 3 times in a row, Kevster has found the BAP. Pulse bomb on the floor, Kevster, oh, quick grapple out. Was even saved by the Lamb too. Didn't even need it in the end. Terra Surge comes in, here comes the sound barrier from Space Station though. Hardy with the Annihilation, punishing this corner hold from Ents. They've still got Kevster up. Takes a lot of damage from Hardy, and now they're getting this payload going.
But not everybody's there from Space Station, so the respawn advantage from Ents is going to keep this defense alive for them. Kevster gets to still take this angle as the Widowmaker, and Vestola's found Sparker.
Watch your head, Landon.
Just back up.
Only 50 seconds to go. Vestola's super low. Bahadi similar. Doesn't really want to push around that corner without the Nemesis form, without that additional backup. And here come the sights again. Another 15 seconds disappearing. You're not peeking this.
You can't. And that's going to bring Space Station into the last chance that they have to complete this map. Arguably still very difficult to do that on Midtown, but Kevster's not making it easy for them to have a cohesive push.
Almost hit Funny Astro too there through that angle. Now Masters on the defense of Kevster. Here comes the overclock from Kai. Just so much raw firepower coming through from Ents right now. It's 15 seconds to go. Kevster's finally down. This is Space Station's chance to launch themselves into Ents' front line as Vestola is solo holding this corner. Picks up the mega health pack, receiving some health from Crimzo, but they need to dislodge him. Psycho nearing a pulse bomb. The Suzu's already out, but here comes the rush. A pulse bomb straight onto the Orisa, but Vestola is already down. An overtime in session with Sparker. Picking off Crimzo, was just hiding around again. That stand over there alone and isolated. Kevster's back on the Tracer and Sparker taking names and numbers. It's in OT, but Space Station are going to have to be happy with this. A little hello as they try and greet people as they come and flood out of the spawn. But Vestola not quick enough to touch. But a 4 and a something time bank whittled down to OT by Ents, and specifically Kevster on the Widowmaker. You've got to be happy with that defense.
Kevster just lights out. Absolutely shutout performance here for the defense. Pick after pick, as soon as Space Station was there, had those sights up for so long as well. Just got so many rotations of that to just buy even more time off the clock for Space Station to make their push. Like they had to send like a whole unit of
the whole squad looking at him
to get rid of him.
It's ridiculous. Let's get a small listen in though with Ents. Got to plan their attack phase.
I think we can.
Yeah, you can. I go late, man.
Do we want to play Bubble Brick?
Yeah.
I mean,
back break,
pick or lose, yeah. I think back break.
Think break.
Yeah. Okay.
You guys think we run up the stairs? I feel like that's such a fucking troll strat. Like, I feel like.
Go through terrain. I don't mind.
What hit scan do you want?
3 for sure into that, I think. I don't know. It's more up to you, I guess.
Okay. Just play Cray, I think.
Yeah.
Let's push him off the train. Fuck it, let's go through the train. Fuck it, push him off.
I'm
Fuck it. Push him off and then we go down together and make sure we 3-2-1 the corner.
Keep forcing ramp cooldowns. When we play bad bricks,
All right, there's the plan. Now to set it in motion. Take the train, push him off high ground, 3-2-1 the corner. All push at the same time, try and find a pick.
The Cassidy out as well. So one way that Ents know that they are going to be able to take these fights, especially if they can all play together like this. Kevster's looking for that angle too, maybe just through the window to try to nail somebody in the back line. Look at it wrapping around to those stairs.
Someone's going to have to pay attention to it eventually. Astra taking a lot of damage there as Vestola pushes on to the high ground, spearing Hardy off. Hardy quick to try and reclaim that position, but unable to do so as there's no Nemesis form anymore. Small weight there, just don't want to walk into that vortex. Give Hardy some additional ult charge and obviously chunk everybody down, so they're just going to wait that one out as they now move to the fire truck. Mission successful. At least the high ground portion of it. But this window from Crimzo super early too. Landon's 20% away. Oh, Landon! Head taken clean off yet again. One of the best bat players we have in EU and Space Station say the world. Just unable to stay alive for more than a brief moment against Kai and Kevster. They've really just nailed one of the best players on Space Station, fight after fight.
And they know they have to as well, because Landon has been such a big difference maker and the longevity that Space Station has to just elongate these fights because of all of that burst healing. Crimzo getting that window online so early too was just a nail in the coffin here for this attack push. You get the card unlocked already, Vestola gets to play far forward, and you have so much more to cycle through. Masa's gonna have this rally up pretty shortly, but I'm just looking at Kai with a Deadeye right now. He's been so clean with the shots already. Imagine what he might be able to get done with that Deadeye on an angle.
Yeah, a lot of that additional healing is coming from the fact that Masa can't proc Inspire a lot of the time, so when they're pushing high ground, most 99% of the healing is coming from Crimzo, so but Astra obviously perma healing with the aura. So that's why Landon wasn't able to get his online at the same time. Here's the high noon. Space Station Gaming playing it. A little pensive, don't want to push too far up into this, of course. Forces Hardy using that shift, though. However, here comes the Terror Surge. Pulse one hand for Kevster. Throws it into the small room, a small hit marker, but that's about it. This sound barrier from Astro getting a lot of work done. This rally from Master's good, but the instant overhealth from the sound barrier normally works out for the better, especially if you want to play the fight explosive. And there's the kill onto Kevster from Psycho. They're going to hold them at these doors and trying to hold super far up as well. Payload hasn't got too far to move back, Rose, but every single second counts.
I mean, you saw the duel between Psycho and Kevster was decided when Landon was able to send over so much healing. So just another example why Landon has been such a big backline force here for Space Station. And stopped in their tracks right now. They've got this window from Crimzo again, so it's not too bad of a way to push them back. But like Psycho, like Space Station, they're playing so aggressively up at this door.
Masa going down there's a bit unfortunate. Pulse bomb from Psycho ended up missing, but Sparker, of course Sparker got the kill. Sparker in a little bit of trouble
Sparker
though.
Things.
Here comes the window, perfectly placed there. Got to get a good angle onto that point, and Vestola's trying to force the back line out, get them away from the front line of Space Station. Hardy rips the Annihilation, good place to do it, but there's too much damage through that window. Funny actually takes down Vestola, but this needs to be a clean fight from Space Station, not Ents. Their spawns are so close, they're happy if this is scrappy.
They're happy if they're scrappy, and oh, Hardy actually thought about switching over to the Winston, but goes back to the Ramatra. Ents, though, like, they're finally starting to get things moving, but not after Sparker finds that angle again.
I'm telling you, it's crazy.
It's all about these Baptistes.
Yeah, Sparker and Kevster, just a vendetta against the Baps. But it really is just the best pick, right? That is the pick that you want on either side. Take care of the Baps. And in most solo queue rank games, quick play games, or whatever, take care of the player that's doing the most healing, and you're good.
Or the most damage. So Sparker and Kai, they definitely have each other's numbers right now.
Nice little roll there from Sparker, getting out of the way of the high noon. Terror Surge from Vestola as they go down to the payload. Vortex on it as well. It's traveling with the payload there. They're going to be able to split up the rest of Ents right now. Here's the Terror Surge. Lab available. Does get instantly destroyed. That beat coming through. Not enough overhealth there to save Sparker from the pulse bomb. And now is landing in trouble. Kevster steals away the mega health pack, but has to get out of there quite quickly as Fanny Astro was on the case. In fact, Kevster does end up going down, but all the healing resources were distracted by Kevster. Meant Hardy was alone on an island, and now the car wash phase completed. All the pulse. Oh, not quite from Psycho.
Defense isn't dead though here for Space Station. There's enough time for Hottie to be able to get back. Sparker has a Deadeye too, so it might allow for some time here for Space Station to catch their breath. But Masa has a Sound Barrier, and Crimson once again with another window. Means that you just have so much firepower.
Such a good angle for the window again. Hardy's trying to block a lot of that damage off, just using his big burly body. But here comes the Sound Barrier from Ents. Suffer for Hardy. Oh my word, there's just no chance he survives here. Again, no healing. Vestola using the spear spin to push him into the rest of the team. Nowhere can Space Station kind of position themselves where they can help Hardy in that small choke. They still come up with a kill on the DPS of Ents. Sparker just determined to hold on to this point. 0.01 meters for Ents, and they can't get the payload in.
No way. The fan the hammers for Sparker. See how quickly they were able to delete Vestola. And Vestola didn't have enough sustain to be able to go down with the Terror Surge or just any sort of follow-up, even if he had been able to use that ultimate. So Ents, they are up against the clock here. Jaws, they might not be able to finish this map, especially with where that card is. Space Station just have this high ground control.
Well, they're going to have a touch at the minimum. Here is the High Noon on height. Space Station Gaming. They're going to back off just a little bit, so Ents use that single ult to regain control of that high ground that they had a little bit earlier on. Kevster with the touch. No C9s here. Now it's Vestola's turn. Receiving a lot of healing, has to pop the gold fairly early on, because look at that window. Sound Barrier couldn't come in quick enough, but Master's no way near it. The Terror Surge to keep Vestola alive just for a mere moment longer. The High Noon on the side, and Sparker kills too. Kevster in trouble. Crimson only there for heals now. Can Swift step away, but Hardy is just cementing himself on this point. Kevster falls, Crimson to follow. That control looking like a blip on the radar for Space Station as they take Midtown.
Kind of what we saw yesterday. Samoa went Ents his favor, but after that, it was coming up all Space Station. And we might just see at least a little bit of a repeat of that this time around. What a great defense from Space Station.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. I mean, honestly, and Ents too, to be fair, whittled down that 4-minute time bank on that last point. Kevster just ripping face on the Widowmaker. But yeah, I mean, they look, Space Station Gaming looks so drilled in their comp as well. There's not really much Ents can really throw at them, it feels like, at this point. Maybe on control, they threw him through a loop, right? Just perma counter swapping. Kevster jumping over the Mei to stop that ram. But Kevster and Kai can't quite get it done. Not against the sheer firepower coming through from Sparker and Psycho, who have, again, shown up big throughout the tournament and continue to impress everybody.
We even saw just pieces of swaps come through from Ents as they were trying to throw things at the wall in their attack to see if it would stick. Like Crimzo switched over to the Kiriko, Masa to the Lucio. We even just saw like a full DPS swap here from Kevster and Kai, and nothing that they were throwing at that was working. It's a major credit here to Space Station 2 to not get rattled by that one loss on control, or even just by getting held at the door from Kevster for so long. That must be so frustrating, knowing that you have to send like a whole platoon after this one player because of how big of a issue.
Yeah, I mean, with the sites as well, like that's we're not playing the game for 15 seconds. Like that's just it. Like it's so powerful, especially at this level of play where Kevster will land a headshot and then another one and another one if you peek him, if you give him the chance.
He'll use it.
But they were able to shut him down, like you mentioned. Psycho on the Tracer. There was a couple of times where Masa was trying to defend. Same with Kai too, trying to defend Kevster on the Widowmaker. But as soon as Psycho got on top of him and managed to take him out, Space Station knew what they were doing. They knew they could just run them down, and they did finish in OT, but what a miraculous hold on point 2 there. 0.01 meters. You don't see that every day. That hold was ridiculous. Start off with Sparker, of course.
I was so scared, Jaws. I was like on the edge of my seat. I'm like, oh my god, please do not let them see
It can happen. I mean, a lot of that was Sparker as well, just with that high noon. The double kill started it off. Sparker's just been unbelievable. But here's another Tracer head-to-head. Psycho and Kevster once again going at it. Kev, 10 deaths to Psycho's 2. The gap real here on the Tracers.
This is so different than what we saw in that first map as well. Psycho, Kevster, very, very close in those numbers, and now just telling a very different story. But despite that, upcoming in this next map, Psycho is going to take a bench spot to Backbone, and that might mean a little bit more Symmetra draws.
Yes, it may. We'll see what they want to run. Colosseo is our map now, Rose, going on to our push game mode, chosen by Space Station.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect Symmetra map then, especially when we see a lot of Sojourn on this, and you might even expect that Kai might come out with that, just Sojourn being one of his best heroes. So that Photon Barrier just comes in so big as a way to negate an opposing overclock, or even just help you close the distance onto the other team.
Well, we'll have to see how it ends up going down. Will it be a repeat of their last matchup? Will Control go to ENCE and the rest of the maps go to Space Station? Of course, this is a grand finals here. It's stage 2, the main event. Both teams already locking their place in at Dallas. Fighting for prize money, fighting for pride. We'll see how it ends up falling over as ENCE. Can they come up with answers to what Space Station are going to throw them? You know, as soon as Backbone comes in, like you mentioned, he's going to run Sim, or he's going to run Mei. One of the silly heroes, right? I'm curious what Hardy's also going to play. I mean, it makes the most sense to go the Ram. Of course, that's what they've been very successful with, but Ryan can also work too.
I think the Ram is still where they will have the most comfort. I think the Reinhardt's nice just to have an opportunity in your pocket to pull out if Estola decides to switch over to something like this Sigma. But you know, whenever we've always looked at this type of map, we've always just seen sort of the Ramatra come out here from Space Station. But let's hear what they've got to say about heading into this next map.
Off that. Surely they wouldn't, right?
I would love that.
Alright.
Let's go, guys.
Every cooldown for the flip.
Camping out.
3, 2, they don't know how to fucking do other shit.
Fighting! Fighting!
Go to far flip.
Yeah, far flip. If it looks like they've got a fucking setup for it, by the way, Cared top right, just in case they're fucking gladiators, you know?
Looking.
I hear Lucio.
3, 2, 1. So, yeah, here, Bash is here. Yeah, we need to fight, fight. Bop one, Bash one, bop one, Bash one, bop one, Bash one.
Lu1. Take off. Lu1. Got it.
Nice. Just live more. You actually only one down. Can you live Spark?
No.
The whole gang is on you, bro.
Okay, both supports.
Yeah, we kill both sometime. They legit get nothing from this, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Bash and Mei, by the way, so just get the aggression. They only have the aggression.
Oh, wow. ENCE had a game plan. They knew exactly what Space Station are doing there. Nice boot from Master as well. Just pretty much ending the fight, right? Just getting the BAP off the map. Easy does it.
That was the fastest kill I think we've ever seen on this map.
Yeah, actually, you're so right about that one. What the hell? It was like 10 seconds, it felt like.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Didn't get too much bot progress.
But still fighting over the neutral. Yeah. Not much to work with on either side either, but you still get a chance to set up with this teleporter. So if ENCE want to hold this corner, might want to watch out for where Backbone puts down that TP.
Yeah, of course, Kai, and something we noticed in their series the other day, Kai doesn't use the turret form willy-nilly, just waits for them to either go 3-2-1, try and make a push, or they wait for Space Station to go really aggressive on them, then pops the turret form so they can respond with a ton of damage, and then just pile as many resources as they can into Kai. It's very much like protect the President comp, like protect Kai, make sure he can survive and hit a good shift. Oh, speaking of which, yeah, there's Kai, there's a nade, and Landon's dead body on the floor. Annihilation coming through from Hardy, but Kai just sits there, pretty much 100% HP the entire time.
He was right in their face. You saw the sound barrier on top, and he was just never going to get killed there. say, like, Hadi didn't stand a chance with that annihilation. You saw him pop that, and then he just instantly died. That's because Kai was right in his face, mowing him down with the Bastion turret form. And so ENCE, they actually start to get some meaningful progress on this push bot. Vistola, Kai, they've got the forbidden combo up with the grab flex and the mortar strikes. So Vistola, he could just hold forward like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Teleporter coming in. There it is. There's the flux.
And there's no barrier.
It's one. Can they follow up some extra damage from Kai? Blizzard from Kevster deployed. Not many tools left in the bank for Space Station to help survive this overwhelming ult advantage coming through from ENCE. Landon's got a decent little angle here on Vistola, but unfortunately, Kai's got another nade for him. His name written on it.
Landon was just so far away from the rest of the team, so ENCE, we're going to capitalize on. The bomb is coming out already, though.
The bomb pushed Kevster, I think, past the Sig Shield. Well, here's Hadi. The classic swap. As soon as they see Vistola on the Sigma, they want to run the Rhine. And Hadi comes back, a swing, a 5-strike kill, and they gain control of this bot. And you see instantly ENCE switching over to Vistola, onto the Ram now.
We saw Sparker do this yesterday, though, on Esperanca when they were down and almost out for the count. Sparker comes back, uses those big hero plays, because what a great placement at the Bob. He's been so good at identifying when he can actually use that, maybe even to shore up a person advantage that the team might be lacking, or even just to be able to play as a tank. So fantastic recognition.
Uh-oh. It's a horrific day to be a Ram and May against this wall. They got a window, however, so that wall almost gets destroyed by just the sheer damage from the Bastion. Nade from Kai deletes Landon's immortality field. Sound barrier comes in for both sides now. Hadi lays down that shadow. Crimzo in trouble, and Funny Astro's there to finish off the kill. Sparker with a really nice angle on the backline, and ENCE now split up. They do control the bot, but Kai is alone on the sidelines. That passive will kick in, so he's going to receive some natural healing, but you can see Backbone and Funny Astro trying to secure that kill on the Bastion. This bot is being stolen and gaining some extra meterage too, and Sparker has to hit rotation here. Checkpoint in 3 meters. Kevster finally falls. That was very close to Space Station losing checkpoint there.
That was super close. I was not sure Space Station were even going to be able to get back in time to contest that, because ENCE just snuck it away. But right in the nick of time. But this is kind of where like ENCE start to keep that advantage in the meterage that they have, is to do kind of like wacky stuff like that.
He's in. Nice little triple shot there, but the mortar strike comes in, and it's good enough for a kill onto Hadi and Landon. So much damage, and if you fire them really quickly too, it can be tough for the BAP to kind of react, especially if they've already used their Exo boots too, and they're in the skies. That's a perfect time to use that Bastion mortar strike. All right, ENCE, they regain control of that bot. Space Station, they're going to stick on Hadi on this Reinhardt. Normally, if they see Vistola swap, Hadi is also going to kind of counter-swap him, but happy running the Reinhardt here, even though they got to know Kevster's got this Blizzard. Oh, good pin, but Hadi's dead. A little bit vulnerable there when you are hitting that pin, and with Kai hitting the Bastion form, it's going to be a rough retake here for Space Station as ENCE. They got control of the bot, and that checkpoint 3 meters away. Oh, the Bob. I mean, the Bob, sure. Okay. The Bob, they tried. I mean, the Bob's dead, and they even laid down that Blizzard. Crimzo falls, but checkpoint garnered here for ENCE.
Bob may be hoping just to stall for enough time for Hadi to get back, but Space Station sadly not able to get the contest before that checkpoint gets activated, and might still lose this fight.
I mean, Kai's got another turret form. No, Lamp's going to come in. Okay.
Okay.
She's got to kill Vistola now. Kind of messy. I think that's Hadi's third return into the fight. I think he died like 3 times there, or 2 times, and had to come back in over and over again.
Well, thank God Reinhardt has shift.
Yeah, exactly. Thank God he's got the charge.
Oh, and he's the Earth Shatter too. Space Station though, like they're starting to run out of time. I know they had that hero push on Esperanca yesterday, but 3.5 minutes left, and ENCE has been able to decisively win all these fights.
Where'd that shadow go? Not sure. Hadi was in the backline right there. Here comes the sound barrier from ENCE. Landon and Backbone already going down, so Funny Astro thinking better than to use his sound barrier here. This wall, it phases a lot of teams. When Space Station do play other squads, the wall is really the big difference maker for them. But ENCE scrimming Space Station, I can imagine, a fair bit, and Christopher kind of saying in the interview too how they've been beating ENCE in scrims. But ENCE not phased at all by these tricky walls that Backbone is known to provide.
I mean, the walls also just are not effective if you've got the amplification matrix to counter it. You're just bursting it down before it can provide that value to your
It's a sound
team.
barrier. A lot of that overhealth just being chunked away, though. That's a really good wall from Kevster. Just trapping Hardy in, and then Kai just lays waste to him. Kai picks up another one in Funny Astro as they're nearing the 100-meter mark. Ents probably not going to get a full cap here, but this is unbelievable meterage with 2 minutes to go. Space Station Gaming making swaps. Backbone onto the main now.
All right, well, if there is another player that could bring the May, it's definitely Backbone, another hero that he's very well known for. Kevster actually gets really low over on the side, but Space Station, they've got to win like 4 or 5 team fights in a row here, and they've all got to be very clean and very decisive.
Yeah, it's going to make this one hurt as well. Landon just really trying hard not to use the window. They eventually do get a pick. It's on Marsa as Crimzo deployed his on the corner here. Hardy's having the most ridiculous 1v1 versus Kevster and low ground. No one's dying in that one. Dynamite comes in. Time being bought here. Nice Dynamite onto Crimzo. Has to play a little bit more safe as Kevster ends up falling after using that Blizzard. Nice shift from Sparker. Dislodging Kai to make sure he can't get an alternate angle on his front line. Minute and 30 to go. That's a lot of time burnt with 120 meters. Space Station Gaming very much on the back foot.
They are, but they were in this position yesterday and still able to eke out a win on Esperanca, so it's not impossible, and I would never count Space Station out in this position, especially when they have 4 ultimates to work with. Sparker's trying to play sneaky.
Like.
He's got a bob.
He's going to try and go high ground.
He can really help to displace them.
Going to go to high ground, trying to aim that bob at one of the supports. He sees Marsa. Oh, there's the bob. Crimzo in trouble. Goes back down to earth. The lab's already deployed straight into the loving arms of Hardy, who just pounds him into the dirt. Ents have lost their main source of healing now, as Vestola just taking pop shots from the back. There's 2 kills for the bob. That's the start you need for the comeback from Space Station.
Another big bob play here from Sparker. He's been able to charge these up so quickly as well, but even better, as we start to whittle down this clock, there's just so much point presence on the team of Space Station. We've got the Ramatra, there's the Annihilation, the Blizzard. Even this amplification matrix right here would be great to be able to push Ents back. Force Masa to have to use his sound barrier to not respond to any other of the DPS ultimates.
Kevster and Kai have switched as well, and they're going to steal the bot. Kevster's stealing the bot. This is huge. They're going to get it to mid before someone can react.
10 seconds.
Okay, Space Station eventually get the bot back, but Kevster's stolen it again. They need to hit the rotation, but are they going to be quick enough? Landon's Lamp's already down. The bot's moving away from them. They're not going to be able to get it. The stolen bots from Kevster. Nets ends the win. Space Station Gaming, sorry, I did a little turn there, get the cable up behind me. Space Station Gaming get the bots stolen right from under their noses. I was going to point out the small swaps that they were making, and Kevster jumping over to Tracer. Who's there to touch the Space Station? It can't be the Ashe, it can't be the May, it has to be the Lucio, maybe one of the tanks.
There's no teleporter
So
anymore.
rough there for Space Station. What a play by Kevster.
That was wild. I mean, that was twice now that we saw Ents just steal the bot away and make the fight so difficult for Space Station. This time around, though, it's a map loss. And that was after we saw 4 ultimates on the board there for Space Station to work with. That could have been their fight to win if they were able to have that 5v5.
They had that Blizzard. They had the Blizzard, every tool in the bank. Like,
the Annihilation?
You throw that in, Annihilation maybe for the next fight. You end up winning on that high ground, and then one person presses the ball, we get a checkpoint, and then we can continue to hold.
Wow.
What an unbelievable swap there from Ents at the very end to steal the bot. Kevster knew the game plan, didn't think he had to be part of the fight at all. I can just steal the bot, and then you have to come chase me. No
right.
TP, like you said, Rose. And the rest is history. Here's the tank head-to-head in that map. Hardy and Vestola on the Rams.
Wow, I mean, Vestola just hard diffed. Like, that's so much damage. That's very few deaths. And Vestola just being able to, I mean, as you expect to see, right? When Ents were so far ahead in this map, you would expect to see the stats go in that direction. But it shows you the whole full picture of how good Vestola was on this Ramatra, and I love being able to see that from him. This is a player that was so well known for the Sigma, the top Sigma and EMEA contenders for such a long time before getting a shot in the Overwatch League, where, I gotta say, he was kind of quiet. He wasn't really on a team that was able to show off the full potential of a player like this, but being able to come here with the Ramatra, the Orisa, he has so many counter picks right now to the Hadi Rammer Rhine.
And they've even got Chase if they really want to sub Chase in as well. Ents looking good after that map. That is a big confidence boost. They want sweet revenge here against Space Station for knocking them down into the losers bracket. They, of course, fought their way back here, defeating Team Peps in a 3-0 fashion. There you go, look at that. And the bot moves so quickly too. You can see Astro hits the beat for his team and then is just hurtling at the bot, just trying to get the touch, trying to get the contest. He got to be a couple of pixels away from that one. Or a little rough loss there from Space Station, now down 2 maps. A first to 4 format. This isn't match point just yet for ENCE. Surasa up next, Rose.
Surasa, if you get a chance to rush into these smaller choke points or even just these smaller flash points, I think we could see Space Station take back the edge. But wow, like, I don't know how I would be feeling if you are Space Station, just like kind of getting the bot stolen from you like that. That's a mental, that's a strike to the mental right there.
Yes, most definitely. I've got to say though, you're thinking, especially with Christopher and how veteran they are in the scene at this point in time, like that stuff doesn't really phase you. And going into the next map, you're like, okay, just go again. And I want to pick up something small that we heard in the player comms as well from Space Station Gaming at the very start of that one. Backbone just bringing British lad energy, like Peepo lad energy. It was really nice to hear, and it just really fires you up as well. So you can imagine they're going to be saying that in the next map as well. Don't want to go down without a fight. We're going to Surasa next. Let's listen into SSG's comms though from that last map.
Shoot point. He's taking it. I need to point.
Guys, we need to go back.
Try help.
Yeah. Dropping go around. I dropped.
Everyone drop. Come under. Stack it. Oh no, cart main.
We get cut.
You can hear it in the voices, just C9.
They knew. What has started happening, they knew it was happening, and there was nothing that they could do.
Landon was making the call there to drop too. He was like, gotta drop. The bot is moving away from us. There was a point where Kevster got on the bot and then touched and then didn't. And it felt like Space Station were like, well, okay, are they touching the bot? We're not sure. And then Landon was like, no, we gotta drop. And then Astro hitting the beat, and then they ended up trying to get there as fast as they could. Ball got stolen away. Mad props to Kevster for that play. Unbelievable stuff. And to do that in a grand final situation, you're feeling pretty good with yourself. No substitutions, Rose, by the way, I'm hearing for either side. So we're going to see the same 10 loading in.
Well, when we usually see Space Station play, it's often Backbone in the roster there for when we're playing Flashpoint, when we're playing Control. So it was a bit of a surprise to not see him in our very first map of the series. But keep him in. The Symmetra teleporter plays make these fights just go a little bit faster, and especially on a mode like Flashpoint, where you know that those points are ticking up quickly. That could be a huge boon.
All right, let's load on in. I wonder what Kevster is going to play. That is my question. I mean, with Backbone in,
the May was good.
Yeah, it's probably going to be the May. I can't imagine they're going to flip over to the Tracer, knowing that if Space Station want to change their tank setup, like mid-map, it's like, well, if they go to Rhine, I can just stick on the May. If they play the Ram, I can stick on the May. Like, May seems the best and most optimal choice for ENCE right now. Of course, that could change. With Vestola jumping onto the Sigma, we'll see how these two teams end up clashing in the mid. And his Backbone sticking on the Sim. So looking for big TP plays here. And Kevster, of course, can lock off the TP too with the wall. Worth keeping in mind. Very small thing, but it can stop people going through TP, and you can isolate people like that. So got to watch out for it.
Not only that, though, but Kevster also has the Ice Block available. So it's not the easiest player to have to jump on.
That's rough. You look at the TP, oh, there's a Sim, and Master's job there is just stand next to the teleporter with a boop, and whoop, Bob's your uncle. There you go. There's the point.
Yeah, this is something that SSG struggled with yesterday. Typically when we see the teleporters from them, they're really good at being able to use them to just get an aggressive jump onto the backline of whatever team it is that they're playing against. But ENCE, they're not the type of team to take that lightly. They have the quick reaction times to make sure that they can go for what you mentioned, a boop from Masa, just displace anybody that's gone through the teleporter. They don't have access to it anymore, and then they're dead. So that's going to be a quick take here for ENCE, not of just the Flashpoint, but look at all that percentage they've already built up before Space Station can come back in. And they're going to have an Ant Matrix.
Yeah, this Matrix is going to be so key. And that grenade, Landon's going to have to get his boots online. It's my word, you know that's heading straight for him. Or an icicle. Or rather, frosty death for Landon. Focus firing from ENCE is just sublime. They do end up losing Marsa, which kind of sucks, but it is a Lucio, so we're chilling. Space Station Gaming do end up finding the flip, but ENCE are still like man advantage on the point. And yeah, with Funny Astro dead, this is a very quick flip. Wow, Kevster, okay. Okay. That's first point for ENCE.
Wow, Kevster is just like lights out right now. He's played so many different DPS heroes in this matchup already. Mei just one of the many things that he can bring out in order to just help the team to find that success. But this Mei is so crazy because not only do you have the wall, like you were saying, for the teleporter, but the ice block as well, so you're not as easily able to get walked on. But then like the freeze. Like, anybody that's stepping up to that Mei, like, it's so much easier to take them out because they don't have the same escape mechanism if their mobility is getting locked.
So perfect point for the Blizzard too, mind you. Pretty circular.
Oh, the small one?
Pretty circular. A few doors you can kind of walk out, of course, and you can teleport, but it's going to be a little bit rough. All right, turrets are going to be playing their role as a security system. There's the point. Good window from ENCE. It's going to force Space Station Gaming to give this one up. And now they have to play into the main, which is even worse.
The Bastion is so far back. Set up in the tank mode now too, knowing that Masa has the sound barrier.
Hardy has 1 HP as well. He's going to need a lap soon. Here come the Blizzard for Kevster. Nice boop onto Landon, straight back into his frosty death. A bob from Spark is good for one on Crimso. As look at that, it's right at the back, providing covering fire from a bunker up on the high ground. Good turnaround from Space Station there. Kevster managing to take out Landon again. But Space Station know their game at this point.
They do. I mean, they saw the Blizzard. Who is better to be able to react to that than somebody who also knows that hero inside and out? Backbone, I'm sure, saw something like that coming from a mile away. And so you got the Bob set up, able to deal with the Blizzard, and now you've also dealt with maybe one of the hardest ultimates to deal with on this point. The Sound Barrier and the Blizzard now gone here from ENCE. You still have to deal with this grab mortar combo, which is not fun, but just back away, right?
Dynamites are good for a lot of damage. Sparker already up to like, what, 60%? Here it comes, the forbidden combo. Well, Sparker's already dead, so little rough. That's straight on top of the backline now as Landon does sail to the sky. Doesn't get hit directly with one of those mortars, but has to try and awkwardly play around this window now as Vestola is off-angling. Hardy is 1 HP and so are the rest of the team. Landon not in a position where he can heal him. ENCE with a very good split on the front line of Space Station after using those ults. Hardy jumps off the map, goes for a quick reset as ENCE have a chance here at taking this point as well. But Space Station, they're at 99%.
They've already done a great job of that too, and coming back with the photon barrier is really nice, just to have that big shield. You don't have to have any fear of being able to walk up to that point and recontest it. The problem is that Crimso has kept this amplification matrix to respond to that. He's done this so many times and just pop it back point.
Yeah, they're going to put it up like a big shield. Going to hopefully try and isolate Vestola, and they've done so quite successfully, but the lamp comes in just in time to save him. He might be burning alive, but those heals are being flung towards him at light speed. Backbone does get booped off the map, and here comes OT for Space Station. Someone from ENCE does have to touch. They do manage to successfully do so, and they kill Hardy. Oh dear. Oh, Blizzard. Yeah, Sparker can't even go for a reflip here, retouch. OT, and with the turret form, the Bob's going to come in, does knock up the Mei, but a small little boop here from Master might just do it, although the wall is just going to stop Bob from doing all of anything. Bob's going to eventually cap. Kevster wants to play a little bit more safe, doesn't want to mess with the Bob. It's actually Backbone has bought enough time for the Tracer to come in. They force the recall. Here comes the second turret form of this fight for Kai. Kevster taking down Backbone, finding Astro dead, Hardy hitting the reset, and ENCE, they're looking good. One more round and they'll see themselves on match point in this series.
Just such a big turnaround from what we saw yesterday. ENCE just really cleaning up their counters to this Space Station comp. Even the Bob, just not enough to be able to turn the tides when ENCE can play around that with the Mei wall and just have those answers to everything else. I think Crimso also just holding on to those ant matrices for these photon barriers has been huge to mitigate the amount of advantage that can give over to Space Station. Even when they have the Symmetra TP to try to get to the point a little bit faster, like ENCE, they're gonna have the grab again. Like, then I don't know. It just feels like ENCE just have answers to everything right now.
Double window. Here come the hands from Vestola, walking through the window too, isolating the backline. That lamp not too much of an issue for him now as he rocks him out of it. That nade, I think that banked off one of the little columns there to end Landon's life pretty quick. There goes Hardy. Okay, there's the cap for ENCE. They find a team kill and still have the Forbidden Combo. They've still got the Flux and they've still got the Mortar Strike.
Yeah. And Funny Astro used the beat. So there's no answer that Space Station can come at this with outside of just the annihilation and hoping that they can live through that combination. But already having the point captured, ENCE, they have a chance here to just close out this map and bring us to a match point. But it's going to be so tough. I think Space Station, their backs are against the wall on this one.
And they kill Funny Astro really early on there. Lucio comes back quick, right? But still, on Flashpoint, the percent ticks so quickly. That might be
like this is last
1.5 fights worth. Yeah, that half a fight won't be pretty. Kevster has the Blizzard. It is definitely last fight with ultimates, Rose, that is for sure. Annihilation comes in. That wall trying to be placed behind Hardy, but Hardy's already super low. Nice ice block there from Backbone, but they managed to get the mortar combo off of the Blizzard. Hardy's already down. Sound barrier comes through from ENCE. They want to end this right here, right now. Backbone falls, and ENCE, they didn't lose a single player. Funny Astro can touch, but it's too little too late. ENCE claims Surasa a 3-0, and they found match point. Revenge, so close in their grasp. Space Station Gaming, they've got to find answers for this combo. They've got to find answers for this Bastion in the May. There's nothing they could have done there. It felt like there was just too many ults from ENCE.
No, I mean, you talk about the Forbidden Combo and then the Blizzard to lock everybody down anyways. Like, you were never going to get out of that. Even if Funny Astro had the sound barrier, it's a tough ask for any team to have to get out of such a large area of effect. But ENCE, they've figured it out. And now it's up to Space Station, as you said, to find the answers. But I don't know if there are any. Like, think about just the raw firepower and stardom that ENCE have as a roster and how drilled they must be. I mean, Goomba, like, think about the mega mind that he is too for this team.
This is a really nice fight coming in. Look at this boop too onto the BAP, so they go back into the Blizzard. Really nice Blizzard play from Kevster, like throughout this map. And this is exactly what they just seem to want to run. Okay, Hardy's on the Ram. Okay, sure, we'll play Bastion and then we'll play May. We'll play it like Hardy is playing the Rhyme, which is kind of what Hardy's playstyle is, right? He wants to get in there and brawl. This what these comps are so good at. Just getting in your face and just punching you down and then running over your backline. But Kevster and Kai just playing so patiently too with the turret forms, knowing exactly when to pop them. Such incredibly powerful cooldowns against comps that want to be up in your face. Vestola too, one of the best Sigmas, if not the best in Europe. Hence really fighting Space Station for this revenge. Might be our final map coming up next, Rose. Space Station, they need to find something because Flashpoint, it wasn't it. 3-0 is quite a clean sweep there from ENCE.
ENCE has been so flexible in this matchup. That's why it feels so difficult to feel like Space Station are going to be able to find an answer. They do have this Winston composition.
What? Those stats.
But, like, that's... I mean, they did 3-0 them.
But 94 elims to 18. And then 11.8 to 0.6. Like, this is not a scoreline you'd expect to see from Space Station and ENCE, like, at this point. Pretty even coming into it. You're expecting Space Station Gaming to be the favorites coming in, and a lot of people were predicting them to kind of win EU in Stage 2 after getting knocked down so early by Ex-Oblivione in Stage 1. People expected the kind of revenge tour from Space Station, knocking everybody out of their way and just like steamrolling their way to the finals. And steamroll they did. And remember, they went 3-1 against ENCE in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah. Yeah, so like both teams have a chance here to rewrite history for themselves. Space Station going out in 4th now have a chance to get this first place spot. Same with ENCE to finally take a first place after falling to Twisted Minds. But Space Station, they're steering down the barrel of this being their final match and just final map, honestly, in this series. So Psycho coming back in now to be able to take up that DPS slot. Maybe more Tracer on the horizon here. But as we look to what map we have next, Jaws, it's Route 66. This is a map we haven't seen much of at all in any of OWCS so far. It's always been Shambali Monastery.
Yeah, I'm excited. I love Route 66. And a lot of the time, too, there was a lot of 3-0s, so we never get onto Escort, which is kind of rough. Yeah, I do like seeing Escort. It's a very fun game mode to watch. But you're not wrong, Rose. This could be the final hurrah for Space Station. Got to keep it locked in. They're on defense first, so no chances really to kind of go back to spawn and swap. And Hardy on the Winston.
Well, as we were saying, there is an opportunity here for Space Station to bring out a composition like this, but are ENCE expecting it? Let's take a listen in to hear what ENCE are thinking ahead of this 5th map.
Like, once we get card fired up...
I think you guys can take top left.
Yeah, top left?
Okay. No, I think we stack underneath. What do they do if we stack underneath? I feel like that's so good.
Yeah, but they can fucking rotate.
Both are fine.
Hey, Monkey's in the fucking spot on the top right.
Let's stack under, let's stack under.
I'll go kill it.
Yeah, stack under and we can then swing from there together. Yeah, Monkey Bob.
Yeah, we swing wide angles. I'm going top left, I mean top right. You can play point.
Kai taking a little quick peek there on the Widow. Oh, they're back to their old tricks. Kai on the Bastion. Marsa on Brig as well. So the dive here from Space Station is going to be quite tough, Rose.
It's so hard, because who do you dive? Kai is just so survivable. You've got Masa with the Brig for the shield faster, the whip shot. It's like Psycho can't really contest it, neither can Hottie. It's going to be tough. And Space Station, maybe you want to jump Crimso, but even still, like Crimso and Masa are going to stick to each other like glue.
All right, Kevster slowly moving the bot. Little 3-2-1 push there onto the low ground. Oh, good nade from Kai. Predicting Psycho's movement perfectly. And now Sparker's in trouble too. Can they save him? No, they cannot. Kevster claiming that kill. Oh dear, both DPS dead now for Space Station. Everything kind of falling apart for them on their defense. Can they kill? Oh no, Astro's 1 HP. Narrowly escapes. They might be able to get another recontest, especially with Hardy and Astro and Landon surviving. Yeah, here you go. Here's a 5-man group up, pushing onto high ground as quick.
Yeah, but they're walking into a window.
Yeah, especially with Kai behind it too, it's going to be quite deadly. Land doing a little bit of damage to Kai, but yeah, thinks better of it. Jumps down to low ground, but couldn't quite spot Kevster. This movement looking too clean for the Tracer. Pulse bomb on the dumpster. Well, Hardy does end up leaping away, popping that primal raid, but now has to contend with this rally. With Vestola dead, a lot less point presence, but Kevster still trying to push it as far as he can. Master being focused down by Psycho and Hardy, who's ejected from that mega health pack room. All right, they make their re-engagement quite successful. 5 meters to go.
right when we were gonna see that point cap there from ENCE. Space Station now get a chance to actually set up to be able to go for the dive defense. I think earlier on it was a little bit tough because like you're under Earls. Where do you go? Like no matter what doorway you're going to be walking into, you're walking into some Bastion fire or even just like Kevster going on a flank. But here you see them walking through the kind of like mine shaft area.
Yeah, oh, Hardy tried to get to mega health back.
Hardy's
just get
dead.
picked. That's not good. They're going to try and rip this rush to try and get it going. But this payload is going to be hard to kind of assault now. Vestola is pretty low, taking a lot of damage from Sparker. Fan the hammers. Oh, so quick. And you're seeing that Kiriko rush, and there's the kill that they wanted. Kai popping out, instantly popping turret 4, but they couldn't quite get it done. Sound barrier coming through from Funny Astro, hits 5. And this high noon as well is going to stop Kevster from doing much. But it's a swing and a miss. Hits the little bit of rock there, as they do try and stagger out Vestola. A minute to go. This is a very different Space Station gaming that we're seeing right now, and the one everybody prophesized.
Maybe that was the answer. You know, we said, like, even when it looks like the Ramatra compositions, yes, Hardy can bring out the Reinhardt too. It's still a rush, but they also have this dive, and this dive has always looked so good from them. Hardy's been working so hard to make this Winston really competitive, and this has had the perfect answer so far. A little still difficult to jump onto anybody in the back line, but Hardy's holding the door. Just has to time all of the burst damage that could come through.
Yeah, nade into instant turret form, into you getting deleted. OT in 20 seconds, they try and dive the bash in the backline. Nice little lamp deployed as Psycho tries to just deal with this bot being pushed forward. A perfectly placed dive there from Hardy. Kills Kai once again first, and 10 seconds to go in a Primal Rage to deal with. Looks like ENCE's push is going to end here. It's only Kevster to try and jostle this bot. And look at the hit squad they're setting after him too. 4 players from Space Station to deal with Kevster. Sometimes that's what it takes. Space Station Gaming holding ENCE on first.
That's impressive. That's a very, very impressive hold, especially when running a defensive dive is not necessarily the easiest of compositions to execute. It was already very tough when ENCE had such a survivable backline. They could all stack on top of each other, but even a switch from Vestola over to the Orisa was just not quite enough. So as Space Station get ready to go on their attack push, let's hear what they're thinking ahead of this next round.
Attack, I really do.
Okay,
go Genji or Ashe or Sojourn. Any of those. That you can just like any of those three.
What are you feeling, bro? What are you feeling?
I mean, just fuck it, guys. Genji.
Yeah, fuck it. If we go out playing Spengy, we can fucking go out playing Spengy.
Yes, I'd fun then.
Fuck it, dude.
Let's get it, boys.
That's all we need.
Get it.
Still take space slowly.
Yeah, just take it slowly. Shoot Tracer. If they don't have a Tracer, just fucking move point, okay? For a long time, till they make a move and we kill them, okay?
Even if they have trade, we can shoot point till
yes.
He can die. Some triple dink shuriken or something.
Fuck him up,
bro. Alright, let's fucking go, boys.
Pretty positive sounding words there. Things that I can't say on broadcast. Being shouted out by Space Station.
That's why we let them.
Exactly. We can get away with it if they do it. It's all good. Still, they obviously
Sparker
feeling pretty good coming out the gates. Yeah, they're like, Sparker, yeah, play what you want, bro. Just whatever you're feeling right now. Look at how many meters we need to get. And a Blade, Rose, I mean, that forces out support always pretty readily. That rally sometimes not even effective against the Blade if the dive is good enough, because that overhealth takes a little while to build up on all the members' events.
Well, especially if you miss the shield bash too or something. Very small window to make sure that you're breathing in the actual CC to shut down that Genji. And already, look how far this card has moved. And Hadi hasn't even made the jump in yet, forcing ENCE to have to go to the cart as we heard them try to execute that game plan.
Already 50% towards display. Sparker taking another little peek over. Just being annoying, harassing the sidelines. Going to force ENCE to look a couple of different ways at once. Hardy setting up for a dive now as Sparker's spotted one in the backline. It is Crimzo as the person in his sights. Now it is Marsa. Oh, nice rock onto Sparker. Perfectly timed, and Marsa picks up that kill. Nice stuff from Vestola to start us off with. Funny Astro perma-booping the tank away as well. He's going to make sure the payload gets a few extra meters. The Lamper and Insurance policy as Hardy ends up failing that jump. Hardy takes down Marsa. Quick re-engagement here from Space Station is possible.
That's really nice too, because Masa hasn't had time to build up to the rally yet. So maybe Sparker is going to be able to beat Masa to the punch with this Dragon Blade. It would feel good just to know that that rally's going to be offline and you don't have a sound barrier to be able to deal with that either. But it's going to be Crimzo with this amplification matrixes and get set back up on this high ground.
Pulse one from Psycho, pressures the point. Crimzo with the window, ready and waiting to use it. Look how far he's playing back. He knows Space Station have got ults to use. Hardy's setting up. You can see him creeping on that lower left side.
Oh, he wants
He's ready. They're waiting to get Blade, I think, or at least Rush. Or even Primal, to be fair. Oh, wait, they're not going to wait at all. Edge going to jump on it. Master in trouble. Super low. They can use that winner for a little bit of protection, but Kai needs to come up with kills, needs to come up with damage. That Primal Rage does it. It's good for one onto Crimzo, but Kai's just getting booped around. He's high in the sky. He doesn't even know where he is. I'll tell you where he is. He's back in spawn. Space Station Gaming now leap onto the point. It's only Marcel and Vestola to try and hold on. A rally and a flux. Send two people sky high. Is landed. Is eventually brought back down to earth. A stun onto Hardy is good for him to escape. He's half HP, no supports left. Here comes the Blade though. A super late one for a Sparker. ENCE don't see this one coming. The Suzu comes in, but no, Crimzo takes him down. Astro comes up big with a kill onto Crimzo, and now the payload can get going. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go as Hardy takes a lot of damage in the front line from Kevster. As ENCE try and get a group up as 5 again. Crimzo jumps over to the Kiriko to try and TP back, but Kai is in this small little corridor. Can't quite get an angle in, and no one is there to help Marsa either. 3 meters to go in 60 seconds left on the clock.
And it's still so scrappy. Vestola's able to come back on the Doomfist, but the pulse bomb onto Kai
ends his life. Vestola just dashing away, just trying to leap, but it's too little too late. Space Station Gaming lock their place into a 5th map as they take Route 66.
We said at the very beginning of this match, this could be one that goes the distance, and already we've got 5 maps going on 6 in this first to 4 series. FACEIT, they're not out of this yet, and it was off the back of some really clean and maybe scrappy dives.
That blade was so sick. They noticed them trying to like punish the kills, because if you're thinking about it, if you're Ents in that situation, you're like, if we can get a couple of picks here, they're going to be in an awkward spot for that last fight. And they react to it. Sparker is there with the blade, because he was one of the first to go down, like steps up, and it's like, the Sigma's got nothing. Like, he's got no health. The supports are on high ground. Like, maybe they get the Suzu out and they have to jump back down to the, they have to get up to the high ground again. Like, Sigma can't do that. Obviously, Flux is up onto the height. Like, it's a real rough spot for Vestola to be in. Just punished for overextending a little bit, but overextending with good reason. I think it was just a clutch play by Sparker in the very end. Here's a couple of highlights for you from that first map. I was excited to see more Route 66 Rose, but unfortunately, we only got to see first.
We got Big Earls. That's okay. That's enough of a sightseeing destination on Route 66, I think.
It'll do. We saw something that's not Shambolic Monastery, so we're all chilling.
That's actually so true. No, it's great to see this dive be so successful for Space Station. I think it gives us even more hope that this could very well be a map 7 on the horizon. But wow, like I think too, just Space Station knowing that they have these highly mobile heroes, they can keep pushing like a 4v3 fight, a 3v2, and know that at some point they're gonna overwhelm as long as they just keep up that pressure. So that fight felt like it went on for like 2 minutes, even after we saw those swaps over from Ents to the Doomfist to the Tracer, just to be able to get back, and not enough. Like there was that blade.
So nice. And he got the slash too as the Kiriko was Suzuing. So that slash obviously didn't end up connecting. The Suzu saved the Kiriko, but then on the back swing, boom, he hits him, and then, oh, it's an easy follow-up kill there from the Tracer or the Winston or whoever, right? Really nice play by Sparker, clutching it out at the very end. And to be fair, Rose, we heard in the comms, like, play what you're feeling. If you feel confident on it, then good stuff. We can go with it. And Genji was the pick, and the Genji saved their asses there. Let's listen into the winning comms from Space Station on that clutch victory.
Commit brick, cat and bash, next turret, guys. Play it slow, we win.
Bash
Play above.
Shoot point.
Yeah, pulse on the second.
Bash one.
Bash one.
Kill me.
No pulse.
Do one.
Okay.
Play one bar.
Do one. Nice, good job.
Spengy! Good fucking job, guys.
Spirits is still high in the Space Station camp by the sounds of it. Control room lighting up for sure. I mean, look, still on match point though at Ents. They got beaten last time by Twisted Minds in Stage 1 in the finals. They don't want a repeat of that. They've got a couple more maps under their belt, but Space Station Gaming, they're not making this series an easy one. Moving over to Samoa now, and our second control map of this series.
Well, Control has seemed to be the kryptonite for Space Station Gaming, losing the control map yesterday of Samoa and also losing that first map in the series right now. So I don't know if they're feeling great about this one, but maybe they've been able to take some inspiration, some learning moments from Samoa yesterday and even just from the map earlier today, and they'll feel more confident.
Well, there's no substitutions, Rose. So again, same 10 loading in. Ents is pick too. And you got to feel confident as well if you're Ents, like doubly so now because you had the pick. You not only beat Space Station twice in their series, you had the pick of the map as well. Like, you're feeling real good if you're Ents right now. I mean, this match is going to be pretty close. We called it already. And I'm curious how the chat is feeling right now, too, because Space Station Gaming, they're one map away from going out. Both teams, of course, have still locked their place in at Dallas to face some of the international teams, which is going to be a heck of a show. And if you haven't got your tickets already, go get them. Go get them. It's going to be a good time. We'll be there as well. It'll be a chill one. Samoa, though, is our next one. So what do you expect we see? Do we see a little bit more dive kind of tactics coming out from Space Station Gaming here, or do you reckon they're just going to default back to the ramp?
Well, there are a couple points that you can play the dive. I think I'm thinking about downtown and just how it can play so similarly to like City Center on Oasis. Not the same like high ground types of control, but you know, you get the picture. It's circular and they actually just look the same, just reskinned. But I think you could also see the Sigma be really powerful here for Ents. Volcano feels like such a good point for that, or even the Ramatra, or I guess the Orisa as well, since Vestola can absolutely play that too. But we are starting on Volcano, so that's very interesting to see how they're going to counterpick each other. I would expect to see some swaps throughout this round.
For sure. I mean, Kev's just already locking in the Mei. You'd be pretty happy. This point's really weird and kind of annoying too when you're playing against the Mei, because the entrances to the point are pretty much perfect Mei like width. I wonder if they actually designed it that way. It's just like, well, Mei walls can fit in here, so like that's the. How many Mei walls can we fit in this choke point? One? Okay. Perfect.
One.
Perfect
There's
choke point.
one. Okay.
Yeah,
two. Here's one.
Exactly.
Here's one more. Oh
it's
my
gonna be a little bit tough, especially for Hardy. Probably being a little bit more passive. And you can see, yeah, they don't want to stray too far forward. Here comes the wall. Oh, he sneaks past it though. A little slipperiness. All good. They're gonna get punished for it though. A little bit of damage, no initial kills, but it does force Crimzo to use Lamb.
Sparker's still on that angle though. Look at how high up Crimzo is. I was to drop down a little bit knowing that Psycho is behind him.
Like Edge was trying to make the call there, so we want to take the point, so Kai ended up popping turret form, and now they try and take this high ground again. Headshot onto Astro with that Icicle. Still dicing with Kevster by the looks of it, and here comes another wall. Luckily for the BAP though, those Exo boots coming in clutch to save Hardy, who was isolated from the BAP. And speaking of which, 2 BAPs going down, same with Kai. A good pulse bomb from Psycho. Trying to look where the Lucio's gone, there he is. In the kill feed now. Oh, Kevster with a nice headshot through the window. It's a very scrappy fight. It's a Lucio Ram versus a Ram and a Mei. Vestola in a whole heap of hurt though, even with that Mei coming in with the wall. Can they actually, I mean, Kev's a good block and the heroes are going to come in. Probably going to lamp him too if they really need it, but they might not even. Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, lamp comes in. They can't even cut the point.
Wow, even the wall too to just stall them even more. Vestola's going to be able to get back into this fight.
Take a block.
Big pick on Namasa.
That's 2 block rotations from Kevster. Signals to the team like, I'm gonna die, I've used block, wall, then block again. That was a lot of additional time by Ents there. Perfectly played, nice cooldown management.
50% for Ents, and ultimates to spare. That's gonna be a sound barrier, a blizzard. Think again about like the blizzard, the mortar strike combo that we saw. I would be worried if I were a space station, but that's a funny Astros for. We got the immortality field. Landon's also going to hit the amp.
Oh, nice engagement there. Sparker holding off to the side. They use that sound barrier and the window. And now here come the problematic ults, the Blizzard and the Mortar Strike. That is going to be the second Forbidden Combo V2. Blizzard into Mortar Strike.
That doesn't feel good either, though, because you can't get away. We saw that on Surasa. Well, I guess with the grab flux, too. But the fact that Funny Astro used the sound barrier in that last engagement means that they don't have that now. They just have to use the immortality field and just raw healing.
You're not going to be able to survive that with the immortality field, sadly. Here comes the Blizzard. Tries to lock off the healing from Landon, but Crimzo's the one that falls first. Sound barrier comes through as Master's getting ticked down and chased down by Psycho. Hardy, hearing that Blizzard call, he ends up just running to the back line and then popping the Annihilation, and then Crimzo, stuck in that vortex, can't use his Exo Boots to get away. So that combo that Ents had in their back pocket, completely gone, and you can see Kevster, Kai switching now.
Yeah, it's going to be to the Tracer and the Cassidy to be able to match that on Space Station. A little bit more front damage if you're looking at Kai's Cassidy, and you can also just maybe play with this Annihilation a little bit better, being a little bit more survivable next to like Crimzo and Masa. But it's starting to run away from them. 90% here for Space Station as they could close it out here with a Deadeye from Sparker.
He's been so good with them so far, and so good with just normal kills, vanilla kills. All right, there's the Vortex in the back line, forces the Lamb. Crimzo in a good angle to use this window. Landon's already dead, and there is the Annihilation. No investment here from Space Station, apart from that Deadeye. They still end up getting a couple of kills, which on Crimzo and Kai is quite frustrating. Space Station Gaming with Lucio spawning, or one of the first ones to spawn Space Station, are going to be able to regroup pretty quickly. Kai only now coming up, but Hardy kind of the same timing here.
They can still come back into the point really quickly, and I think it's important that Landon has this amplification matrix to match that of Crimzo's, but Kai's the one with the Deadeye that's going to be able to play on that angle with Crimzo's amp.
Oh.
Psycho with a Pulse Bomb could be a big difference maker here, but I'm looking at the Funny Astro barrier.
Big aggro push. Oh, Spark is in the backline again. There's the window, and whatever direction you choose to come from, Sparker, it always manages to come up with kills. Vestola doesn't end up killing 2 in the front line. I mean, Spark is still here. They're going to eventually kill him, but not before he kills Master as well. There's 2 people left. Overtime coming in. If they can get the touch. Looks like they're going to be able to with Funny Astro. A nice little boot. And he survives. Oh, the Vortex aiding in that sound barrier usage too. A nice little boot down to the low ground. Vestola saved by the lamp. Overtime as everybody grouping up as 5 now. But Psycho clears ENCE off of the point. A pulse bomb on Vestola. Marsa low HP. Has to go for another touch. But it's looking rather unlikely he can do so. At least not without paying for it with his life. Space Station Gaming come back. They end up claiming that first round. ENCE looking like that was a shutout there, but these fights end up breaking down. It is the carries for Space Station that come out strong.
Sparker on the angle and doesn't even need the Symmetra teleporter to make that possible. So getting a couple of picks here and there has really helped shore up some of these successes for Space Station in these fights. But my god, Funny Astro's barrier could not have come up in any better of timing. Like, that Vortex almost killed him before he got that barrier off.
Insane stuff from Sparker. You're right, like he doesn't even need the TP to find these flank kills. Ridiculous. And getting Marsa there when the Ram's like punching you in the face is absurd, and that's really what kind of tipped the scales. TP out Kai and Sparker on the Cass. Mirror compositions pretty much, apart from Hardy and Vestola doing the Orisa Ram head-to-head. Oh, Marsa on the Brig.
Well, Marsa's on the Brig
not quite
too.
mirror comps there.
Yeah, so you just get to play with the Orisa a little bit closer. The Inspire healing could be really big in order to just make these duels a little bit better for your own team. But I think that the fact that Funny Astro's on Lucio, the sound barrier just feels like a better supportive ultimate to have when you look at the rally versus the sound barrier in these matchups.
All right, see how long it takes the point to be capped. Sparker not doing anything too crazy right now, just checking Kai on the corner. It's actually Vestola, the ones that goes down. You saw Marsa and Crimzo trying to help stop Sparker get away with murder. It was actually his rest of his team that were getting away with it. Scot-free, although Psycho going down to a headshot of Kai isn't good.
Still a point capture for Space Station. Sparker is a Deadeye almost too. He's so
double heady.
Please heal him.
Kai doesn't want to mess with that. Doesn't want to mess with that either. As soon as he peeks, Sparker clicks his head. Psycho pretty low as well. High Noon available. Yes, you are right. Good stick. Oh, the pulse bomb. Even like a full clip from the Tracer couldn't take down the Cassidy. And the Vestola falls down yet again first. And Space Station, remember, they still control the point here. This is time lost for ENCE.
Like it's even, and especially too at Space Station, we're able to take that fight so economically. 4 ultimates still for them, as Hadi's gonna come up to the Annihilation pretty quickly. And ENCE, like, they just haven't had a foothold in this round yet. Kai as the Deadeye is still not really enough, it feels like, to be able to get these picks, especially because Funny Astro has the Lucio to help speed people out of that line of sight. ENCE is taking their time to come back into this.
Vesto's got the Terror Surge. As long as he doesn't get bursted, which is what Space Station have done for the last 3 or 4 fights in a row. High Noon for Kai, forcing back the members of Space Station up onto that high ground, but Hardy is going to pop Nemesis form in order to stay alive on the point. There's the window, the re-engagement. Vestola using Spear Spin to get away. Space Station wanting to put this in OT rows as the stick comes through from Vestola. Hits the Terror Surge just to stay alive. Here comes the rally. Vestola down first yet again. Space Station Gaming used the sound barrier, unable to get the Annihilation off, but it might not matter. Master's the target for Space Station as Landon also falls to Kevster. Overtime in a couple of percentage points, but it's all Kev and Sparker. Eventually the Cassidy goes down. Funny Astro in a 1v1 versus Kev, but I know who I've got my money on.
Ooh, well, Psycho's here to maybe save the day, and at least Funny Astro can get him out of there too.
They got him. They got the kill.
Oh, no. He's getting hunted.
They're going to re-engage on this point, Rose. This is tough, too. Vestola had to make the swap to the Doomfist.
Doomfist. Yeah. That does not feel good to have to come back out on that for a full 5v5. Vestola, I'm sure, is going to be able to help dislodge a couple of these members, but like Hadi's the one that has the agency, the Annihilation in his pocket. Psycho's going to have another Pulse Bomb, too. Space Station should have the ultimate advantage here to win.
Yep, Pulse. Window from Crimzo. Nice little angle, too, onto that high ground, but You need an insta-kill from Kai here. Sparker, oh yeah, he's just on the flank again. Pulse bomb onto Vestola. Here comes the annihilation. Here comes the damage. Space Station Gaming wipe Ents. Kevster still comes up with a kill, sure, but is it enough? He can get the retouch, but not before Astro puts a bullet to his head. Space Station Gaming, they just got to deal with a Doomfist, and Vestola doesn't even get there. Space Station Gaming taking us all the way.
7-map series. Jaws, how long has it been since we've got a grand finals that has been this good and this close?
Well, it was Dallas Fuel back in 2022, right?
Yeah, 2 years
2 years ago, going all the way. I mean, hey, this couldn't be closer. Samoa, a 2-map victory, and Space Station Gaming also overcoming that curse. That was the map they lost to Ents in the upper bracket finals. That was the map they lost to start off the series. They're coming back. They want to take that title, the Stage 2 champion title, on the line for both teams as we load in soon to a map 7.
Third time's the charm, apparently. And maybe it's going to be the 7th map that gets them the victory. Space Station, as a team, have always been considered an underdog, especially when they were in the Overwatch League as London Spitfire. Of course, they were always fan favorites. How could you not when you see them having so much fun? But this is where they really get a chance to secure a win for themselves in such a big tournament. But take a look at the Cassidy diff.
It's not often you see Kai get diffed on a hit scan. The guy has got the most nutty aim I've ever seen, but Sparker outdoing it by, what, tenfold? Pretty much KDA tenfold at least. 24 to 5 limbs, 4 to 9 deaths, damage, ignore it. KDA 6 to 0.6. That is disgusting stats from Sparker there, Rose. I mean, a lot of the time, he was on the flank. He doesn't need no TPs.
He just got there by himself, or maybe with some help from Funny Astro and the Lucio, but still, he was able to find those angles that were able to surprise Ents. And if you take out a support, a DPS, maybe you're just taking out Kai. What a big source of damage removed from the team, and then Sparker gets so much free reign.
Well, here you go. Here's some of the highlights with Sparker going on cheeky flanks. You love to see it. This was a, looked like initially out the gate, Ents in firm control. They had like, what, 52%? There you go, 52% on the board.
Yeah.
But these very, very, well, like, it literally turns into like 2v2, 3v3s. Like the fights end up just getting traded. A lot of that is because Sparker is doing things like this. And also, picking off 3 here is absurd. He's also got a Ram looking at him and still kills Marsa. He's in the Vortex. Marsa, oh, I'm going to peek him for half a second. No, lights out. Boom. Back to Spawner, yeah.
Sparker's been able to play with such little fear because he knows that he has a backline like Landon and Funny Astro to help him out. He's not concerned. If you notice, like, he'll also just walk up to the Ramatra at any point because he's like, oh, well, Hottie's gonna put up a shield for me. No big deal. I know that I'm gonna get healing from my Baptiste, or Funny Astro is gonna be able to peel for me. And so it's been amazing to see how far Sparker has come. He's always been a great hit scan, but I think on the Cassidy's especially, we've seen him become a whole new player.
There's the stats from that map as well. Of course, pretty one-sided in terms of score and stats to boot. Junkertown, by the way, Rose, is our next map. A map we don't see all too often. I'll tell you that right now. But this could lead to some spicy Widow play, especially on that first point.
I could be so happy if we get a chance to see some Widowmaker play. Kevster made it look so easy.
Space Station are taking us here too. They're taking us here. Kai and Kevster. I mean, we saw what Kevster did on Midtown. Disgusting amounts of Widow play. And like Kai, obviously, that's his best hero, is Widow. It's crazy when you have 2 players that are like unbelievable, like gods on the Widowmaker. But we are actually getting a substitution, Rose, on Ents' side of things here. So we are seeing Chase come in.
Chase.
Vestola stepping out.
Okay.
So very different tempo game just from this lineup here. Probably not going to see that Sigma now.
Right. Right. Vestola is usually a little bit more cautious, just plays very methodically, very meticulously through those cooldowns. And Sigma or Orisa, and Chase is that new superstar tank that Ents picked up specifically for this stage after his success on Ex Oblivione, and has already shown us the Winston today. Looks so good doing it. Has the Orisa as well to be able to swap between, and both of those heroes very viable on a map like Junkertown.
It's an into the winning comms from that last round, though. There might be some profanity. I do apologize. Well, actually, I don't. Space Station Gaming, let's get a quick listen in.
Don't apologize.
2, 1. Poke me. I can kill all. Poke me.
Tracer gonna go me. Cammy.
Try one,
No recall and only one pick left.
I'm meeting him.
Here's the pulse.
Nice. They can't
Only do mess to cross my brother. I have a slow man.
Nice. C9 in chat.
They type C9 in chat, type C9 in chat, quick, just get in their heads. Hey, it works, it does. The mental warfare game, sometimes more important than the warfare that's happening in the server. Yeah, it's always good to get the listen-ins at the very end there. And you can see Space Station, they're not excited just yet. They haven't won the series just yet. They're cool, calm, and collected. They know they've got another map to go.
And this is going to be the final one. It's our first to 4. We're already on map 7. I can't believe it.
Yeah, there is a rare instance where you can draw on an escort.
Oh,
an
let's
unbelievably
not.
rare instance. I have a really strange memory when it comes to remembering things in Overwatch. I do remember in 2018, me and Astro played a game together and we drew on Junkertown a long time ago. Yeah, it was. I don't know why I have that memory in my head, but yeah, it was a long time ago. It was very strange set of circumstances led to that happening. But yeah, we did draw on this map.
You know,
very weird.
It's funny it's not just Junkertown, and it's funny you have that memory because I feel like whenever I think of the most drawable escort map, I think of Havana.
Yeah, Havana's pretty drawable. Pretty drawable, especially with the
0 meters on either
0
side.
meters, yeah, you just hold spawn. Right, let's see what Ents are going to do on the defense end. Chase on the Orisa here, and then can potentially obviously swap to the Winston. So I like the way they're going to be able to play this, just having that flexibility if they want to go something faster.
Yeah, but Masa opting to play the Brig versus the Lucio. Listen, I get it. I think there've been a lot of supports in this current day and age that are like, anything but the Lucio, please, or like anything but the Brig. So maybe also just recognizing that the Brig is going to be really good to help stop things like this pesky Psycho Tracer. The Space Station are also going to come out of the gates with an Orisa comp. Ooh, but look at the hit scan difference, Jaws. We got Sparker on Cass and Kai on Sojourn.
Yeah, no Widows. A little bit surprising, honestly, from Ents, but...
sad.
Yeah, a little bit sad, too. I'd love to see some Widowmaker play. But yeah, I mean, Sparker, as long as they shut him down or stop him from going too crazy on a flank, it's a little bit harder, to be fair, on a map like Junkertown, especially on first. They're going to be in good stead. Now they can just perma-hold. This reminds me of kind of old Orisa 2, where you just perma-hold on these corners and just yell pull over and over again. Thank God we're past those times.
Pop the shield down. Yeah, glad Orisa doesn't get a shield anymore. Quite honestly, this kit's much cooler.
Z Sparker is still trying to be cheeky, trying to take control of that mega health pack. Now he's back in the main. Obviously that new building there has a mini in it, so Kai can use that for some sustenance. Kevster's under a little bit of pressure here on the sidelines. They've already burnt Crimzo's lamp and Landon's. Is Sparker on the flank though? Can't let him get on the high ground. Missed a couple of shots on Kevster, but here comes the first ult. Window from Crimzo on the point as Hardy in a whole world of hurt. Pulse bomb lands from both Traces as Hardy and Kai end up trading, but it's Psycho that comes out in the better end of it. With a melee kill onto Crimzo. I mean, where's the heals? Ents has to go fast. They have to just dive in onto the backline, and dive they do. But it is Psycho with 3, 4, almost making it 5-2. Kevs is the last remaining member. That's a 5K from Psycho.
Oh, he has earned that fire that is blazing through that portrait. Psycho just went actually sicko mode. He plays the best bait ever, by the way. Like, I know he goes down a lot by himself, but that's just to give so much room to Psycho.
Nice kill onto Kai too. Did get booped into the skies. He couldn't make use of that lamp. And here's the window. Surely that's it. Especially on this verse, there's no chance. Good Hindenade onto Kev. And there's the point.
Wow. Oh my god. Psycho has been absolutely going crazy. And I think I think it makes it so difficult for Ents because, yes, you have to deal with Hadi, who is just like perma-pressing your front line, but then how do you deal with who's in the back? Brig, only has like 2 very important cooldowns to be able to deal with a Tracer. You look at the Shield Bash or you look at the Whip Shot, and if you miss those, they're on cooldown for quite some time here for Psycho to be able to come in and just take out your backline. Plus, like, BAP 2 only has the Immortality Field, and you can burst through a lot of that healing thanks to the damage passive now. So Space Station already halfway through the second point, and with so many ultimates to spare.
Chase and Crimzo can't afford to be split off the rest of their team down that little choke point there. That pulse bomb goes wide. Landon just jumps over it. Here comes the railgun though. Sound Barrier is going to try and even it up for Space Station, but they're losing health rapidly. Kevs are descending down to earth there, almost giving Landon a little smooch on the way as well. Landon ends up going down to a railgun of Kai as they force Space Station Gaming down from that high ground.
Ooh, that Kai, man. He sometimes just like never ceases to amaze. Wasn't even an overclock that he had to use there. He just used charged railgun shots and a good pincer there from Ents with Kester, forcing Space Station to have to fight in that tiny room. Has the overclock now, so this high ground control is going to be really beneficial for them. But how does Space Station try to encroach this? Hadi only has the Terror Surge.
Putting a lot of pressure on Kevster right now. Magne going little crazy towards Kev, but he's good. Dodged out of the way. It's just both Tracers just jostling over the point, but Sparker is in the wings, ready and waiting for Kevster to make a mistake. And then they can take him out after that hint nade lands. Kai trying to search for some heads. Disruptor shot on the payload now. Forces positioning from Psycho and Hardy. And now with this overclock, they're thinking, they're sensing, they're coming up these stairs, and we're right to think so. As Sparker just peeks his little head out as well. Receives a Swiss spear to the face. 2 minutes to go.
Space Station, though, they're just biding some time. They have a couple more things to work with now, like this Amp Matrix.
What a Terror Surge. They were trying to force Kevster's positioning again, Rose. They tried to pop the window around the corner. Didn't end up working out. That Terror Surge from Chase just disrupting their plans.
Well, now that's out of the way, right? So Masa maybe getting the rally up for this next fight. Space Station can still take these pretty quickly, thanks to Funny Astro and the Lucio. And Hadi still has that Terror Surge of his own. But Kai with this overclock, holding on to it is just like so dangerous for Space Station to have to walk into.
Gonna try and push height again. I mean, you might as well at this point, especially you've got Terror Surge, like you were saying, Rose. Chase is waiting in the wings, you can see. A little bit isolated from his team, but long-range healing coming through from the Brig packs. Quick rotation from Space Station, knowing that's the case. Immo field, down. Straight on to this Mega. And now they can regain control of this high ground, try and push Chase out. Big rotational play here, but again, Kai comes up with a kill. High Noon, spared out. Sparker looking to click on somebody. Here's the spear from Chase, down on the Mega Health Pack. Ents doing a dance with them right now, and they are leading it.
And starting to run out of time. 45 seconds left. Hadi's already going down to half. He's able to heal himself back up, but still no ultimates being used on either side. Kai still has this overclock.
Can't lock him down. They just can't chase him. Here's the sound barrier. They're going to try and force the issue. But look at this overclock, Rose. I mean, he's perfectly placed. They can't push into Kai with a fear of getting their heads ripped off. Space Station Gaming, they lose out on that beat, and now they have to deal with the window. Luckily, there's 2 members from Space Station actually touching the point right now and moving in onto this second checkpoint. Mouse is going to jump back down to earth and take care of Funny Astro, or at least push him off. No kills coming through just yet for Space Station, but they're losing numbers rapidly. Hardy low, Pulse Bomb lands on Astro, and Kevster takes the kill. 7 seconds, and where is Space Station? They're in orbit. Ents, they've perfectly played around them. They refuse to let them get on top of their backline. The rotations looking so good.
There was just no access to Kai, even though they were trying to force him out of position. Ents, great packs from the Brig, just great awareness of where Space Station were going to try to push them from. And that's a full hold on the second point. That is such a winnable position here for Ents to have to take. And Chase, being such an aggressive tank, could lead them to that victory.
This is where it will end right here. No more free pushes. Only a point and 81.3 meters to go for Ents. Let's hear their game plan going in.
I think
as long as they don't have Sim, yeah, you can go Ursa, I think.
Okay.
I think no matter what happens here, make sure we're all pushing together at the same time. Like, don't be fucking afraid. I'm walking in. If Chase calls push, I'm walking in. Like, don't be fucking pussy.
And do you guys want like Zen here on the first, or just
No, just Brig.
Brig and fucking hard play the corner, and we can push them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm scouting here.
Just take your time, guys. Our first point is the most like hard one.
Yeah, if we go to the first, we're fine.
You know the stairs they're gonna hold? The regular stairs, like the main stairs? Can we like go from top and like swing the stairs together?
Yeah, we can.
You know what I'm talking about? Don't play through main. Like swing the stairs.
I'm gonna like have to long rotate, so if you want to do that.
I don't see them at all.
No, we're just gonna swing first.
Yeah, what? They might be hiding inside left. They might be hiding inside left.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
There it goes, that kind of spiel from Crimson there, but all good. As they load on in, as they lock in, sorry. Kevster on the Widowmaker. Trying to look for a quick pick. Have to wait and see how Ents end up approaching this, of course, with Space Station still running this Orisa.
Kai, just as long as he gets some space and an angle, the Sojourn, he's just so good at being able to land these charged railgun shots that really open the doors. I know it's not a Widowmaker, which we would love to see, but it's pretty close.
Huddy goes golden. They've got to be fearful of Kai's railgun. It's always really hard to kind of push around here. Sparker again trying to go on the flank. They've not able to punish him yet, but not punishing is fine as long as he's not doing too much, and they've been able to at least subdue him for the moment. Huddy again going golden. London have to be a little bit more safe now. Same with Crimzo as that lamp is down. Her spear like shoving Master almost off the map. That was a little insane. Sparker's still trying to find an off angle with the help of Psycho, and they're just kind of corralling them behind these cars. Here's the window from Crimzo. And a rotation from Kai. This is really nice stuff. They got to find a pick, though. This is the big thing. Space Station Gaming, they can't be allowed to kind of get away with this, especially Sparker on the flank again. Look, he's just looking straight at them. Someone's got to look at him. Kevster ends up going down. Didn't even see where Sparker was coming from. It was only a reactionary time there from Chase to try and look at him. Sparker getting away with too much here.
After you saw the amplification matrix go down from Crimzo as well, that was just the perfect time for Sparker to finish out that rotation, stay behind that bus, and deal that damage. And Space Station now, like, with all of these different ultimates to work with, the Sound Barrier is going to feel so nice to have for Chase's Terror Surge. You also have so many buildings to play around for Kai's Sojourn Overclock. Love the little rework that they did on this first point. Feels a little bit nicer to have that extra cover. But Terror Surge coming up as Chase is trying to get a little
Trying to get in there. Here come the Sound Barriers. Terror Surge from Chase come out at any moment, but this Kai is the first to fall. Whoa, that was a quick fight from Space Station.
Ooh.
A Terror Surge from Hardy, just dragging people back down to the floor. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, Rose. And it's just walking into a brick wall, it feels like now.
Well, at least you got two really big ultimates out of the way. If you're Ents, you know, okay, well, Terror Surge and Sound Barrier are off the table. All we have to worry about is the 2 DPS, which I guess saying that, that's still a lot to worry about. Sparker finding all these off angles means that Deadeye can be very impactful if they're not looking at him. But the rally.
It's the rally. Asher has to get out of there. Did end up getting stunned. Window from Crimzo 2 on the sidelines. Nice pulse, but it takes away that immortality field. Psycho somehow surviving this onslaught of CC and damage. He ends up getting out of there. A rotation from Space Station on the wrong side of the map, where with 60 seconds to go, Ents need to find kills. They need to find something. They've got the point, but is it enough? Overclock comes through as the high noon from Sparker just tries to delay the inevitable. A pulse bomb from Kevster helps kill Landon, and Kai, still too scared to pick the Cassidy, eventually brought down, but it is Psycho once more. Master and Crimzo dead. 40 seconds to go. It's all on the traces now. Sparker, Psycho, the Titan, eventually slain by Kevster.
Right, 30 seconds to go. There's still a retouch here for Space Station as they try to get there, but the spear to keep Funny Astro off. That's finally a point capture, but Jaws, that was getting so close to the wire. 30 seconds left.
Pretty much everything invested too. Landon going over to BAP. No more Kiri. Here we go. How does Ents do this dance now? Of course, they were expertly led Space Station in a waltz around this point, and Space Station weren't able to kind of get on top of them. We'll see how Ents now try and conquer this one. Only a few more meters to go and they will claim the title. Space Station want to put the end to their dreams now.
Hottie is a Terror Surge. Psycho is working up to another Pulse Bomb as well, but Sparker's hoping to open this up with a pick on the side.
someone's got to deal with him. There's a lot of the time he's just able to freely off-angle, a lot lesser chances to do that now. You can obviously just peek your head through that little window, of course, but...
Kai's looking over there.
That feels much better.
Slowly but surely just chunking people down. Jostling on the payload again, it's just both Tracers. Here comes the push. Sparker in trouble, but it's actually Masa that goes down. A bash onto the high ground to help Kai set up. Terror Surge ends Chase's life. Kevster still takes down Psycho, still willing to fight this, but with a high ground advantage. And with it, oh, this stagger! This stagger's gonna be huge. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. They're gonna boop him away. Yes, they're gonna body block him too. Can they get the kill? No, Crimso manages to get out alive. Couple of packs thrown his way, but still a very, very small stagger. They get back as a group.
It's still scary, and that's already a minute and a half off the clock. Ents have just a minute remaining to see if they can push this payload over the line and get that first place that they've been looking for and their revenge onto Space Station. Kevster's got a pulse bomb, wants to find an opening for it, and Kai working up to this overclock, but Chase is getting stopped at the door.
Okay, rotation down to the lower again. Space Station refusing to give this one up, and Kevs is already dead. 45 seconds to go. They got to make this fight fast. Ents have to make it fast right now, but Sparker's on the flank. He's taking down Crimso. Sparker's already found 2, 3. Chase has to get out of there. You've got to run. You've got to reset. They're going to try and punish Chase, but I don't think it's likely. You're an Orisa still, but they're going to go for it. A spear ends the Orisa's life with 30 seconds to go. Ents have one more chance at this.
One more chance, 3 ultimates. Masa gonna have to rally up as well to help bolster up this fight. But they're gonna have to contend with 4 out of the bank of Space Station, one of which is gonna be the Funny Astro's sound barrier. His barrierism is so big to help keep Space Station in these fights, but this is it, Jaws. It's coming down to the final seconds. It's now or never.
Kevster gets the touch. Here comes the overclock from Kai. He has to get an angle on somebody, but nobody giving him the grace to do so. Still a lot of time to kind of touch the point, and that's it. Overclock done, used. Pulse bomb, window coming out. Kevster has still got it in his hands, and here comes the rally. Slowly build up that overhealth, but Chase is already dead. Sparker through the window finds one. Hardy's in a little bit of trouble, but not trouble for any longer. This high noon stops him from touching. Kevster down, beat comes through. Sparker, the king of Space Station Gaming. More stars on their roster than Omega Centauri. They demolish Ents and claim the title as Stage 2 champions.
What a close series between these two teams, but Space Station finally getting their just desserts. After being touted as the best team in EMEA for this stage, they finally get to live up to that prophecy. And Jaws, it was a close one, but a good one here for Space Station.
Ents again shut down at the final hurdle. A 7-map series. It's been years since we've seen such a thing in a finals, and Space Station Gaming finally taking their place at the very top of EU. We're going to jump over to the desk. We're going to take a little rest of this one. They can break it down. This absolute... words? Anybody got one?
Banger?
Words? We got so many words.
We got the Gigabanger.
We got it. 4-3. Oh my.
It's a great series.
All the way.
Really impressive.
It doesn't happen very often that a grand final actually goes the distance. Thank you so much, Necro and Jaws, for breaking this one down. What a fantastic series. What a phenomenal cast. And just such good gameplay. We're actually going to break it all down, of course. We have plenty of highlights to choose from since it was a 7-map banger. I can't wait to get into it. But first things first, we want to step back into this last map and into the winning moments for SSG.
Push up to right. Don't stop right.
Just shoot it. Let's win.
Shoot point.
Break. Shoot Trey.
Keep looking point.
No recall.
Try.
Bottom right.
Break. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Incredible. Heroic efforts I have to say, of course, from the DPS lineup from SSG, they're finding themselves down in the series, and suddenly Psycho first, and then Sparker step it up on a level I have not seen before.
I chose Sparker as my superstar, you know.
True. Actually, Johnny did so yesterday as well, saying that this is where his career is peaking currently, and honestly, like what a fantastic series.
Yeah, I continue to say so as well. Like just mechanically, but you saw there in the end too, just like the presence of mind to go on those flanks when you recognize that NC Esports, they're playing a Brig, they're not playing a Lucio. That gives you the opportunity to utilize Funny Astro's Lucio's speed instead to go on those wide flanks to fight picks on the off angles. Sparky really is peaking right now, but honestly, Psycho as well in this series, incredible job on Tracer, really taking it to Kevster on so many of these maps. And it was Space Station for some of those couple of maps there towards the end, swapping over to the dive, especially on Route 66. That kind of gave them the opening, and then also moving over to Samoa, of course. It looked like it was going to be N's series here. You know, they were playing this May composition, Jake, and it looked like they had an advantage going up 3-1 here on push, but Space Station, they come back in the series.
Yeah, I think Kevster's May was a great look here. Not only is Kevster actually a really great May, not a hero we see from him all the time, but he is really, really solid on the hero, obviously mechanically, but also in his decision-making. I think that was a great read where SSG using the Ram and the BAP so often, right? We haven't seen any May in the meta because Kiri and Orisa are so strong. And Orisa's Fortify, Kiri's Cleanse. I mean, these are like almost hard counters to what May offers in the game. But Ram and BAP much more vulnerable to it. So I think that's what gave ENCE this early lead in the series, that May pick and how well they executed it. But SSG with the durability, with the flexibility, really, right? Imagine this roster from years past without Psycho, without Funny Astro. There's no doubt in my mind that they lose this series. Like, these players have changed the game completely for the squad, and we're seeing, I think, the true potential of all the players now able to really succeed. And I mean, I love, even in the winning moments, the comms are so crisp and clean from SSG. Only the right focus call. No one's getting overhyped too early. I mean, realistically, they get like 1-2 kills that last fight. It is over, like 99%, but they're waiting for the slow mode. You know, it's not over till the fat lady sings. So really well done by SSG, the patience, the presence of mind, great adaptation. This is world-class Overwatch.
Yeah, we haven't really talked much about Hadi besides, you know, the kind of Reinhardt jokes being thrown in there. But series like this is where Hadi as well, with his leadership and his communication, that is making itself really obvious, because a lot of the time you can have tank players, and we've all met them, who are really vocal. They come a lot and they really crowd those comms. But Hadi, he's really calm, and you heard in there as well, calling who is low. Tracer doesn't have a recall, and the focus fire is on point. So a team that prouds themselves on communication and teamwork, now they have the mechanical skill and the versatility to play all kinds of compositions. So this is a well-rounded Space Station team that is looking really good going into Dallas.
Yeah, but you saw it there at the very end. The numbers told the story of the series. It was so very close.
Yeah.
It could have gone either way. It was an old bonanza there at the very end as well. But Space Station Gaming, they prevail. And we now have Sparker, the man of the hour himself, joining us for a chat. You guys did it. Congratulations. You are our EMEA champions.
Thank you. It was... I've played competitively for 6 years, but it's still like, you play a game like that, you're just like shaking, your whole body's shaking.
I mean, the Sparker,
so nervous.
You guys been just absolutely crazy. I mean, this stage, and you specifically has been popping up. I feel like there was so many great moments. You on that Cassidy. For this match specifically, though, when I was watching, I felt like N sort of had the upper hand when we first started the match. But then, as the match went on, it was you guys were able to step it up and then turn the tide. So, what changes did you guys have to make, you know, during that mid match in order for you to get the victory?
I mean, at first I thought, okay, map 1, it was probably just nervous because it's a match, and then after all those losses it didn't seem like it worked, and Psycho just said, hey guys, put me in, trust me, trust me guys, I can make this work. And then from there on, we just won all the maps.
All right.
So I think shout out to Psycho for that one.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. You know, the team having the confidence and trust. You know, it's interesting. You say you were nervous, but hearing those final moment comms on the end of Junkertown, I mean, everything was ice cold. Like, it was only focus calls, only info calls. No one's getting overhyped. So with that in mind, right, you guys are able to get this win, be the best in Europe right now. How do you see your chances going into the international competition in Dallas? I've been talking to everyone about this, but I'm really curious how you see yourself stacking up against some of these Korean squads, some of the best teams in North America, the global competition.
I mean, from Scrimbox right now, we seem to be beating all the NA top teams, and I don't think Korea has experience against the type of comp we play. So that will be exciting to see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting too, because Venture will of course be available at Dallas.
Yeah.
So we'll see who can utilize Venture. But look, Sparker, I've been watching you for a long time now. Ever since you joined the London Spitfire, you came of age. I believe it was that 2021 season with the boys. Yeah. Back then, you used to come out, play a lot of Hanzo and stuff like that for the team. But now, just watching you play this weekend, I've said it several times on the desk, I really feel like you're playing the best Overwatch of your career. So just want to get your opportunity as well to reflect on your gameplay, you as a player. Do you feel like you're peaking right now as a player?
Yeah, probably. I think it's a good meta for me, and I just have the best team around me, so they just open everything up for me.
All right. Well, now you got to take it to proper Stalker, likes of those guys. So, it's going to be a difficult. I can't wait to see it. It's going to be so much fun, man.
Yeah, you're right, Sparker. You have before. You can do it again. You get an opportunity in Dallas, Texas. I'm sure a lot of people, not just from the EMEA region, but all around the world will be cheering you guys on. Is there anything you want to say to the fans watching and to those who have supported you and the team throughout your careers?
Just thank you for sticking around for years, and we will make you proud.
That's right. Well, thank you so much for providing all the entertainment for us throughout the years. We can't wait to see more from you in the squad. Once again, congratulations to our EMEA champion, Sparker. Have a great time. We see you in Dallas.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Always great to hear it. Sparker absolutely popping off here in the main event, group stages, Swiss, you name it. That team has been on the top of the crop, and now they established themselves as our champions in the Stage 2 main event. Fantastic performance all across the board, but you just shouted him out as well. Psycho has been looking real crisp in this grand final. Traces once again turning the tide, and he took it to the person we just hailed like an hour or two before as like the Tracer, and he took him down.
Yeah, Psycho had a huge performance, and to hear that from Sparker, that this is not, not 100% plan strat. Always in the 7-map games, you're never 100% to the plan strats. By the end, some sort of adaptation is coming, and that Psycho have the confidence to come in without as much prep, without as much practice, and to take, as you said, 1v1s against one of the best Tracers in the world, a contender for the best Tracer in the world. Well, Psycho has certainly put his name on the map here in this series.
Yeah, and Psycho is another one of those players who's been around for quite some time, right? But never really found a team to work himself into. And now here on Space Station is really finding his opportunity to blossom as a star. And this is arguably like, yes, I know we've been talking a lot about Psycho in Stage 1 and like, wow, he's been so good in Stage 2, but now we officially have like the Psycho series where you sub yourself into a grand final, super confident, hey, coach put me in, and you actually have an enormous impact on the outcome of the series, a series you were down 3-1. This is an incredible moment for Psycho as a player, so I'm stoked for the guy, well-deserved player of the match. Took it to Kevster. Just gotta give him a huge shout out for that. This is a great moment for him in his career.
We can do even more than just a shout out. We actually have a illustration from Jake to just highlight how good Psycho was in this game.
Yeah, so as I jump into this, I want to say it's Psycho, but it's everyone, really. I think the focus of this illustration for me is how well Space Station Gaming, how well they play in the clutch, even when, pressure's on. It seems like everything's stacked against them. So we'll just watch this fight right just to set the stage here. Sparker's in the back line flanking, kind of a desperate scenario. His team in the front lines losing the fight, but I mean, he's putting up numbers, getting these big trades, finds even a third trade here. But to be honest, right now, if I'm this guy, I mean, I feel like the game's over, right? Everyone is dead. ENCE has 95%. They're going back to the point. In my backstage, I was like, okay, game over, right? Positionally here, I mean, you're coming across this choke point. It's so hard to retake on this map. This is such an extended, open sightline. You're just going to get spammed down walking to point. I mean, surely no one could touch this point. No one could keep the game going. I mean, no one in Space Station Gaming is even in sight of the point right now with 5 seconds left on the clock. But there is one player who has a chance, and let's roll the clip and see who manages to touch the point. Funny Astro, perfect rollout all the way from spawn. And not only is he hitting the perfect rollout, but look at this Faith. Touches the point, is gonna die, gets the perfect Suzu from long range from Landon into the sound barrier. That gets Psycho the time to get back to the point. Psycho gets the Kevster kill and, of course, the stick onto the Ramatra. this is an unbelievable round win. I mean, any one thing fails in this entire play, any one missed combo skill, any lack of communication, any lack of confidence that you could really win this round, and this falls to pieces. So I really thought this was a moment for me where the tides really like turned in favor of Space Station Gaming, where it felt no matter how tough the series had been, that anything is winnable for them. And from here on out, I feel the confidence level was just so high from them.
That is the beautiful game right there. It literally comes down to making every single play perfect. A perfect rollout from Funny Astro, like you said, with the speed. Perfect. That Suzu was insane.
That's long range too. He's throwing that across the map, with knowing the timing Astro is going to get to the point, knowing that he needs it before, like he's probably throwing it with Astro at full HP, knowing that the damage will come. I mean, and that's beautiful Overwatch, right?
Sound barrier in the vortex.
Exactly. You see it all coming. Everything is, you know, every skill is a symphony, right? Together with the rest of your team. So beautiful Overwatch in Space Station. At this point, I think we got to talk about Christopher. I feel that we got to give some love to the coaching staff on SSG, because we talk about all these players individually peaking at this moment here together as a team, and I just don't think that's an accident. I really think we got to give credit to Christopher and the gang and the coaching staff to be really delivering this incredible system, putting a team on the map that can compete against the Koreans, frankly, that they've done it before, that they're continuing to do it, they win EU now. I think this is an incredible achievement.
And also, additionally to that point, as a coach, putting forth this kind of result they have right here with the tools at his disposal. Because keep in mind, the Lono Spitfire identity, they tried to dive a lot in the past year in 2023, and they just didn't have the right players to execute. They tried so many times, you know, Hardy, Winston. I remember some Dorado games where I was like, man, this is not working out. But instead, they pivot. Backbone, of course, an amazing Symmetra player. Sometimes they put Backbone onto the flex support because they recognize that is the better role for Backbone right now. We need a double flex support composition. So they utilize the players at their disposal. Christopher makes it work. Amazing team chemistry. I mean, this is one of the most, you know, iconic rosters now because they have such a great brand identity, right? And so to get this to finally work, you know, you bring in a Tracer player in Psycho, you bring in a Lucio player in Funny Astro to really just enable Christopher to implement all these different strategies while still executing the Symmetra teleporter strats at a really high level. This is it finally coming to fruition for Space Station. So huge credit to Christopher for making this roster this successful.
Teamwork makes the dream work, and they came out on top as a result of it. So let's take a look at our bracket to see how it all went down here in our EMEA region, Danny.
I mean, as we're saying right now, I mean, Space Station Gaming, of course, is our grand final winner for the EMEA stage. But we had some great matches throughout the group stages and, I mean, in the brackets as well. Which ones do you guys remember being really good?
You would have really liked Super Shy. I just
Super Shy.
I really love that team.
I missed that one. I missed that one. But I mean,
I think Peps was really impressed me all tournament.
True.
You know, despite the tough loss earlier today to Ents, I think there were a lot of bright spots for Peps, a lot of interesting players that they could build on their success with.
Yeah. And even Ents, I mean, of course, they did lose, but they played it super close with Space Station as well. So EMEA is a very fun region.
Fun region. Yeah, there. It's Danny certified. And now, of course, we mentioned it already prior to this game, with Team Peps losing there in the lower bracket, not making it to the grand finals. They now enabled or opened the doors up for Twisted Minds, who have officially qualified. And we actually have a quick interview ready for you guys to just get a little bit of insight on what the mood is like over there in the Twisted Minds booth. So we have Willie, you're the mental coach of Twisted Minds, and quite frankly, without beating around the bush, given what's happening this very week, you're going to have your work cut out for you as a mental coach. What's the mood like in the team at the moment?
Of course, first of all, I want to thank you, all of you, and at the beginning, I want to thank all the fans for their cheering, with all the things happening recently with the team. You guys, of course, know what happened. But as a mental coach, my job here, like, to build the players again. Because what happened to us, it was so bad and so hard to face it. But I have like insane players, insane mentality of the players, and we always can compete and trying like to do the best of the best as we can. So yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited to see Twisted Mind in Dallas. So talking about Dallas, you guys are qualified. What are your thoughts on the international competition that's going to happen in Dallas?
Okay, about that thing, it's really like impressing. We want it from like when we were like in contenders doing that stuff. We want something like this, and this time it's coming right now. It's like a major international thing. We're playing around the world, Korea and NA and EMEA. So it's gonna be insane thing. We're really excited for that. Of course, it's not the best like circumstances and all of these things, but we're gonna do our best to make our fans happy always. And yeah, I think inshallah we can make a good thing.
That's right. Well, we're definitely excited to see Twisted Minds in action again. It was a very dominant performance, of course, in stage 1. And even though the circumstances might not be ideal, it's going to be interesting to see how you guys work around it. Willie, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck to Twisted Mind and the gang in Dallas, Texas.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Willie, the mental coach from Twisted Minds, they were sitting on hot coals today watching Team Peps, so hoping, of course, for a loss so that they can sneak into Dallas, Texas. Of course, a lot of great players on that Twisted Minds team, hit by unfortunate circumstances, but it is what it is, and now they have to work around it. It's going to be interesting to see. They do have, you know, some days to make something work. For now, though, we won't be seeing them for a few days. And that gives you some time at home to get yourself ready for Dallas, Texas, because you can not just join us, of course, on a stream. You can also join us in person. Danny, sell it.
All right.
Sell it. Bye. Sell.
Dallas, everybody, it's a great place. They got great food, and also we're gonna be there.
Texas barbecue.
Zoe's gonna be there. Jake's gonna be there. Johnny's gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. What else? Your favorite teams are gonna be there.
Probably.
Probably. If they are not, you should still go, because all the best teams of OWCS is gonna be there. So yeah, buy your tickets. Let's have fun.
And you can have coffee with Danny.
Yes.
Yeah, we're also shilling out Danny's time for coffee.
Sure.
Grab one. Why not? Does cost extra. Subscribe. I don't know. Anyway, we're not done for today. EMEA is a wrap, but of course we still have to crown our champions in the NA Stage 2. So we will set that stage for you right after the break, so don't go anywhere.
So Johnny, is it Gothenburg or Gothenburg? Or...
Göteborg.
Göteborg?
Yeah, with the accent.
Oh, which century was that?
Göteborg.
Start, but there's something behind the screen. Can you check it out?
What do you mean
Wait,
behind the screen?
Who is that?
Ew.
Are those feet?
That's a person. Hey.
Those legs?
Hey.
Hi,
Danny?
Chloe. Hi.
What are you doing here?
I never left. I was always here. You ready to do this? Let's go. Oh, yo, these stairs are cool.
Yeah. Overwatch Champions Series. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Welcome back, everyone!
We're back!
Weren't done that.
Whoa!
Short break. Let's not get too excited. Zoe here, joined by Danny, by Jake, by Johnny, and we're getting ready for the NA side of things. We're gonna close things out here, crowning an NA champion for stage 2 of the OWCS. But before we're diving into all the action, a quick reminder to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account.
Drops?
YouTube account.
Drops?
Any accounts? Any accounts?
Whatever else is available. And you too can walk away with some goodies. Today, of course, the last opportunity to get these specific ones. Because they're only for the stage 2 main event.
Skins, name cards, sprays, icon. There's so many goodies. You need all of them. Connect all of them.
I just realized
Get
I
all
haven't
of them.
watched because I've been working. I need
I
the
have-
Rhino skin. Can we figure this out?
No,
need
we
it.
can't.
Somebody at
because
Blizzard.
we need
Too bad.
10 hours.
Too
10
bad.
hours for Ryan skin, and you're out of luck.
not my fault.
Sorry.
Write an email.
Sounds like a skill issue. People who don't have that problem are, of course, our players, and that's why, just like in the EMEA region, we want to throw a few names out there into the mix of potential superstars of the NA region here in stage 2. Once again, we're just going to go down the line. Each of us will make a case for 30 seconds, and then you, dear chat, will be voting who you think deserves this very illegitimate title, which we have no reward for.
The glory.
That's right. There's
Very
a glory.
serious.
Here are the
Very
players.
serious. There
We're
you go.
very serious about this. Johnny, I'll give you RuPaul. Make your case.
Wait.
Right now.
I gotta start again? Okay.
Yes.
Well, look, I'm going with RuPaul. Why? Because he's the best support in all of North America, okay? People talk about Vega. Yeah, Vega, you're pretty good. But RuPaul really makes this backline. I don't know why I threw his teammate under the bus when I'm trying to make the case for him, but RuPaul is the true superstar of Toronto, keeping the backline alive. Have you seen RuPaul come out on Ana recently? I'm just happy we're seeing some Ana gameplay. But RuPaul's Ana, being able to keep his tank alive, being able to change the win condition with a biotic grenade, amazing stuff. The Baptiste that won them the Overwatch League Grand Finals just a few months ago. RuPaul is a difference maker, so he's my superstar here in NA.
Right on. Johnny living in the past. Let's take a look into the future. Jake, why will Pelican be our superstar of the NA region?
This one's easy for me, guys. M80 wouldn't even be here without Pelican. The heroics throughout the group stage in matches they shouldn't have been close, but they would have lost without Pelican basically putting the team on his back time after time. You remember those moments. I mean, Tracer 1v3s, 1v4s, unbelievable clutch performances from him on the Tracer. Now beating Toronto yesterday. Huge props to Pelican in that front, looking like significantly the best Tracer in the server, putting a huge gap down. I think if he continues to play this well and this flexibly, he's the reason that NA could do well at Dallas.
Jake, I agree, but I think you got the wrong Korean, because I think the superstar is Happy. I'm 80, wouldn't even be here if Happy wasn't in the team.
Whoa! This is such a great speech.
It's smart.
You know, he's been a huge upgrade for M80, and quite honestly, we know how important Sojourn is in this meta right now. I mean, in Overwatch 2. And hey, we thought Merit was the best, but who beat Merit yesterday? Happy. That makes you happy.
wasn't that.
Danny doesn't even need all
I
the
didn't say
time.
Happy was
Happy is God. Happy is God. So you have to remember this.
I was gonna copy Jake's whole line, and then I forgot
all of
midway.
it.
I got too much.
That's fair. Oh boy. Well, I guess I'm taking Rakitak, and I'm believing in.
Let's go.
The Weaver.
Weaver believer.
I'm a Weaver believer. I knew it all along. We saw it unironically happening. Rakitak, of course, also the person with potentially the most plot armor in the entirety of the Overwatch ecosystem. Do it for Rakitak. If not now, then
True.
when? When will you do it? Rakitak and Cal, I mean, their backline.
They plant trees. They're good people.
They're good people. I don't know if they're planting
Very big trees.
They're the emotional support of this. They hype this team up.
True
They're the
support.
reason.
Trees good for Earth.
True supports.
So Life Weaver is good for Overwatch.
I need to work on my skills.
They pull people out of
But vote for Rakitak. Vote, yeah. See, there we go. What a hero. What a hero.
Exactly.
I mean, great players on our screens. Great players all around thus far in the OWCS, and many more, of course, will be taken to the stage. For now, it is up to you to vote for who you think made the best arguments and why is it happy winning it all. We're not all.
Thanks, Zoe.
You are very welcome. I'm widow pilled. That's what happened. Here, of course, our bracket here in the NA region to catch you up on how we got to where we currently at. We're going to see the lower final fought out between Toronto Defiant and the Students of the Game. Students of the Game that had to make that small lower bracket run. Toronto Defiant only just yesterday lost their match against M80, and I think a lot of people would have hoped for that one to be a lot closer, but they seem to really crumble underneath the pressure that M80 put on them. Of course, Students of the Game, I've been watching that game. I'm sure they took a lot of notes.
Took a lot of notes.
They're students, right?
They're students.
They do be students.
You're going to
yeah.
need some very comprehensive notes.
Very comprehensive notes.
It's time for the finals, baby.
I'm just all right. Hit all my shots on Sojourn. Yep, got that. Check. Stick all my pulse bombs on Tracer. Will do. Yep.
But I mean, some of these players, like PGE, I've been watching the games. He's been very impressive.
PGE and Scissors, I think we've got to talk about these guys. The DPS have really hit personal peaks. Young players with still more potential yet to show. Really exciting. I think Infected's flexibility on tank paying huge dividends for Students of the Game. He's a really strong solo tank for Overwatch 2. Great addition to the roster. And then the veterancy in the backline with Rakitak and Cal having so much experience, playing at the highest level, having great mentality. This is exactly what you need to be a team that wants to pull upsets, right? We know Students of the Game, they're not going to be like these heavy favorites. That's not what this roster is, but they're a roster that is trying to upset the best, and they really have the right pieces for that. Up-and-coming DPS, exciting young players with a lot of potential.
But on the other side of things, you got the Toronto Defiant, the reigning champions of North America after their win in Stage 1. And in the finals last stage, they just swept Timeless.
Yeah.
They just swept them. Completely dominant. So yeah, they might have had a bit of a hiccup here. They might have had a bit of a hiccup yesterday against M80. They might have lost. But they don't concern themselves with sheep like Students of the Game. They're focused on the real deal in the grand final. They're focused on M80. So going into this matchup, I don't think you're worried at all if you're Toronto Defiant. You got two fantastic players in someone who can play all the kinds of tanks in the game to always secure a tank matchup favored in their regard. And also you got Merit, of course, who, yeah, he might not have had his best game, but today is when it all matters, okay? So as long as Merit shows up today, you're all good. Toronto Defiant, I think they're comfortably going to coast in this matchup.
You know, I'm always the guy who says, oh, there's anything could happen in Overwatch. But this one, I mean, anything could happen, but I think it's going to be a very tough fight for Students of the Game.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be an uphill battle. They're not the favorite to win this. Toronto Defiant coming off of a loss, but they have to be considered to be still the best, if not one of the two best teams in the region. And yeah, let's see if they can once more find themselves in the grand finals, just like last stage. For all the action, we got Mr. X and Jack for you. How are we feeling about the series? I love how you presented him like he's like some teleshopping.
Yeah.
Bye, Matt.
Bye.
Yeah, yesterday, you know, when Zoe announced Matt and Mr. X, I knew Mitch wasn't coming back. I knew that was it.
Broke his mantle.
I've always thought we put like a giant box here from Oblivion or Fallout and then select NPC dialogue to talk to Matt in. So if someone could Photoshop that real quick, just the NPC box, I think that would be perfect. Yeah, you just select a few options and it gives out like generic responses. It's pretty good. I have to get some digs.
What is it? What kind of bird is that on your shirt?
It's an owl. It's with a hat.
Oh, okay.
Was that the comeback? Like, was that
pretty cool?
That's really great.
I was just asking. I was just asking. I thought it was pretty cool.
Okay, he's trying to butt me out now.
Students of the game, they didn't give a great answer in terms of confidence yesterday. Scissor's interview, like after the match, was like, well, we'll see what happens, you know, like, at Dallas and against some of these top teams. I feel like if you're gonna beat Toronto, like it's like coming off of a loss, like they've already qualified, like maybe they feel like they don't have a ton to play for here, right? But I still think Toronto Defiance definitely the heavy favorite. I think this probably gives you a better idea of where Students of the Game is. I believe we actually already saw this match in like the winners semis, you know, right before the winner final, and actually it was a blowout in favor of the Defiance. So we'll see maybe if Students of the Game seen some things since then that has closed the gap.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 3-0. Like, Students of the Game didn't take a point on Hollywood, Busan. Like, I don't think they even got a checkpoint on Esperanca. Like, yeah, it's a very top-heavy game right now in terms of Toronto Defiance, like sheer firepower in this series. But making it to LAN is great. You know, maybe they do rest on their laurels a little bit, Matt, but there's still a little bit of prize money here to fight for, plus some revenge and M80, who are in the finals, of course. This is the lowest finals here, the main event in North America.
Yeah, I think you do want to like make it back to obviously the final here if you're the Defiant, right? You don't want to give M80 like even more confidence, right, going into Dallas, because they're definitely a team that has a roster that can contend with winning Dallas, right? Which is, you know, Defiant obviously would love to win this event, but really Dallas is that ultimate goal. Is it'll be the Defiant hovering a dive competition here with the Winston in play. Is Students of the Game going to play the Oasis?
Yeah, a little dive. Saw this a little bit earlier. Play the Winston, hold the high ground, and just try and jostle around the central pavilion. Just a Toronto Defiant, just a team with so many looks too. I mean, effectively, one of his best heroes, I would say, is probably the Winston. So if they do want to try and take that dive mirror, they can. Mary getting harassed by Scissors on the sideline. There's never been a superstar. Him and PGE have just been so good as a duo. Students of the Game surprising a lot of people coming in. I had him quite high on my power rankings list, and I'm glad I did.
Well, once Timeless was out, you kind of figured, right? Students of the Game is, you know, them and LG, right? Those are like the next teams up in terms of who could qualify as PG finds RuPaul. And you mentioned like Toronto, they can play so many different comps, right? I think I would beg the question, like, do you need to in this meta, right? Like the Oasis was so strong, and then combo that with either you know, the Cassidy with the Baptiste, the Sojourn with the Kariko, and then, you know, Tracer Lucio in the mix, and like you can pretty much go against everything. I think you know, sometimes like the ability to play so many different comps, right, kind of strays you away from, you know, what may be the strongest at the moment.
Yeah, especially Toronto. You're thinking too, just the power level of the team. Feels like you can play pretty much anything regardless. Excited to see if we end up seeing some wackiness from the Toronto Defiant. DPS live. We've seen a little bit of Torb earlier on in EU, and of course Pelican played it yesterday, which was very fun. Merit having to get out of there. Oh, nice response there from Students of the Game. Stopping the flank from Merit. Just pop down the window, insta-kill him. Did you know trading for Scissors, which is kind of annoying, but Infected is immortal on the point, bro. Like there's no removing him.
No, and like if they try and dive in with someone, right, like the Oasis is really good at the counter dive, right, the spear spin, getting the Winston out of the bubble, then being able to kind of spear him against the wall, make it difficult. This is going to be a Kitsune rush here for RuPaul. They're trying to follow this up. Primal Rage as well. It's going to be a sound barrier for Students of the Game, as Students of the Game has a nice advantage here.
Yeah,
for a lot
of investment there from Toronto Defiant, trying to take down Cal, booping him out with the Primal Rage, out of that Immortality field, and then Razak followed up with a sound barrier. So Cal stayed alive through that Primal Rage. Students of the Game with 3 ults going into next fight. I mean, this is final fight now, and RuPaul used the rush.
The positive, though, would be is that Students of the Game, you know, ended up using their sound barrier, and Toronto's able to hold on to it, right? That would kind of be the positive outlook here for the Defiant, that in potentially this last fight, you do have sound barrier to work with, but Students of the Game has played really well thus far on this Oasis on the point.
Here we go, here's OC approaching. Yeah, that's going to be the big disadvantage. But actually just getting onto the backline is sometimes a little bit easier said than done with their comp, like you were picking up, Matt. Sound barrier still available. There's the stick onto PGE. A lot of damage thrown in, but the lamp saves him. Now Hainu not finding too much. It's actually Merit that starts off the fight with a kill. Vega goes down with the sound barrier for Toronto Defiant. Students of the Game, 99%. Still got Infected on the point as well. Toronto Defiant need to be able to secure this kill, but so many cooldowns. He's just alive still, finally slain by someone, and RuPaul
I mean, if there's a tank in the mix that can just live for that long, that has like, you know, some mobility with the spin and whatnot, like it feels like you kind of have to pick it all the time. But Toronto, they do get the flip. They actually hold on to the sound barrier throughout all of that. So they hold on to it again for this next fight. So another thing that's pretty positive there for the Defiant, as students of the game, they don't really have anything to work with here. Maybe the Amp Matrix, right? Amp Matrix, you kind of move on to the point, spread some players out, you can find a pick potentially.
Just going to take control of this left-hand side. Got a window too that could be quite deadly, especially from that angle as well, because there's less to kind of hide behind, as there's a section cut out of the main pavilion. I think Toronto Defiant, ideally they don't get picked and maybe just play for this rush. They've got it in 5% or so. Infected also burning cooldowns. That spear spin's already been used. Here comes the window on the side. Students of the game making a rotation, but Toronto Defiant, they suss it out and end up counter-rotating to the other side of the map. Sound barrier comes in. Merit ends up falling first, though, as a 4v5 commences. And Cal slain. No lamp. There's no sound barrier of their own to kind of follow that one up with. So Cal, easy pickings for Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, and this next fight's probably the one you're looking at for students of the game to try and win it here, right? You know, they get this 99 lead, but, you know, the point obviously is very difficult to take here on Oasis, where you have a sound barrier to work with, right? Look for someone though with that primal rage trying to dislodge players. As you know, you're gonna get up to, you know, a potential 99 here for the Defiant here. So this is gonna be probably the final fight of the round.
Scissors spotting out Vega in a precarious position. What a pulse bomb! No Suzu from RuPaul to save Merit. That's one of your big carries down to. And now Scissors turns his attention to Merit. To RuPaul even. A Suzu to save his life. But here comes someone with the Primal Rage, already crunching PG. Cal in this site once again. The lamp's already gone. Rack attacks 1 HP. Someone jumping straight back to the point to trigger OT. Oh my god, someone just does it all. And adds a cherry on top for you as well. There is 99%. I think that's about over from students of the game. A complete turnaround from Toronto.
I mean, very good turnaround from the Defiant. I would also say for students of the game, that's probably the best we've seen them play the Defiant in all the matches that we've seen really thus far. So we'll see if that kind of carries over for the rest of the series. But at least early on, some positive signs there for students of the game. And I think, look, that point on you know, Oasis here, I mean, it's just very difficult to take back, right? We see teams stall it out very often, right? Where students of the game, they win basically the first fight, they take the point, and, you know, win another fight after that, they're at 99. You know, especially when, you know, the other team has the Winston, you have the Orisa, and they don't exactly want to push in. Everybody just kind of standing around. So we'll see as we move into the next round. Is Toronto potentially going to be running this Orisa setup? So Orisa with a Genji here for the Defiant, and you're actually going to see Scissors pick up the Genji as well, so to contest some more of this high ground.
It deflects a lot of that damage too. The initial spear the Orisa throws out, just deflects it right back. Not sure how Genji's able to do that, but he can. Very strong sword. Nice high ground control so far from Toronto. See if students of the game, how they decide to play this. They could send Infected under. If they really want to, just play under high ground away from the oncoming damage of Merit. Looks like students of the game almost capping first. It's actually Toronto Defiant having to send someone down to the low ground as they burn Cal's immortality field. And now Merit looking up to high once more. Oh, PG was so low. And Sugar Free just getting a couple of resets there, taking out both DPS. And now attention very much turned towards the Orisa. And there we go. Toronto claim the point first.
Yeah, it feels like once that immortality field comes out quite early from Cal, that's kind of the Defiant sign to go, right? And after that, you start to see Sugar Free get in the mix, and you start to get those dash resets, especially in that hallway. It becomes pretty devastating to deal with there as the Genji just starts to chain kills together, where students of the game, they had Scissors on the point, right? You know, still trying to vie for that high ground early on, but you know, once they take some damage, use that immortality field, their push is over.
How are they going to reclaim control? I mean, Sugar Free's 5% towards the Blade. Or away from. Scissors at 30. Blade instantly pulled. Sound barrier has to come out. Sugar Free did dash into the back line there, but I mean, at the end of the day, you can get out. You can be so slippery on the Genji. And a nice body block from RuPaul to stop Scissors getting away.
Oh, and that's an amp matrix here from Students of the Game as well. So not only did they invest the sound barrier, they invest the amp matrix there towards the end of the fight, maybe trying to catch some of these players that were coming on in. Chasing after the sound barrier wears off. So now you don't have that Big Baptiste ultimate as well, as now you're putting a lot of pressure on Scissors to get something with this blade. But there's going to be a sound barrier to counter this on the other side of things. So Toronto just playing the ultimate game perfectly.
The blade can be quite easily counteracted, obviously, with that sound barrier, or you can counteract it with the Terror Surge. Just pull Scissors in as soon as you use the dash. High Noon, speared, PGE. Not getting anything with that automated ball. It was like half a second worth of High Noon. That one a little bit better. Tag some damage on Infected as overtime approaches. Cal is in trouble. Both Orisas spin in to win, but Cal's already dead. Focus fire from Toronto to find just so clean. Scissors pops the blade. There's the deflect. Tries dash past him. Oh, gives him the alley-up. Gets behind him, slashes him in two, but Students of the Game need to touch. And is Vega looking for boops, and that'll be not even looking for boops, just taunting them. Toronto defiant, 2-0 on the first map.
So the round one was pretty close. Round two, not really that close. It's really Toronto Defiant in control of that all throughout. Is they get that immortality field out at the end. They put some damage down onto Infected, so Cal has to use it. And then they actually use the sound barrier to push on into them. I think it kind of catches Students of the Game off guard a little bit. That's why, like, the blade comes in when they have basically, just 3 players up, 2 players alive, pretty much at that point. And that blade's not going to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, you called it, right? Like, Scissors needs to get some of that blade, like force beat, force something, but Toronto just played in the long game. It's like, okay, we speared the enemy High Noon. Okay, now we High Noon ourselves. We drop Merit to low ground, and then we push around the corner, and then we Terror Surge. Like, there's so many ults that are just pushing Students of the Game back, just permanently. And then Cal's in the corner, like you said, use the lamp, and then that was pretty much it. This is a nice first kill, though. Boom, boom, double heady.
Yeah, this first round looked awesome from Students of the Game, right? And I think a part of it, I know we talked a little bit about it, is like, I think obviously, the teams want to run some dive in certain situations, right? I really think you're probably at a disadvantage here, especially with this Orisa versus the Winston with how the point is, right? So I think that probably has, something to play into, with how close round one is, but Toronto's still able to pull it out.
Paraíso is the next map. See a little bit of this every now and then. It's good to see Paraíso sometimes. Sometimes quite frustrating to play. Capping third can be very, very tough, and even assaulting first as well, especially if your defense is rather strong. Of course, we saw Rack the other day roofing out the Life Weaver. I love that series, actually. That was such a fun one to watch.
Life Weaver Ana is something that we have seen from Students of the Game.
Really like it.
On Paraíso. I mean, look, I think Life Weaver's fun. Life Weaver's kind of cool. So let's see Life Weaver in the game. What is that face?
She's just like, yeah, I think Life Weaver's pretty cool, pretty fun.
Yeah, Life Weaver's pretty cool.
Yeah, I get.
There's nothing wrong with Life Weaver. What's wrong with Life Weaver?
With Life Weaver. It's just the way you said it, bro. Substitutions coming in.
Well.
Let's have a look. Oh, no substitutions. Sorry, Matt was yapping in my ear, bro. I couldn't hear the producer. Paraíso.
Nah, it's always fun to log on, play some Weaver, get some Weaver in.
I don't think I've ever seen you play Weaver, bro.
It's a vintage pick of mine.
A vintage pick. How long's Life Weaver been out?
Classic.
Not long. Not sure that's a vintage just yet.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've mastered it though.
Oh yeah. Oh, you mastered that one, huh? I'll ask Rack about that.
Yeah, I'm a master Weaver head.
We'll have a little listening to Students of the Game as they set up for their attack. Whatever.
I'd only do if they have a ground tag. Oh, dude, no, I got the mythic.
Like, you know that they're just listening to us right now? You're just gonna hear, to infinity and beyond, PGE gets one on Widowmaker.
Shadow Buzz.
Yeah. Shadow Buzz? Is that the comp? Shadow Buzz? Shadow Buzz, bro.
Mike. Dude, I got that mythic skin on. Yo, turn me a PG. Oh.
I missed.
Monkey holding close right here.
Echo. Alright, Tracer forces point, you guys walk right side, and I jump there high. Background's playing.
Always some of the most entertaining comms we have in OWCS, to be very honest with you.
If we didn't play the game and we awarded winners and losers off of vibes,
choose the game out
they
there.
would be undefeated.
Oh,
they'd be world champions.
Yeah, actually, so true. Fortunately for Toronto Defiant, they're playing the RuPaul Arn on defense. They lose Sugar Free super early, which is kind of annoying. Infected blocking off a lot of those seals, placing that bubble in the choke point. They're going to get a recontest.
The Echo's so difficult to play, right, against the Cassidy and the Tracer, right? Two great heroes against it. As Vega trying to move out onto the point on the brink, gets pushed back a little bit as they're going to send someone on to contest.
Merit. It's one dead Tracer. Someone taking a lot of headshots from PG as well. That was a nice boop from Rack Attack, booping someone back down to Earth. And they should be able to punish these kills as well, although Infected was naded. Didn't matter, apparently.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to get RuPaul. No, he's going to be able to make it out with his life. Probably, you know, then Nate ends up saving him. But maybe you can kind of control some of this high ground space here. For just a brief period of time as Toronto, they will continue on with the same comp. Students of the game looks really good early up.
Yeah, super clean. It's unfortunate they couldn't all like take height ASAP. It's really where you want to be. I mean, this phase is just so punishing. Every bit of high ground looking directly at you. It's real rough.
Well, I guess, you know, a positive there would be is that there's no, like, hit scan just, like, barreling down on you from the high ground, right? Like, that seems to be the most punishing when it's, like, an Ash, a 76, a Cassidy up there, just, like, freely just draining, you know, bullets down onto your team. They don't really have that. They're still trying to play a little bit of a dive here, so could be a little bit beneficial, make it a little bit easier. Someone gets hit with a bio, has to back up.
Nade from Cal. Nano boost on to Infected's got the Primal Rage as well. Going to set up for this kill, waiting for that whip shot. There it is. Now he can go back in. Oh, the sleep though. RuPaul saw that one coming from a mile away. Cal still takes down Sugar Free, who was duplicated as well. There's the rally coming through from Vega. Infected turning his attention towards the Ana, or at least trying to. Nice little whip shot and the peel coming through right now from Toronto Defiant. Just insane. However, students of the game moving the bot, or moving the payload, I should say. That overhealth building up from their rally. Nice little nade coming through straight on to Cal. Good stuff from RuPaul. Superstar support player, and his Ana is just, oh, it's Michelin star level quality.
Yes, the supports of the Defiant moving around with someone. Able to keep him topped up and alive, allows players to come off the spawn and for them to get a hold. But Students of the Game almost gets that checkpoint there. You know, now it'll be pretty difficult, though, I think, for Students of the Game this next push, right? Nano boost available to put onto either someone or Sugar Free. Then someone also with that Primal Rage, so potentially going to get aggressive as they push in.
Yeah, the Primal is pretty scary. Nano Primal. That's a good one. That's a classic, actually. If your Winston is good enough, it turns into the strongest blade known to man. All right. There's an easy nade spot there. I think they were kind of expecting it. Not expecting this damage coming out from Sugar Free, though. Oh, my goodness. The sticky bombs, they're like, how much damage with Nano? It's a stupid amount if you're connecting most of them. There we go. Nice engagement there from Toronto.
The sticky bombs focusing beam when the Nano boost, right? You know, a little bit of damage reduction there with that. Just makes Echo just it's like a nuclear missile just coming at you, right? It's so difficult to deal with, especially because you can't even really focus the Echo. They're like flying inside of like the Winston bubble you saw there when someone jumped in, dropped it down. So almost impossible to deal with there. Is you know, poor Rack Attack on the brig just looking up at the sky, just waiting to die. There's so now Students of the Game, you know, 2 minutes, that burns about a minute off the clock there. So Toronto starting to mount a pretty good hold.
Where's the sleep? Oh, sleep doesn't connect. Scissors was below them too, so RuPaul just sails through the air and then crumples back down to the floor. Scissors pretty low, has to back off. Here comes the Primal from someone though. Did end up getting antied. Oh, the hinted nade on Merit. Didn't end up resulting in a kill though. That pulse bomb was a little farther forward than the enemy team had anticipated. Duplication from Sugar Free onto the Ana. Oh, there's a bubble in the way. That's a little bit of a rip. However, straight in the back lines. Oh, Cal's already down. Sugar Free, free Nano on the horizon perhaps? No, ends up getting taken down, but damage is done.
Yeah, I mean, that is just pretty BM. The sticky bombs there on the scissors towards the end. Not able to get a Nano, but that bionic grenade and the kill on Cal is enough to win Toronto that fight. So now Toronto comes into this next one, just a Nano boost probably again. The brig, I mean, it feels like you kind of need it to kind of like help the Ana live, but like getting value out of rally, right? It feels like you can just kind of, you know, circumvent that. Like you're gonna have enough time where you can maybe just contest the payload. It's gonna be difficult to get really big value out of it.
This really does feel like where the meta is kind of trending. is the Winston. Always has done. It's always really just been Winston, really. Every single meta just revolves around this eventually. If Surasa ever gets nerfs, I think we're just going to see Perma Winston meta again. I've got a good feeling.
It feels like we're going back and forth between the two at the moment.
Nano boost on someone, just holding that door firmly closed. Students of the game just trying to get through there. That rally being quite annoying for someone to deal with, but a lot of that effectiveness has kind of disappeared. Luckily, though, they end up getting kill onto Merit, and Students of the game still have a nano boost if they want to use it. They can deploy that pretty quickly, especially if someone ends up getting into the back line. Speaking of which, there's the Primal Rage. Isolating the Cassidy is going to be good. However, someone decides better of it, ends up going to the Mega Health Pack, having to rejoin the rest of the team with 15 seconds to go. That payload swiftly moving away from them. Infectors also has their own Primal Rage as they jump in. Someone is back in the mix. Sugar Free with the dupe, but someone in Merit already dead. PG holding onto this high noon. The shield from Vega down, and with Cal getting naded once again by the duplication of Sugar Free, who just takes care of the backline, Matt. Is that 3 kills? Not quite. Infected punches him to death, and Students of the game, by the skin of their teeth, managed to get that payload on second point.
Well, yeah, with someone's Primal Rage run on board with him, he probably actually really wanted that kill on the PGE, but the card's actually just moving on in at the moment as a little bit of a emote celebration. The spawn here from Students of the game probably wanted that kill onto PGE, but the payload was moving on through, right? Because Infected was in the back line of the Toronto Defiant with his own Primal Rage, pushing them further back, brings everybody back towards that cart. And that rally actually from Rack Attack was quite big, right? We were talking before about like maybe getting value out of it. Really stopped someone from like pushing in towards that back line. Kept everybody topped up in that small area.
Well, there's Nathan Rupel. Any crunches? There we go. All right. They crunched PGE. You see where those darts are coming from as well. Of course, when the Ana is scoped in, just leave like tracer rounds. So you can see exactly where the Ana's kind of hiding out. If they're trying to be sneaky, they can't be if they're scoped. Students of the game, with only a pulse bomb, they're going to have to wait for these support ultimates to come up, but Toronto Defiant more than happy to wait it out themselves. I mean, duplication for Sugar Free again could be huge. 2 Anas is better than 1.
Yeah, that's what they were trying to do with Infected just going up to the high ground, taking some damage, as that's going to be Merit falling again a few fights in a row. It's been Merit falling early.
And a boost. Later one this time around, Sugar Free duplication into the Cassidy. Oh, Sugar Free's in their spawn. I mean, why not? PG did end up punishing Sugar Free at the very end, taking care of that dupe and the Echo itself. Now with Toronto Defiant, with a Primal Rage and a rally going on, I mean, they've got to help Merit at some point, because this payload swiftly moving away from them. There's the Primal Rage that they foresaw. 2 kills for someone with a Primal. Now with 2 points on board, Infected's going to have to perform a miracle here to try and get this point over the line. His health bar just being burnt away. Cal with the Suzu comes in clutch, but had to TP onto the point to try and keep the OT push going. And that is where the payload will make its end here for Students of the game.
It's a pretty good push, though, for Students of the game, right? You get the first 2 checkpoints, you get almost around that final corner there towards the end. So Students of the game like 2 checkpoints, almost the entire distance of the map there. And I thought the DPS in Students of the game really kind of stepped up, right? A few times we saw, whether it be Scissors or PG, was able to get a kill early on onto Sugar Free or Merit, open things up a little bit for them. So that's a good sign for Students of the game.
Well, Toronto Defiant get their chance to attack. Will we see Students of the game playing a little Weaver? I mean, they played it to very good success the other day. Like, hey, the Weaver on the staircase, like, yeah, with the tree, goes kind of hard, but
they kind of like use the pedal to like lift up the Ana and put the Ana into like really odd spots, whether it be on the side or just positions that Ana really should never really be in. So we'll see. I think with how good Toronto's dive is, it would be pretty difficult to do. That's kind of my opinion. I think maybe you can make it work against some other teams. Maybe also Toronto has seen them run it, right? So you're kind of planning for it. That could be a potential thing here. Why you're not going to run it?
Yeah, I think, like you said, Toronto Defiant's dive is just too good for that kind of pick right now. A lot of the time too, it was Rack Attack using that grip to pull people back and pull people out of danger, especially the Ana, who wants to take an off angle. Cal, they ended up a lot of the time being saved by that grip, like 1 HP.
Yeah, Lifeweaver's only really good at doing one thing at a time, right? He either heal or he damage.
That's facts.
And when your team is getting dove and you need to choose between the two, it can be pretty difficult to make that work. Where the Brig is a much safer option to protect the Ana.
Damn, he's spitting with that one. Put that one in a mug. All right, sugar-free. His duplications have been sublime as well. Just permanently onto the Ana. Uh-oh, infected. 1 HP, sticky bombs trailing him, and there you go. Sugar-free with a couple of try shots to follow that one up. No way was infected getting away with that one. Even with that shorter sleeping time on tanks, so quick to set up the insta-kill, and that should be the first point.
And someone just jumps into the back line, and he doesn't even really look like he has any intent to kill anybody. Just kind of stands there in the doorway. Just puts his bubble down, stands there in the doorway, and just blocks that line of sight and makes it really difficult for anybody to get out. This
Mad respect. Throws the pulse on someone, hits the teabag on the MVP. Okay.
Like, he knows what's important. Sometimes it's about winning the game. Sometimes it's about getting sick clips.
So true. Landed the pulse, insta-died to the Winston. All good. Still got the Twitter clip there of him pulsing someone. One of the greatest tank players to ever touch the game. MVP of the Overwatch League last year. Duplication from Sugar-Free. Really deadly combated with these dives.
It's so dangerous, though, playing this Echo, like, by those rooftops with the Tracer specifically there, right? Gonna wrap around and maybe take another angle.
The juggling of like doing healing and damage is Ana. You'd love to see it. It's good to see Ana back in the mix. This Primal Rage from someone. Probably going to be swiftly followed up with a Nano, I'd imagine. Nano deployed on the other side of things, though, with Infected. Glowing bright red. Duplication for Sugar-Free onto the Cassidy this time. Thought the high ground was good enough for a kill. The ends were getting taken out by Cal. Like 3 people just staring at him as someone was trying to peel for the backline.
Students of the game, they need to control this high ground. 4 minutes and counting on the clock for the Defiant. That's an eternity. You kind of have to get probably, 3-4 holds here. You're students of the game. Put yourself in a better spot to be able to win this. Is this going to be a nano to the high ground? Someone, thank God he's in his bubble right for him. I mean, that would have been pretty bad if he was outside of it. Would have certainly been a kill from PG.
Yeah, what a sleep from Cal, too. Stopping the Nano Winston getting on the back line. Rally coming through from Toronto Defiant. There it goes down to Scissors again. My God. It's really standing up to the very best.
The DPS have done a really nice job, and we know Merit's obviously an incredible player, right? But it seems like at least on the Tracer they've been able to find him a little bit early, as opposed to when he's historically playing some hit scan.
All right, they're going to go for a re-engage again. Someone, Primal closing in. Scissors hunting for Merit, who has Pulse Bomb. Merit knows his game, though. Hits the recall, has to back off to the rest of the team. As Scissors also gets a pack to heal him back up to 100% HP. Payload's being slowly moved by someone. You can't let him get away with that, surely. That space is too free for someone to take.
The fact that he gets away is crazy. I mean, he gets hit with an anti. It's just a little bit late.
What a shot from PG!
Dude, they've been sick, even in the first round, right? I know on Oasis in the first map, the really sick plays from PG and Scissors. They've it's not been it was completely one side in the DPS battle. I think some people may have expected. We do get a pause here, so we'll figure out what's going on there. As Toronto setting themselves up pretty good in this next fight, right? They're gonna have 4 ultimates to work with. Still a ton of time on the clock.
Yeah, a lot of time to go. A lot of ultimates coming up as well.
Maybe somebody's monitor fell over like the other day.
The most insane tech issue of all time. Yeah, my monitor fell off the desk. How is it? How? How is that possible?
I'm just looking at my desk, and my monitors have a reasonable amount of space that even if I just full on punched it,
you should do it. Test it right now.
Probably not
test
falling. No.
Well, how do you know if you don't test it, Matt?
Well, I agreed to potentially pay for jerseys for students of the game the other day, which they tweeted me. They said, we will talk. So I do not have the funds for monitors as well.
That is a lie, Matt. That is a lie. Oh, who wore it better? Me with the bird hat or just the bird? It's me, bro. Look at that hat. Look at that bird with the hat.
Or they should have done can you spot the difference between these 2 pictures? They look eerily similar.
Dude, I got beady eyes in that one, actually. That's actually terrifying. Why did they choose the worst picture of me of all time? Like, what? That's not even
Your
fair.
like neck kind of has like a little green tint, kind of like that pigeon as well. You really look at it.
Yeah, well, I was wearing a t-shirt under that before I got too hot and I took it off. It was way too warm.
Oh.
This is wool, so it's white. It keeps in the heat, bro.
You're wearing a wool sweater in Los Angeles in almost.
There's AC in here. There's AC. I'm all right. I'm chilling, but I am boiling. Yeah, it's after that last cast I just did is a little ridiculous. A little ridiculous. All right, back in the game. Stick from Scissors and Vega dead. That looks like it was a nano onto Vega too.
Yeah, that was a nano on the Vega.
Ripple's trying to save the brig, unable to do so. Very unfortunate timing. And Merritt goes down as well. Wow, Toronto.
So we were talking before, like 4 minutes on the clock. Right now you're down to below 2 minutes. So this has been a really good hold here from students of the game. I know Scissors has had a tremendous stage 2. Same with PG. They've really turned it up here. Map number 2 is. I also would say, Charles, like when you're looking at these two teams, right? Like, you know, potentially you would think Toronto Defiant, like playing a dive, would be a comp that they could take advantage potentially as students of the game. Is
no footsteps on Echo, by the way. Hello, Cal. Nano boost deployed. Luckily got onto PG, but now he's gonna have to contend with his primal rage. Should be a bit easier now as Rack Attack lands the whip shot. Scissors also falls as the high noon from PG as he descends to low ground. Might descend even further, to be honest with you. Now he's almost off the edge of the map. What a perfectly timed dive there from Sugar Free. Yeah, that no footsteps on Echo, just that low hum can be sometimes quite hard to hear.
Yeah, and students uses just about everything in that fight, where I think you probably come out to cart and have another one, right? I mean, potentially Scissors is going to get here to touch, as it looks like everybody from students of the game kind of gathering together.
Rally. PG in trouble though, just gets, it just detonated.
He gets one.
It does, but the point should be there as you're thinking, especially with the recall coming through from Sit. I take it back. No recall from Scissors. Nice nays, that will be it. No way you survive now. Not even on the Mauga. The sustain, quite bad against the Ana. Mauga in general, pretty bad against Ana, to be fair, if there's no claims.
Yeah. I don't know if we'll see Infected stay Mauga. Nope, that'll be a swap right back. So under 2 minutes, Nano for the Echo potentially here. Yeah, as Sugar Free lurking. I mean, to be this sneaky and then get the Nano from behind, I mean, that would be, I mean, it was brutal without it. I mean, with it, it's going to be even more.
I think you just nano someone, to be honest, because then he's get Primal Rage super quick, and then you dupe onto somebody else. Look, Sugar Free's doing it once more, looking at Cal, trying to take them out. Sneaky beaky like. Someone's first gonna have to contend with Infected in the front lines, but all good apparently. Post one from Scissors also goes wide. So now there's a perfect time to strike. You can see Sugar Free going a little bit early here as Cal has already naded themselves. Duplication onto the cast. It gets double hit. PG? Okay, now you're cheating, Sugar Free. You got the bubble. PG taking down the Echo copy with ease there, but to the rescue was Merritt and someone. They're closing in on this victory here, Matt. 1 minute to go.
Double support ult here for students of the game. If you can actually kind of get out of the spawn and contest here. Someone actually gets slept and has the Primal Rage going. They'll get infected on the point. That's going to be Rally.
Rally, are they going to be able to make it in time? There's no tank left. Infective down. No recall for Scissors. The nano boost onto Rack Attack. That's a scary brig. But not as scary as Toronto Defiant. A 2-0 lead in the series. As we start off with, well, what was quite reminiscent of their game in the upper finals last time they faded.
Yeah, but I gotta say, those students of the game is playing much better than that series, right? That series was, you know, a complete stomp where students of the game has actually put themselves in a position, you know, but yeah, on Oasis it was like competitive, right? Although Toronto wins 2-0. And then here on Paraiso, right? They almost get a map completion. It kind of comes down to the wire. So I think it's positive things for students of the game this far.
Yeah, real big positives. I mean, look, getting it down to a minute against Toronto, not bad at all. And that second point hold looked pretty immaculate to start off with. I mean, it was just Sugar Free at the very end, just making the hero play. Well, not even a hero play. I mean, just went on the flank. Cal didn't see him or hear him, and then boom, insta kill. But yeah, this looks really good. The backline of Cal and Rack Attack. I mean, we talk about how they play silly things, but look, at the end of the day, if you're hitting sleeps, well, that's RuPaul, but if you're hitting sleeps on someone like someone, just take him out of the fight for the majority of the time. It's you can stand up to any team. Like, only diving without the Winston as a Tracer or an Echo could be so deadly against someone like PGE, who's Cassidy. Their aim is just sublime.
Yeah, I think it just kind of speaks to students of the game, right, moving forward, right? I think Toronto obviously comes into this the favorite, right? I know probably the favorite of the entire tournament thus far. But those students of the game, right? You qualify for Dallas, you have some more time to practice. They've at least shown in this series that they can hang, right? They were kind of questioning the other day, and even after previous results, right? You would definitely question it. But I think today they've like put together a series where like, hey, a few things here or there go right, in our direction. Like, there's a chance to take some maps here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This definitely felt like one of them. So look at the stats from that last map. Despite how close it was, Toronto Defiant leading in all factors.
I mean, the stats typically, like how we always see it in Overwatch, like your team wins and you're gonna have just much larger numbers, especially the eliminations, right? Kill participation, really just kind of like racking it up. As it'll be Esperanca here for the next map. I feel like we've seen no new Queen Street, really. I know throughout the main event, at least, it's been just Coliseo and Esperanca. So new Queen Street gets banned. The other team has basically the option of the two maps they probably would have wanted anyway.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. No, what's that map? Everybody wants Esperanca or Coliseo if you're a space station. Let's have a look what they want to roll out with on the point.
That's some good looking bread in there.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Again, I'm like Jake, I play on low details, so low settings apart from model details. So
why do you need to play on low settings?
Because you just get
you're
more
not
FPS.
Jake. Yeah, but you're not. What are you? Yeah, but what are you doing, really? I mean, come on.
Have you
enjoy
tried
the game
playing
a little bit.
any? Look, if you are playing on a 240 hertz monitor, you want like 240 frames, bro. You telling me you play on like ray tracing, like ultra high, and then getting like 60 mat? Like, come on, you on the high set?
I'm not saying do that. I mean, that's ridiculous. But I don't think you need to play on low settings, though.
I think you need to play on higher settings, Matt. Your SR is abysmal, bro. Or your rank even.
Well, that's just not true.
Mean, I saw you and Scott duo the other day. It was not pretty.
We were getting wide the other day.
Very wide queue, widest queue possible. So lucky. It's a wonder how you found a game. I'm going to be honest. All right, Toronto Defiant running out with the.
There's other wides out there like us.
They're not that wide. Winston versus the Orisa. Pretty easy for Infective just to anchor down the point. They're just trying to find this off angle. It's going to be rather tough, especially with Scissors being on the case too.
I like how students of the game though, like they don't really have to be the aggressive team here. Like Toronto Defiant with this Winston, they can't actually kind of like play positionally like right there for much, for very long, right? The Winston's eventually going to have to jump out, and you can kind of just slowly move up and force a bad play potentially.
Oh, well, that's a play you want to see. If you're Toronto Defiant, PG ahead just peeked over the little thing, and Merit, yeah, turned them to cinder. All right, Toronto Defiant, got to press the issue here. Although with Vega going down, that kind of sucks for them. Can't really speed into the backline anymore, and it does allow students of the game just to exit that fight rather rapidly.
Yeah, and I think you'll have Kisune rushes for both teams here. In this next fight, we'll see how students of the game decides to use this, potentially like we've seen teams use it on the high ground, right? Trying to play for that position. So look at this, Jaws. Merit already, almost at a overclock, where PG at 54% just gets taken out early in that previous fight. And the amount of damage that Merit's able to put down is just so impressive.
They got Vega. Wow, I didn't think they got anybody there. There's the spear onto Merit too. Merit's in desperate need of attention, but no, PGE is there with the follow-up. A massive terror surge coming through for an Infected, finding an initial kill. However, they do trade it back for a PGE as RuPaul raid the rush like on the center pavilion. And now Sugarfree with the pulse bomb. He's got Carl in his sights. A nice little recall there, but whoa, Sugarfree is right back in the action. And now Cal has to try and Houdini himself out of there, but no, Cal chased over the top of the roof. Couldn't quite get out.
Was that sound barrier also trying to get Cal as they were coming over the roof? It looked like potentially rack attack on the opposite side. That was a sound barrier connected with him and Infected. Maybe they were trying to get Cal over the roof, given the benefits of the sound barrier. That does not work out, though, for students of the game.
Yeah, and the round in this corner as well is going to be super rough. We'll see if Scissors come up with something big with this pulse bomb. He's been going toe-to-toe with Merit on Tracer. So it's Sugarfree now. Both Tracers have the pulse. Forcing the recall is kind of bad for Scissors, but he's got Merit in his sights. Merit's still got the slide, though, and it's actually Infected that falls first. Scissors not being able to find an entrance into this fight, probably doesn't even want a pulse bomb, to be honest. I mean, maybe get something big here, but I mean, the kill onto someone was all that they managed to muster, and that's checkpoint for Toronto to find.
Yes, that's a pretty brutal scenario, right? Giving up that checkpoint first. It's a huge advantage as we move forward here on Esperanca. As RuPaul just trying to build up. Looks like Merit's taking a little bit of damage, just trying to build up here towards that Kitsune rush. So this next fight feels like it is essential for students of the game to win, to not fall just really far behind.
Yeah, that checkpoint and then some is always quite important. Hello, Sugar Free. Just bumped into PG.
Blinked
yeah,
into
gave him a little hug. All right, Merit and Sugar Free on the case. Trying to find a little flank. That bot's been stolen away for the time being, but as it rounds that corner, students of the game unable to touch. They are trying to take control of this high ground. Scissors falls to Merit. And now Sugar Free looking at the back line, looking for his next piece of prey. Oh, it's actually PG that comes up big with 2 kills. That slide kill to Vega was clean. Okay, Pulse Bomb comes on. 2 Infected, however, Suzu exists. So that won't be a kill onto the Orisa. And with someone dying in Primal Rage, students the game. Not a complete clean team kill, but they got 3 on the bot. I mean, they're chilling right now, especially with Tracer back. They can take control of the fight.
Yeah, they'll take control of high ground. They'll have sound barrier for the next fight. I gotta say, so Toronto just looks like such a much better team when they have Merit on, whether it's like the Cassidy or the Sojourn, right? When they were kind of playing that Tracer Echo, it just seems like he's so good on those hit scans. It's like really difficult probably to take him off with how strong he is, especially in every type of matchup, right? PG, incredible player. You see some of the plays that coming up with, but I mean, Merit's just sick.
Yeah, PG's aim is very, very good, very clean. But Merit is just kind of a jack of all trades. Just plays a lot, plays everything at some of the highest levels of all time. And Sojourn, what it really kind of popped off when Sojourn was kind of first released in Overwatch 2, that triple collat in one of the first games, or some of the early games of Sojourn play. We'll never see something like that again. Or at least it's quite unlikely.
I think you're just building up for Rush here if you're students of the game, right? You already have sound barrier advantage. You're probably just building up for Rush. So they do get it now.
It's been really tough for students of the game to kind of move past this choke point. Like you said, they do have Rush and this sound barrier, but Infected's just taking Infected's just taking so much damage. Looks like Cal wasn't really expecting that burst. They end up saving their Suzu. Don't even use it on the Orisa, sadly. Didn't have enough time to react to that one. And Toronto Defiant just went out in the neutral.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate there for students of the game because they have an advantage, right? You got double support all. There's nothing on the other side. You're one fight away. You win that fight, you're going to get checkpoint, right? It kind of like puts you, in the game, so to speak. So it feels like you kind of have to capitalize on those advantages, right? Maybe make a proactive play. It just kind of feels like you're jockeying for position for so long. I mean, they've allowed Toronto to just build up all their ultimates as well.
They're not overextending. Just forcing the issue. That's exactly what they're trying to do right now. Oh, Merit so low. Even gets the blink smack there, but Merit still somehow stays alive. They trade an overclock for a rush. Kind of a bad trade there if you're students of the game. And there you go. RuPaul just rips their own. Sound barrier comes in. Students of the game hits 4, but Sugar Free just hounding down Rack Attack. My word, the movement on Sugar Free, just looking for the targets that they need to kill. The call is just, we got to get, if you're going to kill Rack Attack, you got to get him while he's wall riding. Like, it's so easy to kind of track the Lucio, and his target prioritization is just exceptional. 70 meters for Toronto now. Students of the game do get a reset here, but this game is slowly, and the series too, slowly slipping out of their hands.
Yeah, I know the later sound barrier there is just huge. As someone dives on in here, has Primal Rage to use. Infected gets really low to losing all of his armor.
Infected used all of his cooldowns. Completely. That was gold and Spear Spit. Spear Toss wasn't too far away as well. PGE with a fully charged railgun is trying to find a target. They're trying to kill Merit, but they're just unable to do so. The peel's too good. Merit's still surviving somehow. Has been ejected from this high ground positioning, at least eventually falls. But the amount of stuff they invested there just to kill the Sojourn was just ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I mean, they still find themselves, over 60 meters behind, right? They use absolutely everything to even get close to Merit. Disruptor shot thrown in here, puts down some extra damage. Someone quite low is, just kind of overstays his welcome there. So nice opportunity there for students of the game to capitalize.
Yeah, we'll see how far they can push this bot, though. It's only someone that went down. Like, Monkey gets back so fast. You can see in the very far distance there, Vega was just taxing. So they're not going to get checkpoint here at all. Like, someone's here. I mean, Merit's got the overclock as well. Might want to just perch up in one of those windows or maybe go for a small flank. There's someone on the point. Sugar Free as well. No further bot progress can be made.
I mean, this is the same spot they got stuck in last time. It's, now you're kind of stuck in this position. It's almost worse, right? You're a minute on the clock where it feels like you're going to have to invest something here in students of the game, try and make this work. It's going to be an overclock from Merit on the side. No sound barrier
Merit
yet.
trying to repeat some history there with that 3 players lining up.
Well, they got close.
They did indeed. Checkpoint taken, though, by students of the game. Good shot, Scissors. However, with 40 seconds to go, still a 40-meter or 39-meter deficit. 39.01 to be precise.
I mean, that is quite brutal, right? Merit comes around the corner. Rack attack is like 96% is sound barrier. You don't have it to kind of like protect everybody, keep everybody alive, and then no, just kind of makes matters worse. Someone just jumps in right on top of your support line, right? Just almost impossible to survive in those conditions. That's going to be sound barrier as someone jumps in.
Yep, jumped in with RuPaul. RuPaul just swift step towards him. They do end up trading, though. I mean, you traded for Cal. This overclock needs to be massive for BG, but instantly shut down by someone's Primal Rage. They got too much health now. I mean, this is over. Toronto Defiant, exactly how they dispatch with students of the game in that upper bracket. Not yesterday. And they do end up seeing themselves in the finals. A much closer affair, though, from students of the game, for sure. But Toronto Defiant still standing head and shoulders above the rest.
Yeah, I mean, look, some positives, I think, for both teams with this series, right? Toronto bounces back in a big way after a loss. I think students of the game looks like they can even take their game to another level, right? I know had some pretty good moments here against Toronto, not as much of a blowout as we saw in the last time they played. So some positives to take from both teams moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. And now Toronto Defiant get their chance for a little bit of revenge too. 2 revenge stories, 2 here in NA, and obviously EU a little bit earlier on. We had a map 7 before. We'll see if we can go all the way once again. We'll jump over to the desk though. They'll wrap up that game and send us into the grand finals.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, a decisive victory from Toronto Defiant. They were the favorite coming into this match, and I think they were very eager to get some revenge on M80 up there in the grand finals. Let's talk about how they got it done. Anything you saw that even remotely surprised you here?
I mean, to be honest, I thought this match would be more of a formality, but students of the game, really, they had their chances to get wins here, to get fight wins and map wins. I do think there was just there's a little bit of choking going on for me. Like, this map on Oasis, there's like, last fight is so winnable, but then they get one pick, but then force an aggro beat and have no real responses when the ults come in. And so Toronto, I think their experience in clutch situations, they continue to play well even when the chips are down. That's really the difference between these two teams, because to be honest, when there's more of like a straight up, front to back fight, everyone sees what's coming, there's no trickery involved, students of the game are handling themselves incredibly well. But of course, a team as good as Toronto Defiant, they're not going to give you straight up fights. They're going to always find some way to have an edge. And that's just the level of play you've got to be ready for when it comes to Dallas. So for students of the game, maybe this is the expected result. I still think they had good moments. They had their opportunities to make plays. If they can iron out some of these macro decisions and find their way to get some more advantages, exploit all the little details of the game, the individual skill is there.
Yeah, the individual skill is there. The way I describe it is that this is the kind of tier break between students of the game and Toronto Defiant, where it actually, the deciding factor kind of comes down to the micro. We spent all week in all the group stages, and a lot of the time we talk about ultimate usage. If you don't use Kitsune Rush the right way, if you don't use Sound Barrier the right way, you are going to get punished. The other team is going to take advantage of that fact. When you get to this level, where most of the macro is on point, you're playing the right compositions, you get the right ultimate usage, in a matchup against Toronto Defiant, players like RuPaul, and you saw the sleep darts, you saw the Bionades, he is going to punish your positioning. He is going to punish your Winston bubble usage. We saw a few times this series where Merit on the hit scan punished PGE for maybe peeking his head out when he shouldn't have. And those small details is the difference between a team like the Toronto Defiant and a team like Students of the Game. So now Students of the Game going to Dallas, they've qualified. They got a great building block because they're on the right path. They figured out their macro. But now to take the next step, they need to figure out their micro, their positioning, and the small little details to compete with teams like Toronto Defiant.
That's right. Now, I'm excited, of course, to see Toronto Defiant in the grand finals here in the NA region. And Danny, we got a post-game interview with...
He's walking.
Someone, everybody, turn the camera. Yes, and someone, thank you so much for agreeing to this interview. I'm going to make it quick because you guys have the grand final match against M80, so let's make this very, very quick. I mean, you guys already qualified for Dallas. Now you guys are fighting for the money with M80. But before that, I want to ask you about Dallas. Like I mean, there's a lot of great teams that are coming to Dallas. I know I heard a lot of great things that Korea is going to be a very strong region. So is there a specific team that you, as part of Toronto Defiant, that really want to beat in Dallas? 자, 일단 오늘 굉장히 중요한 경기가 바로 있기 때문에 빨리 하고 인터뷰를 하고 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 일단 달라스에 대해서 벌써 이제 합격을 이제 달라스로 이제 가시게 되셨는데 달라스에 가서 지금 굉장한 팀들이 많이 이제 나올 거란 예상을 하고 있는데 좀 서먼 선수는 달라스에서 이 팀과는 한번 진짜 겨뤄봐서 우리가 꼭 이기고 싶다 하는 팀이 있는지.
저는 개인적으로 크레이지 라쿤이 이기고 싶고 그 이유는 1등을 하려면 1등을 이겨야 될 것 같아요.
Personally, I want to go and beat Crazy Raccoon because in order for you to be the best team, you do have to face off against the best team in the OWCS. Great answer. I mean, but even before that, though, there's one more obstacle before going to Dallas. You do have to face M80. You guys unfortunately did lose to them yesterday. What can Toronto Defiant do differently today in order for you to beat M80 this time around? 자, 달라스를 가기 전에 이제 한 경기만 남았습니다. 서먼 선수 이제 M80와의 경기 이제 어제는 아쉽게도 패배를 했지만 어떻게 하면 오늘은 결과를 좀 다른 결과를 낳을 수 있을까요?
일단 어제는 저희가 솔직히 말해서 플레이적으로 좀 자만하고 상대팀을 뭔가 좀 무시하면서 게임했던 경향이 있었는데 오늘은 경각심 갖고 좀 더 꼼꼼히 좀 대충 아니고 이제 하나하나씩 다 생각하면서 하면은 쉽게 이길 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I do honestly feel like our reason for losing to M80 yesterday was we're too overconfident. I think we were just breezing by everything. So this time around, we're really going to focus. We're going to go into every detail that we could fix and really look closely into the match. And I think if we do that, we will get the win. All right, someone, that is it for the interview. Good luck in the grand finals. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye, someone. It's been a hot minute since we got to chat with someone. Obviously, great to hear that, it may have been just a little overconfidence. And rightfully so, because they were untouched. All of stage one, no one even came close. There was not a crack in the armor. And M80 now, of course, with their retooled roster, it's the first time that they're sweating a bit.
Yeah, that's why it's so hard to stay on top, Zoe, right? If you're the very best team in the region, no one is really pushing you to your limit. Scrim after scrim, you win, you win, you win. And you start to think maybe that's all that can happen. It sometimes takes a team that is really strong to actually come out and prove you, okay, we have to lock in again, we have to focus up again. And someone, he's always been a very humble competitor, even when he's been at the top of the game entirely, been called the best in the world. He's always been that guy to lock in and find that next level. What can we do better? How can we be an even stronger team? So for Toronto, I don't think they're going to be boomed from one loss. I think they could come back and make this a very interesting grand final.
Yeah, veterans are like that. They don't get boomed that easily. They come back even stronger. So I am excited to see what they have in store for us today. But before we dive into our grand finals here in the NA region, we of course have to give some credit where credit is due. We presented you with 4 options of our superstar of stage 2 here in the NA region. And let's reveal our winner.
Happy?
Who did chat vote
Pelican?
for?
Happy.
Surely Pelican.
It's
It's Rack Attack.
Yes! Let's go, Zoe!
Wow, Zoe, you're
believers. Let's go.
I never doubted, honestly. Is it a coincidence that today is also Lifeweaver's birthday?
Oh, is it really?
My. Is it actually?
The plot armor that Rack Attack has in every situation he finds himself in.
Oh!
In fact, today is
That's a beautiful art.
It is absolutely gorgeous. So thank you so much. I love to see good fan art, and yeah, It's Life Fever's birthday. When they won their game, it was Rack Attack's mom's birthday, and the cats too, and then Rack Attack is a flutter. I'm not cooking to Barman.
You're overcooking.
They totally would have beaten Toronto if they just played Life Weaver, guys.
Exactly.
Well, we're planting the seeds for a Life Weaver meta.
I don't think there's going to be a meta, but I really think the hero already has these certain spots that look pretty legit.
There's a space for that flower in this garden, I think. Just the right soil and under the right circumstances, when the sun is just at the right spot in the sky, it blossoms and blooms. For now, though, congratulations, Rack Attack. You gained nothing, really, but...
Round of applause!
A round of applause, because the chat and I believed in you. These guys didn't, but we all along
They voted. They voted. It's a public choice.
And I'm very, very excited to see SOG making it to Dallas. I'm going to be very interested to see what they're going to pull out of their sleeves. So it's going to be a good time, for sure. For now, of course, their tournament life has ended here with this last match. Toronto Defiant and AD will be finding themselves in the grand finals, and we're going to give them a few minutes to get ready and prep for all of this. So, of course, we prepared another, I don't even want to call this game.
It's not a game?
It's not really a game, but we know
it's a competition.
I mean, kinda, but not really. Maybe it's just a PSA to clean your rooms, because we are going to make a ranking out of the backgrounds that we've had so far in some of the interviews. If you think that we're not taking notes, well, we are.
We've been watching.
We've been watching. We've been deliberating, we've been zooming in, we've been enhancing, we've been figuring it out. Danny, please take to the Telestrator. Here is our ranking for interview backgrounds thus far here on the stage.
Whoa!
Hunter.
Hunter, we have...
Okay. Look at that bed. There's an unmade bed back there.
Okay. How are we rating this? I mean, we have to, first of all, talk about how the bed right here, it looks a little...
No, this is an unmade bed.
What?
Is it yellow or white?
What? Dude, this is the webcam. Come on, man.
Webcam?
Okay, wait up.
Come on, man.
We should go that deep into the details. I mean...
Sorry, Hunter. I just wanted to use this emoji. I just saw it.
Open bag on the floor.
Yeah, that's a...
Also...
Is this a hotel room?
It is, where is this?
I think it's
I actually think he's living with his grandmother.
It's also the
you see
the solo off-center.
Oh yeah, I know you don't really like this. I see a mess over here.
Yeah, I don't. That's
right over here.
You literally have a wardrobe right behind the mess. You could have just put all of that into the closet. You know. I'm not saying make it clean. I'm just saying. Hide the evidence before you go on camera, I think is what I'm saying.
In the end, though, like furniture, simple, straightforward, classic, timeless. So whoever's house this is, they're doing a good job. Hunter maybe is being a poor steward.
I think it's just, you know, minus points for the unmade bed and a little bit of mess over here. I think it's pretty decent. I would say B.
It's a
B.
Yeah.
I don't know. Unmade bed is a pet peeve of mine.
No,
I feel like the room is an A, but Hunter is giving me C vibes.
I'm giving this a C because there's also no, just C.
C plus.
C.
B minus.
Look at the door. There is an off-center hook. Like
this.
What do you think?
Sorry, hold on.
That actually bothered. Like
so these are gamers we're talking about.
This is wow. So you aren't kidding with.
We're in trouble. We're in trouble. Let's say.
I mean,
if this is a C, we're in trouble.
I mean, we gotta.
Okay, let's give it a C plus.
C plus.
Fine, fine.
Hunter,
let's go by your standards.
We're giving you C.
C plus.
Hey, C's get degrees.
Plus.
C's that do get degrees.
C plus.
C plus.
Nice.
All right.
A valiant effort, but you can do better, Hunter.
I think it was pretty nice.
All right, here's another one.
Let's move on to the next one.
What is happening here?
There's a lot to break down.
Ooh! First of all, I mean, we gotta.
This ain't looking good.
We gotta talk about.
This is a very gamer background.
Right here.
Are those
a whole mess? Is that? I can't see. It's the webcam resolution is a bit too low.
What's on the door? What's like the? Is that a towel hanging on the door? Like the black thing behind?
I'm not mad at the towel. I'm not mad at the towel. At least it's hung up and not on the floor or on the bed.
Are these?
You know?
Are those cans of?
Yeah. What? Just.
Okay. Well, but there's a Widowmaker. There's a Widowmaker figurine.
There is a Widowmaker right here, so that's plus points.
Love that.
Ooh, we've got Overwatch.
Plus points.
I do like
plus
the Overwatch
points over there.
Is it weird that this background makes me more confident in his gameplay? I'm just like,
this is a real gamer.
This is a real gamer.
And also, another question that I have, how many mattresses do you need, bro?
Wait, Danny, are you serious right now?
I think it's like a platform, no?
This is like Princess on the Pea situation.
How many mattresses do you need?
No, it's like a platform. On like the bed platform.
Yeah.
That looks like two mattresses.
Is that a mattress?
This is a platform. I think, isn't this?
I can't.
Wait, you're saying that this whole thing is a platform?
Yes,
That's a big platform.
I don't know.
Danny, I think you're reading into it, bud.
I don't know. I'm with you, Danny.
It's one mattress. Who has
But maybe
two
it just
mattresses?
needs a second one to like.
I feel like this is like a B, you know, like
I don't know.
No, but yeah.
There's a little mess in the corner which I don't love, but I don't know. I don't hate it.
This is a gamer.
I'm gonna
this
be
is
honest.
what we're here for. B.
Even Unter and him as well, I think my room's a lot dirtier than these two, so thank God you guys don't have a picture of my room.
That's up next, Danny.
We need to send a spy
We've been in your house.
B minus.
B minus? You guys want to be B or B minus?
Zoe is the angry Russian judge. Let's go with B
you guys have to remember, he gets plus points for the Widow.
Oh, the Widowmaker figurine, though.
The towel is not on the floor. There is a Widowmaker figurine. He's staying hydrated, I think. Let's just pretend those are probably very healthy sodas.
Hydrated.
It's water. It's water.
Yeah, it could be water, canned water. I don't know. It's a bit polluting, but that's okay.
I love it,
Got
please.
B or B plus?
Minus.
B minus?
There is a mess in the back. Like, you cannot.
All right. B minus.
But you also turn on the light.
Let's
you
go.
know, for the,
All right.
Okay.
The white balance is way off on the camera, but we can.
Cool. Moving on.
Okay, what else do you have?
What are we
Who's
having?
next?
Oh, ooh.
Oh, I love this.
I love
We've
this.
got art in the background.
This is beautiful.
Now we're getting past
beautiful
a lack of a mess, and we're into there's actually something to look at, something enjoyable that's not just like you don't have stuff on your floor. So I feel like Cal is the first one to potentially go above and beyond the average.
Yeah, no, I think Cal really exceeding.
You know, I honestly...
Is it scary art and a little worrisome, maybe?
It's cool, though. I think it's a cool vibe.
Yeah.
I honestly, I think this is an A. I think this is
an A.
Yeah,
this is an A.
This is an A.
I agree.
100%.
And he hung up his hoodie. And
yeah, things are hung up.
And also,
you know what? A plus.
A plus.
A plus.
I'm giving this an A plus.
Huh.
I'm feeling it.
Okay. All right.
They're hung like level as well. Like they're not.
Or A.
I give it an A.
A plus.
It's hard to see better than this. There's no mess.
Yes.
We've got art on the walls.
There's no mess.
I mean, we're talking about gamers here. This is serious. This is impressive.
Great camera angle as well, so that you don't see the floor. You know.
Yeah.
You know. Great angle. Okay. Great framing.
Yeah. Position
A
of the setup.
Cool.
What about this? Cal.
Well done. We need more art. Let's see more art in the background.
Yeah, give us the art, give us the merch. Ooh, I'm looking for this. It's rustic.
Again,
It's
me and
giving-
Jake, we see the wood. And
A little. I like the furniture. It's a little messy for me.
This furniture right over here.
What do you mean messy?
There's like stuff on top of the cabinets, and I mean,
where do you put your stuff?
you get a little box, like a little tasteful box.
Hey, I mean, if
least
you guys
it's not in the
guys, if you guys want to nitpick, I mean, you do see the reflection. There is a little bit
mirrors
of
get.
Oh, come on.
There's a little mess over there.
Zoom enhance, Penny. Zoom enhance.
No.
You know,
It's giving erudite. I'm seeing wood paneling.
If you-
I do like the bookshelf.
Organized bookshelves.
We're nitpicking. We're nitpicking.
Organized bookshelves.
This is unfair.
This is an A. This gotta be an A.
And Crook has a painting on the
There's a
left-hand side on the
painting
wall
too.
I mean, there's
singular painting.
there's a bit of mess.
It's the stuff on top. I want it together. I want it in like a little box or in a cabinet or just out of sight, you know, just a little. I am nitpicking, all right? I am nitpicking.
Yeah, no, of course. That's the whole point of the segment.
I want to say A minus.
I could get down with an A minus. I like it, but it's just there's like a couple. The mirror. If you didn't have the mirror, maybe we wouldn't be able to see.
You got curtains as well, so like this is cozy. I like.
Yeah, I like the curtains.
I'm down for it.
All right, so we're going A minus.
A minus.
Yeah.
The bookshelf on the wall.
And
is
Crook's
a nice
dreamy eyes are helping the entire scene. It really brings
We're
it
rating the
together.
room, so we
Rating the room.
He's got some beautiful eyes.
I got it.
All right, Claire. Next. Do we have one more?
Do we have one?
Oh.
That's an A. That's an S.
This is S. This might be S.
You know, you
This
see
is S
you see
tier.
all the jerseys right here.
You got old school merch,
Everything is ordered
Lucio-Os.
right over here.
Lucio-Os.
This is like a thought out background. This
He
is
got
like
plants
what's
and
gonna be
they are
behind
alive.
me.
Alive plants.
Living plants. Oh my goodness.
This person is taking care of you, man. Like you can
Now I'm
trust
kind of
on
wondering,
Yasser.
is he in like an office? Is
This
this
has
his
to
room?
be a home
Might be.
because I think aren't those all of his jerseys like over the years?
That's true, yeah.
Like
right over
all
here.
the teams he's played.
Yeah,
I think
that
that's
looks
like a
like-
beautiful, like thoughtful
And like
display.
the Astra thing, is that his own logo?
I I think so.
Back there, like above the floor.
Oh, right here, right over here.
I think that might be how he signs.
Also, is that a printer in the corner?
That is a printer.
Is that a what?
Wow.
This man means
That might be a functioning adult.
This is a functioning adult on your screen.
I don't want to alarm anybody, but Funny Astro might be a functioning adult.
I do want to.
I know this stress ball. This is from Washington Justice. I got it from the backpack.
It's a stress ball. He's taking care of the mental. We got a stress ball. Yes, there is just a paper bag.
That is
like
true. If you're nitpicking.
Art on the wall too, though, right above it.
He went to buy groceries, and he got the paper bag to not get plastic. Okay.
Oh my God.
That's brilliant.
Just saying.
You know what?
Funny Astro.
I want to say S.
This is
the best we've seen. I mean, this is beyond. Yeah, I can't ask for more. I truly can't ask for more here. We got plants, a thought-out display.
Yeah.
A printer. Like,
I love the.
And I love how everything is organized right here.
It's great. I love the peach Atlanta Rain jersey.
Yep.
It's in the.
All right, so everyone agree with S?
Yes, 100%.
S rank. Well done. Well done.
Nice. Great job, Funny Astro. And
all right. Sit quietly. Sit quietly.
Okay, let me see. Let's nip it.
All right. Let's find anything wrong with this picture. We got to look for any mistakes.
I do see a little bit of spot.
I think you need to vacuum, Zoe.
Yeah. I can see some dirt over there on the floor. What is this paper over in the corner?
This is my calendar.
No, that's
a calendar. That's a
That's like
desk
on the
calendar.
desk. No, that makes sense. It's like on the side for when she's working. I can't really criticize that.
Yeah, I make notes.
I like the furniture. The dark wood really goes great.
It's my basement.
There's something on the table in the back next to the paper towel holder.
We need to zoom.
Why is there something on the table next to the paper towel holder?
Why are there so many books, huh?
Okay, hold on.
Why are there so many
too
books?
many books, Zoe.
There's too many books.
Stop reading.
There's no way you read all those.
The best part of it is it's all comic
manga.
books. It's all manga.
I know where that is. It's all manga. It's not real books. It's
not real
manga.
It's not real books.
It's not real
It's
books.
manga. What else?
Who carpets anymore?
Hey, dirt.
I hate that carpet.
You need Zoe, you need to clean your mic. I see some dirt over there.
All right, now you're.
I mean, okay, I can give myself -point for having a silver cable on a black mic.
Yeah, the color coordination. I don't like how there's silver right here with the black.
And the big metal pole. That's all on Blizzard. I'm taking absolutely.
Is that like the green screen?
Yeah, that was the green screen.
Okay, nice. Yeah, that is the only weirdness in the
this
setup.
Thing?
Yeah.
Oh my
It's too
God.
heavy for me to lift it and get it out of my room.
You guys don't see this, but right here, that's a pole from Blizzard.
That's Blizzard's pole. Please pick it up. I don't want it anymore.
Shades of
And
2020.
that thing is heavy.
That thing is
all right,
heavy.
Good old
Jake,
green
Johnny,
screen.
what are we giving?
I'm gonna say it is a basement, and so there's a lot of stuff in there because it's a storage area, right? So I feel like since it's less intentional, I don't think we can give you an S rank, Zoe. I think it's
That's
like
all right, I
this
get
is
it.
like a solid A.
Hey,
I'm thinking like B
giving
minus.
glasses.
B minus.
B what?
B minus.
Why?
I mean, just to mess with Zoe, I'd be down, but for real, it's an A.
There's
at least.
no art on the walls.
Yeah, but that's
Where would I put it?
that's how you get to S rank. You know, that's why I won't give it S rank.
I put my bookshelves up, so I don't have to put art up.
Well, I mean,
It's
I
actually
like
a bed.
bookshelves.
The
I grew up in a
bookshelf,
home full of bookshelves.
You can pull the bookshelves apart, and it's a bed.
It's a
behind
Murphy
it.
bed.
It's a Murphy bed.
Oh, you got a Murphy bed. Dang,
Yeah.
that I like that even more.
And it's a cinema. You see the stairs going
You
up
have
on the
a
left side.
cinema?
I have a cinema in the basement.
Oh, that
Got
is
it from
cool.
I'm gonna say A.
So,
Yeah.
You have a cinema in your house? How much are you
like
making?
All right, I don't say any. Okay, I'm gonna put A. So
previous
great
owner
job.
just gave that to
Just
us.
dust your basement a little bit, but everything else looks pretty
I'll
clean.
dust it. I'll be dusting.
Dust it. All right.
I'm taking
defend
it.
that.
That is
I
all.
like that carpet. You
And,
know what? I don't mind
I
that
hate the carpet. It smells like mildewy
Okay,
too.
that's
so
not
I
so
need
good.
I need to really get rid of
That's
that
not so good. I didn't know
not
that.
on
Now
me.
I like it less.
Yeah, but I mean, what did we learn? It's really not that hard. Make your bed, kids, you know.
Your
and
back was a lot of
You too
effort.
might be a B+ in our books and get some passing grades. But enough slamming on that player's background. We think you're all beautiful, and so are your backgrounds. Yeah.
Except Hunter.
Except from a few backgrounds. Make an effort. All right, is all I'm saying. Our teams definitely make an effort when they're on the server, that's for sure. And we're ready for our grand finals. Enough waffling. We're done with this. We want to see them back in action. Toronto Defiant taking on M80 after this. Woo!
Overwatch Champions
Champions Series. I love the sound of that.
An EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Welcome back, friends, for the last game of the day. We are going to be heading into the grand finals here in our NA region, Stage 2 OWCS. So here, joined by Danny, by Jake, by Johnny, and we're ready for all the action. This is a rematch of the winners final in the upper bracket, and now they're doing it again. Both teams already qualified, of course, for Dallas, Texas, but now they're fighting it out for, of course, the placement, also, of course, for the circuit points and the big bucks. Let's take a look at the rosters to see who is going up against each other. Very well-known players across the board on both of these teams.
Yeah, and a chance for a rematch here for Toronto Defiant, who has been the most dominant team in North America the entire year. Obviously, huge pickups in the offseason, but now facing some stiff competition, you know, with M80 picking up Happy and Pelican in the roster. You gotta say, though, they have so much versatility to the roster. Someone is the most valuable tank in Overwatch, being able to play both dive heroes like the Winston, for example, but also being able to flex over to whatever you need to get the advantage over the opposition. RuPaul has had some phenomenal Ana impact in this stage where Vega pulls out the Brig, but also when it comes to the Kiriko, even the BAP, I mean, you can't ask for much more when it comes from RuPaul. Question for me is going to be on the Tracer play. Can you pull something out on Toronto Defiant to match Pelican and everything he can do on that hero? Otherwise, this roster is pretty much perfect.
Yeah, and on the other side of the server, it's going to be M80. We talked about Happy and Pelican. This is a world-class damage duo hailing from South Korea. These guys are some of the best in the world. That's why M80 is using their import slots on them. And the two of them together can handle any heroes in the game. I mean, I'm very confident in saying that. I think either of these players can handle literally the entire DPS roster, and it gives them an incredible flexibility to work with. Hawk really has leveled up his main tank gameplay. I think that's really crucial to highlight. We've always known he's one of the best off tanks in NA, probably the best, it's fair to say, but I think these days his Winston looks a lot stronger than I've seen it in the past, and he's going to set his team up for success. Ultraviolet and Liar, less experienced players, but I think they've shown a ton of potential. UV in particular has great mechanics, and so if they can build well around their incredible damage players, incredible tank, this could be a very, very threatening team. And I mean, they won yesterday, so I'd say they're the favorites.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I'm pretty sure the opposition has something to say about that. Let's actually bring in our coaches to have a quick chat before the match. Kasaurus and Gator joining us. How are you guys feeling? Starting with you, Gator.
Good, feeling good. Yeah, just let Samoa.
What about you, Kasaurus?
No, feeling good. Gator's been doing a yalla yapping, so I figured I'd come on here to give him some yapping back.
All right, Kasaurus.
Finally.
All right, Kasaurus. Yeah, I mean, you took a pretty brutal loss yesterday. You know, I made it looking real good, but then afterwards, as the instigator I am, I did give Gator the opportunity to take a victory lap here on the broadcast. How do you guys feel on Toronto after yesterday's match? Do you still feel confident going up against M80 here in this matchup?
You know, I think yesterday is more of a Mickey Mouse victory. Everybody knows that coming from the upper bracket doesn't give too much in Overwatch. So today is going to be the real game, and we'll see if they can perform again today.
All right, I actually have a very interesting question. So, I mean, both of you guys have great Korean players, right? One side has someone in Merit, other side has Happy and Pelly. So I want to ask coaches, I want to ask you guys, which team has the better Korean duo and why? Kasaurus, you want to start?
Yeah, of course. No, I think, you know, Ham and Merit, they're just insane players. I think both in leadership and in just raw mechanical skill coming from Merit on the hit scan. I think, you know, a DPS line is great, but I think a tank controls the entire game, and we have the best tank in the world.
All right. Gator, how about you? Do you feel like Pelly and Happy is better than someone in Merit?
I think they're better because the other roster is flawed in that they'll never be the best at anything. So I think being able to H-key is nice, but getting like a sick monkey player without the rest of the team being good at dive is a bit of a waste in my opinion. So, I mean, they can play dive. They're probably not even top 6 on it in the world. They're not top rush comp. They're not top poke comp. So they're good at everything, but they're not the best at anything. So I think it's a bit flawed for that reason.
That's interesting to hear, and we get the chat preds in. It's pretty much dead even, dead heat, 50-50. So I'm curious to hear, especially from you, Gator. What do you think is your team's strongest look, right? Like you've said, like what's the comp that you can beat the world on, especially looking ahead to Dallas, playing these Korean teams? What's the style that you can plant your flag on and say, you know, like we will be the very best in the world playing this way?
I think we can be the best in the world on anything but pure actual dive. I think we can beat anybody in rush. I think we can beat anybody in poke comps. So yeah, I'm quite confident today. I mean, I don't feel like we have any pressure. You know, like when you're like Toronto and you're expected to win, it's not actually really that fun, because when you win, you're just happy you didn't have to lose. So I think we're literally just chilling. Like there's really nothing on the line for us, but I feel like everything's on the line for Toronto, and they're in a bit of a dogfight with SOG in the dive, so that was a bit weird.
It's a bit weird. Wow, guys. Lots of talking. It's time for some walking. Thank you both so much for taking the time, and best of luck to both teams in our grand finals.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't think we'll need it though.
All right. Wow, Gator is bringing it this main
Someone's got to bring some banter.
That's right. I'm loving it.
This is why I love Gator. This is why I love Gator. He just, you know, all the banter.
Also, A+ background for Gator. Just throwing it out there.
I didn't even look at his
Throwing it out
background.
there. Yeah, there was a lot of good stuff that there was. There was a humidifier. There were some weights. There was an astronaut star projector for the mood. You know. So yeah, very impressive overall. Obviously, the proof is in the pudding. So let's see if the teams can get it done. Because only one of them will come out on top. Let's take a look at our predictions for this one in this very rematch. I went with M80. I just felt they were extremely dominant yesterday, and they just seem to have a very good idea of their win conditions against what Toronto Defiant has been playing so far.
I thought it was pretty close yesterday, and after talking with Ham, someone, I do feel like it's going to be Toronto taking this win. Sure, they did fumble yesterday, but I mean, I do feel like they're not going to make the same mistake twice, and I feel like they are ready to become the champions one more time.
You know, for me, I think this is going to be a very close series, but ultimately I had to predict M80. I mean, getting that convincing win yesterday was huge, and I think Hawk is, or rather Gator is right about his team, about you know, what they're utilizing Hawk. Yes, Toronto's incredibly good at the H key, which is to say counter-picking, always staying in the strategic advantage. It's crucial to top-level Overwatch these days, but I feel that M80 has kind of equalized that advantage with Toronto, at least what we saw yesterday, with Hawk able to follow right along behind and you know, stay ahead of the hero swaps on his own. And then when it comes to the damage dealer combo, I feel like they actually have better swap potential than Toronto, because I think truly, like, even if you only had Happy or you only had Pelican as individual separate players, each one of those guys can literally play the whole roster. I mean, you don't see Happy going Tracer very much, you won't see Peli going Widow very much, but like, they can. And the fact that you have that option means even in this weird scenario you didn't plan for, you didn't expect, that can happen in the grand finals in a 7-game series. And it's hard, I'm hard pressed to think of better DPS to be in that spot, to need to play an unconventional strategy and adapt on match day.
Well, I was on M80's corner yesterday, so I don't see much reason to change now and start believing in Toronto Defiant. I still got M80 here today in a 4-2 win. We've been talking a lot about how good the teams are, though, and you know how good they are, their kind of individual styles, and I very much think we're going to see some top-tier Overwatch in this one. But if there is anything that Toronto Defiant maybe could look at as a bit of a weakness for M80, I do think that maybe you could target the backline. Maybe you can put some more pressure onto Liar. I think we saw yesterday, especially on Midtown, that Liar struggled with under pressure when he was playing the Brig, for example, and that is, you know, something that we don't really see from top teams. Usually they're pretty well-rounded, but that could be an attack angle. If I was Toronto Defiant, that is something I would look at as a potential weakness for M80, and maybe we can secure the edge that way. You know, maybe we talk a lot about someone's versatility. We talk a lot about, you know, oh, how good Merit and Sugar for you is. But honestly, when you're in a matchup like this, you need to create attack vectors that you can focus on, that you can find an advantage in. And I really do think that the backline is the difference here in this matchup. And if I was Toronto Defiant, I would look to gain an advantage by having the better backline today.
It's interesting that you're talking about this again, because even yesterday when we set up this match, I think it was you, Jake, who said like the backline is most likely going to be the weak link of M80. It certainly isn't the front line. Have you had the sense at all that Toronto Defiant attempted to actually pressure the backline or somehow take advantage of that potential weakness?
I think they might want to. The challenge for me, Johnny, and I think you're right to say that like that's probably a good look. And in general, putting a ton of pressure on the main support is how Elite Overwatch is played. But in order to do that successfully, you've got to be taking positive trades in the Tracer duel.
Yeah.
Usually, that's going to be the first step. Like if you try to run past the enemy Tracer and go on his support, a Tracer like Pelican's going to eat you alive trying to just come past him and disrespect him like that. So I think in order to even get to the step of pressuring the backline, you've got to be taking positive tank trades, positive DPS trades. So in a way, having a support that you're like always trying to force dives on, at this level, you can't just send it to the backline, you know? You're just going to feed.
No,
like
no,
crazy.
but you got someone who's a really good Winston.
He is, but if his DPS are getting caught up in duels and he's going alone, he can't do it, right? I mean, even someone's good enough, he won't be forcing those until his DPS are actually ready. So I think, to be honest, you have to be able to equalize this Tracer situation between Sugar Free and Pelican. I do give Pelican the edge there. I think he's a little bit of a stronger player. More or less all the heroes that they play, they're kind of similar players in terms of hero pool, but I just give Peli the edge in raw mechanics there. So Sugar Free, I think, is going to be the player to watch in this match. If he can prove me wrong and really deliver a devastating performance on the flankers, I think that could blow M80 wide open, because if Sugar Free's taking good trades on the flank, that leaves someone like Liar to be the one who has to absorb the pressure. That could be a problem for them. However, I'm just a little skeptical whether it's actually going to go that way. If you're losing the initial trades on the flank with Tracer, you're never getting to the backline. I mean, you're going to be the ones defending your own supports.
Yeah, we'll see. They have played a lot of on a break, you know, maybe with some extra armor packs you could try to help out in that duel. There are ways to allocate resources to try to help, but you're completely correct, Jake, that, you know, M80, they have the upper hand when it comes to the Tracer duel. That's part of why we, you know, predicted them in the first place.
Yeah, well, you saw our predictions here, of course. Let's bring in our casters for this grand final in the NA region and hear it from them. Any Toronto believers over there?
Matt?
I actually think I would go with M80. Yesterday's match was pretty close, but like if you can even look at it, like I think M80 had actually an opportunity to even finish it like 3-0. Like there was an opportunity for that. Like it was that close. So I would say M80, especially with some of the confidence after that match, comes in today here to take care of business.
Yeah, it was quite an unlikely showing from Toronto Defiant yesterday. We'll see if they can kind of shore it up. Pretty nice 3-0 over Students of the Game, so pretty warmed up in that regard. Although the amount that Pelican and Happy can kind of flex, like Jake was saying, it's pretty nasty. Widow Torb, looking good. Please play more of that. I mean, we're going to Midtown. Maybe we do see it. Nepal is up.
I'm still reeling and not over the fact that on Lifeweaver's birthday, Rack Attack didn't play Lifeweaver.
Did for half a second. He was in Spawn. He played in Spawn for a little bit. I say played. I don't think that even counts to play time, but
he selected
it. Yeah, Lifeweaver existed in the lobby for half a second. All good. Don't go flaming my boy Rack like that. Come on, man. All right.
What?
Toronto Defiant and M80 load in here for main event stage 2, the grand finals. It is a 1st to 4 defending champions in Toronto Defiant. Don't want to go down the same way they did against M80 yesterday as we roll out the gates. Both tanks hovering the Orisa.
Who do you think has the advantage in terms of the Orisa mirror? Like, I actually think, like, it almost, I mean, it's hard to say, but I almost would say, like, M80 in an odd way, right? I think, like, you know, Hawk can play the Orisa really well, and I actually really like Pelican on the Tracer. So when we've seen, you know, Toronto Defiant, and we see someone playing, like, some Winston at times, you know, even some Sigma, right? I think the Orisa is something that I know potentially I would give M80 the upper hand.
Yeah, Hawk has definitely showed a ton of improvement over the tank, just since even starting Overwatch 2. It was a phenomenal one to begin with, but I feel like he's really leveled up. M80, unfortunately, they do end up losing Pelican first, sadly. Same with Ultraviolet. Wow, Merit just managed to find a pick across the map with a fully charged Railgun. And that is the first point.
Yeah, it's Pelican actually trying to put some pressure onto RuPaul in the back line there, and just gets taken out by Kunai. So really nice play. from RuPaul, as it'll be Toronto Defiant in control of the point first. Did
you
that's
see
a sick
that?
long-range spear, yeah.
Like, Happy slid off the side of the wall and then went into the like little column there and got pinned. That was really strange. Physics. Right, Ultraviolet at least has got this rush at 10%. RuPaul, similarly. Someone is pressuring the point. I can imagine that is Pelican. Probably going to get checked in just a moment. You can see Merit in the bottom left of your screen there, kind of looking over towards it. There's both rushes coming in. It's Happy that's first to fall. Toronto Defiant mean a business now as they push Hawk through Kitchen. Force that over health from, not over health, sorry, just the additional armor from the Fortify. There's a cap as well. So Pelican wasn't really in this fight, just looked to find the flip. 8%. Toronto still end up recapping though, so 8% lost, I suppose, for Toronto there.
Yeah, Pelican's just trying to like draw them back towards the point, but they don't really even care about it, right? They just kind of push on forward, get the kills, and then there's no way that Pelican's holding the point alone, right? So they just take him out on the exit. So a really good start here for the Defiant. It's been pretty dominant.
Pelican not want to burning the recall there. Was a little bit too scared of a fully charged railgun from Merit on the other side of things. Lai trying to make the cross. Merit pretty low. Hawk on the point. Contested by someone, but it's up to Merit now to try and just tip it in Toronto Defiant's favor. Liar. No way he escapes that one, unfortunately. Oh, that was a Hail Mary pulse one from Pelican. Worth the attempt, but unfortunately, you're going to face the wrath of RuPaul. A Terror Surge used by Hawk. Did end up killing Sugar Free, but this is really final fight now for Toronto Defiant. Someone is super low, has to back off. Almost got taken out there on the overextension.
Man, if Merit shoots like this, though, on the Sojourn, I mean, do whatever the hell you want on the other side. It's going to be very difficult to beat as Hawk goes over to the Doom here, just trying to get a touch.
Yeah, they do get the touch in the end. It wasn't Hawk, it was Pelican this time.
Yeah, the Tracer.
Here comes the beats. Does hit 5, but Vega and RuPaul have got ults. Seems like an easier, later beat and a better beat from Vega. And they can also lay down the rush. Lies 1 HP. They still have to manage to juggle the point here. You can see Happy ascending to the high ground. He's got a good overview of someone in the rest of the fight. But, I mean, shooting someone is great and all, but you're just fully armored up. Like, you hit that you hit the armor and you're not going to go down. Like, this Fortify is just so frustrating for the Sojourns to find damage in. And then as soon as that wore off, oh, Terror Surge. Now you just can't kill me. Happy was in a good spot to try and take over the game, but it is Toronto Defiant. 108%. Might as well have been 0 for that first round.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto looked awesome there in the mirror. Really, I was kind of questioning it, but that is a pretty strong comeback there at the start for the Defiant, as it looks like now potentially here on this next point. Sightline's a little bit, I know you want to play in like that medium like range on the point, so this is a really good Cassidy combo that with the Baptiste here. Look here for the Defiant is for M80 thus far, it'll probably be Pelican switching the Tracer, and they'll keep the Kiriko here with the Cassidy.
Okay. Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion over the last few weeks about the Kiriko versus the Bat, like Cass versus Soj, etc. Especially on this point. The Bat feels so good. Like, the angles you can get on the windows are just so nasty. Plus the lamp, you can hide it behind a lot of these big pillars as well. It's very hard to take down unless you take a small little off angle, which can be very frustrating to kind of deal with at times. But when you've got people like Merit on your side with almost triple dinking Happy across the map, it can be pretty easy to deal with those pesky people looking to make some
It's just
value.
so sick with the Cassidy as well, right? Like Cassidy already is really difficult to take out as Vega falls here first, but then with obviously the damage reduction that Cassidy gets, plus the immortality field, the healing of the Baptiste, the Reese is already difficult to deal with as well. It's very hard to dislodge both of them.
Good shots coming out from Merit.
It's already a Deadeye.
Got a Deadeye coming out. Oh, did get speared. A little jump spear there from Hawk, but that's pretty much all CD's used. They'll come up a bit quicker now, though, with Ultraviolet using this rush on the point. And with Merit dead, where's the damage for Toronto? I mean, they've got the window, yes, but look, M80. They're just going to push on through it. Pulse bomb for Sugar Free. Looking for Liar, who's in trouble, struggling to get away from the Tracer. Oh, Pulse bomb, alley-oop over the wall. Didn't end up getting anything. And Happy just rolls back into the scene. And a headshot, Sugar Free. Still trying to define our holding on, but for how much longer is really the question. There we go. Hawk pushing someone off the point, and then Pelican does the dirty work.
Bro, if he would have connected with that pulse bomb, oh my lord, that would have been wild. Just chucking it over up and over the wall there, just trying to hit the Curie is teleporting back to the Lucio there. So I do get a little bit of a take there for the Defiant, but like you mentioned, as soon as they lose Merit, it's very difficult to kind of like, you know, hold on to that point as everybody for M80 kind of comes back. You have the Cassidy in the mix, and you know, the damage that Happy puts down, it's just, there's no response.
High Noon getting sped forwards. Uh-oh, who's on the side? It's Merit. Caught out. His team went one way, he went the other. Now High Noon splitting off both sides. Very unfortunate stuff. Quick reset though for Toronto. They know they can just go again. Don't want to fight without him.
Yeah, smart play though. They rush in with that Deadeye. They get the speed boost behind it. That kind of separates some players as they're all trying to hide. Turns the corner, Hendrick grenade, and then just finishing off the Cassidy on the opposite side. So it'll be Defiant now trying to push this yet again. RuPaul gets low. They'll heal him back up as you'll have both support ults. So look for them to set Merit up in a pretty good spot with the Sand Matrix.
Such a nice angle to get it on as well. Just pop it down. There it is. Hawk just running through it though. Almost preempting it. Light does hit the sound barrier. Does hit 4, but Merit's actually the first to fall. Both Terror Surge being thrown into the mix. Can Toronto Defiant just hold on to someone right now? He does end up going down, but it's all up to the DPS. That focus fire at the very end of the fight from N80 was good to take down the tank, but
RuPaul killed like half the team.
Then RuPaul and Sugar Free just decimating the rest.
Yeah, I mean, up on the high ground there, RuPaul and the Baptiste, you're so worried about some of that damage that Merit and Co are putting down. Someone as well with that Terror Surge, RuPaul just goes unanswered up on the high ground, and that's going to have Ultraviolet. You're like, man, that looks fun. Let me go play the Baptiste as well. Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
All right, big rotation. Throwing the Terracotta Bap skin as well. Mad respect, one of the best Bap skins. See if he can stand up to RuPaul's. High Noon, post bomb for Toronto Defiant. Sugar Free trying to line these ones up. Oh, this High Noon from around the corner. Ain't got to worry about a lamp right now if you're Sugar Free. There's a little bit of damage too. Hindenade and a couple of headshots flung at Hawk. That's a lot of cooldowns already used in the Orisa. You can see him trying to back off now. Post bomb on the floor for Sugar Free. No kills, but a lot of damage and a lot of separation too. 71% for Toronto Defiant, chasing away the rest of M80 who've got one final attempt here.
Yeah, and they're going to be walking right into this Amp Matrix yet again. You can set it up here. No, for the Defiant. You know, it seems like M80, they want to get aggressive, right? We see Hawk, you know, constantly kind of like push on in, and it's working a little bit for M80, but now going straight through that Amp Matrix is going to be very costly in terms of the HP pools.
Deadeye looks like they want to take main this time around. Little speed boost. Spear ends up landing on Hawk there. Nice little tank by the Orisa. Can they end up flipping the script? Oh my, Ultraviolet. He just crumbled. Same with Happy. Oh my god, that window was instant. The kills just came through in a blink of an eye. There was no time to react with a lamp. And I mean, that's Toronto Defiant taking map number 1. 2 rounds under their belt, and that'll do it.
That is a fast 2 rounds. It feels like as that is both Amp Matrixes like almost dropped like right on each other in the same exact spot. And as soon as they go down, it feels like M80 loses like what, 2-3 players. It's Toronto. We were all kind of, I think everybody mostly on the M80 train. Is Toronto looks really good after map 1.
Yeah, looking real good. Although Control can go either way. We do sometimes see the weaker of the 2 teams end up taking that one, but neither of these teams are weak. That is for sure. Let's have a look at some.
A fluke game mode, is that what you're saying?
Fraudulent game mode is sometimes what I call it.
Damn.
Hey, sometimes Control can be a little bit wacky. Just saying.
No, I don't believe you.
That's it? You don't believe me? No sources to back it up?
Yeah, I just don't. Nah, I know Jake feels the same way I do.
Okay. Are you sure?
Same with
you asked him?
Same with Johnny. Yeah, absolutely. We talk about it all the time.
Yeah, I bet you discuss Control in depth on the weekends.
Me and Jake, we text a lot about like, Control on the weekends.
You talk about that stuff, huh? That's crazy. I never knew you were tight like that. All right, okay.
Yeah, sometimes I'll just text him and be like, hey, what's your thoughts on Control again? Still the same?
Still the same. Like, yep. Weekly check-in with Matt and Jake. God, what a terrible segment that would be. My word, thank God we're not running that.
Wow, that's quite mean.
All right, some highlights to...
could be worse. It could be, let's see what's in Jaws' fish tank
hey, that's
today.
Cool, man. You see some plants growing, see the fish doing their own thing. They're little homies, bro.
Yeah, handful of goldfish and some weeds.
Goldfish and weeds? They're not goldfish, nor are they weeds. They're plants that I paid money for. All right, here are the stats from that map.
Man, this is that is representative of a blowout, right? I mean, that is just Toronto just kind of mowing down M80. Where it feels like maybe there's a little bit more on the line, so to speak, for Toronto, right? I know M80, they win the other day. They're starting to talk a little bit, feel themselves, where you just want to kind of like shut them up if you're the Defiant, I think.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want to do. You just want to dust your hands off with that last game and jump into this one. Just a straight 4-0 is what I imagine that they're looking for. Yeah. That finals, that ticket to Dallas already locked in for both teams, of course, already. Playing for a lot of prize money, a lot of extra prize money. So Toronto Defiant and M80 looking to secure that one. And that, like, #1 seeding in NA, too. Let's listen to the winning comms at the end of that round, though. Let's hear how Toronto Defiant are feeling.
Okay. Secure, we won. You release in. Hover ball. Play it. Sure. Wait, J. Hey, what's up? J. Touch it.
Nice. That's the difference right there between first place and second place.
Oh, that's the difference right there between first and second place. Oozing with confidence.
Let them know. This was if this was COD, everybody be going crazy right now, right? Everybody be ready to throw hands after a comment like that. But no, we're calm here. No Overwatch. We saw this. We saw Midtown the other day between these two teams, where it was Toronto taking it in the end. Against M80, 2-1. It was a pretty close map. This is actually the one map that Toronto actually does end up taking. It kind of came down to the wire. So. We'll see if any adjustments made off of the other day's game.
Yeah, I'll have to wait and see. Oh, they're running with the Ash look. A little bit more popular as of late. Long-range hit scan with a lot of dynamite potential, especially on the choke points. Is really nice. Plus, Bob also helps you win some quite peculiar team fights. If they end up breaking down into chaos, Bob can be a big deciding factor.
Yeah, we've seen teams run it, when it's run successfully. Toronto tried this the other day. I don't think it really worked out that well. We've seen teams run it with the Sigma instead of the Orisa, right? Because you can kind of like back into that corner. It's a little bit easier to protect the Ashe in that type of situation, where that's kind of where we see some success with it. And then kind of like constant poking on the point, dynamite, chipping damage, allowing the Sigma to move up and take space.
That's kind of the same role of the cast in that regard, especially if you get someone like an Orisa, where you're just kind of like getting as many headshots as you possibly can, force the CDs. Against the Sigma, like you mentioned, dynamite over the top of the shield. A lot of AoE damage, because more often than not, you're kind of grouped up, just kind of rotate with the Sigma. We're jumping into a brief pause. Looks like someone DC'd, so hopefully we'll get them back into the game in just a moment. But Midtown, yeah, definitely one of my favorite like new additions to the game. But here you go. What's the best meal?
What's the best meal to eat before a match?
Okay, Matt, what's your thinking?
I mean, you get a little penne vodka in your system, and you start just dunking on people. That's kind of the way to go. What about you?
What?
I feel like you're a little a dino nuggie type of guy. Dino nuggies before.
They would go kind of hard, actually.
Get some microwave dino nuggies before your match, and you're ready to go.
Crazy on the dino nuggies, actually. Dude, you know it. You know it. I mean, honestly.
Well, wait, what is your actual meal, though? Is it dino nuggies?
I actually think I perform better doing things in general when I'm a little bit hungry, so normally just a banana. I don't know. It's that hunger, like primal instinct, when primal man needed food, and that what you need to do to survive was hunt, like that kind of thing. I don't know if that translates well into this kind of lit field of work, but maybe just a banana. Get some calories in it.
Yeah, make sure you're not not fishing in your own fish tank. I mean, that can't be doing that.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. First time that joke has ever been made. Huge one. No, it's not. Like, what is this?
Wow.
Sometimes I don't know about you, man. I worry about you, actually. All right, M80 on the attack.
I don't. I'm good.
If you say so. Happy with the rotation to this mega health pack room. Really well isolated for the rest of his team. Really early recall from Sugar Free 2, maybe fearing that magnate somewhat. Someone diving into Hawk's front line requires the lamp to try and get away, but a massive overextension by someone there.
Yeah, I don't know how he planned on staying alive, where it looks like actually RuPaul and Merit end up in the subway car pushed back. You see the kind of outline there. It's Vega in the choke as well, as everybody just splits up there from the Defiant. So I believe the defense the other day wasn't really spectacular either with this type of comp, where M80 was able to kind of come and take it. So same result as today.
Oh, at least it was a quick wipe-ish, so they're able to get forward spawns and the high ground, so that's something, I suppose. That's what you got to tell yourself. It's summon. Get a quick reset. Flux is so close for Hawk though already. It's going to take a hell of a spear to knock that one out of the air.
Just control this area with the Sigma so well, right? I mean, what does someone do? Like, to close that gap, you're going to have to use all your cooldowns, especially with the Cassidy on the other side. Is Hawk getting close to a Gravitic Flux there? Just kind of constantly putting damage down from the high ground.
Yeah, Pelican's got a pulse bomb as well, ready and raring to go. Same with Sugar Free. Oh, Sugar Free got the better of Pelican though. A little differential there. Now they can really try and... Not sure they're going to be able to get any staggers. The amount of CC, you don't really want to step up again if you're someone. Yeah, decides better of it. All good. Michelle.
I love how Pelican plays. There is no thought on backing out of that fight. He's like, one of us is going to die here. And I think most of the time you'll take your chances if you're Pelican. But that time, Sugar Free does get the better as someone dodges the accretion. You see they're just trying to have Pelican, like, maybe see if he can move the cart a little bit, put a little bit more pressure here on the Defiant.
That's a very aggressive window. Look at that. From RuPaul, just taking that high ground. Bob in the back line as well. Supplement some of that damage. Merit and RuPaul just jumping on to the enemy high ground, pretty much put the window down, and then Merit just launches Bob. M80 having to look at
that is filthy
17 different ways to try and deal with that. Oh, Happy on Widow. Is he going to stick with this?
Yep.
He is, yes. Good stuff. I really enjoyed Happy's Widow the other day.
Yeah, we saw this the other day.
Exactly.
They ended up bringing out the Widowmaker. We saw some Zenyatta play, I believe, from both these teams the other day as well. As it started to get a little bit crazy, but that was a really aggressive and really awesome use of that Amp Matrix from RuPaul. Gets up on the high ground there, has Merit, and just really, I think it kind of catches M80 off guard.
I really like the way Toronto Defiant are going to respond to this Widow pick. It's very hard to get angles if they're holding this close, and then look at RuPaul's positioning too. He's above them as they walk in. Not only additional damage, but so hard to kind of take down. Here's the window. It's going to get met with a lamp and a rally from Toronto Defiant. Well, that overhealth kind of building up over time now as they try and force RuPaul to drop down from this height on the top right. Here comes the rally. Terror Surge in for M80. Liar isolated alone in the sidelines. Spear dodged. Happy dead. Dynamite and a pulse bomb thrown in. M80 just surrounded by Toronto Defiant. They end up killing Merit. This has to be a clean couple of kills here. They cannot afford for any more people to go down. And in fact, it's Pelican coming up with 2 kills in that fight.
Yeah, and it looked like they may have tried to chase actually Pelican out there for a second just to see if they can pick up the kill on the Tracer to give themselves a little bit more time to get everybody back at full strength. But when you push that deep, what sightlines does this Widowmaker have, right? It just becomes very difficult for, Happy to kind of create that space and distance that you would need on Widow to be effective.
No, that was annoying. Little spear. Yeah, now Happy's got a lot more space afforded to him. But Toronto Defiant aren't disrespecting me in any way. Just not willing to peek some of these angles. I mean, even the Tracer here. No, yeah, Sugar Free not peeking his head down into the car wash area. Now sights come in. Up for 15 seconds. That's down at 125.
They're going to give up high ground here probably because of this infosight, right? You're not going to kind of like push up here and contest, but... Oh, that's a huge pick there.
That's a big bob, though, on the high ground. However, RuPaul and Vega ends up going down. No supports left for Toronto Defiant. Sugar Free and someone still picking up kills. In fact, forcing Hawk to use the Flux. Are they going to have the damage ready to follow up on this? Depends how many cooldowns someone has. No, they are not. Sugar Free taking down Happy. Yeah, and Sugar Free just solo holding this point right now on the Tracer.
Well, and someone actually took out both supports there for M80, so you're going to have the closer spawns with the defense, obviously, is a sick stick there from Sugar Free. So that is going to allow Toronto to hold and take high ground. And Josh, you're nearing this last fight territory now as Happy moves over to the Sojourn, and then Hawk going to play the Orisa here. So What's pretty bad here is the M80 is going to be walking in. You can drop this Ant Matrix. It's not going to be as aggressive as the last time, right? Because there's no way to access that high ground like with the Cassie as opposed to the Ashe. But still, you can make it pretty costly coming on in. You get one pick there. You're at like 20 seconds left. You know, this half is over.
20 seconds to go already. Hindenade on Happy, who's using this window on this high ground. Taking a leaf out of Toronto Defiance book. M80 closing in on this overtime. 15 seconds to go. Window for RuPaul. Happy to take the duel against the man himself. And this is disastrous now, especially with this lamp going down. I mean, someone terror surgeon on. Do the gritty on him. Do it. M80 just gonna get
horse
wiped.
galloped.
And Toronto Defiant holding before that second point. This is the Toronto that we expected to see against M80 yesterday.
Yeah, no, it might be a little bit of kind of there's levels, right? And they're like, okay, fine, we lose a upper final, but you know, once we get to that grand final, we're a completely different beast there. As Toronto stops M80 before they're able to get that second checkpoint. So really, all the pressure now on M80 on defense. Have a good first point hold.
Could be rather tough on defense. Is Pelly going to go the Torm? Is my question here. It works out pretty well for them before. And Pelican's Torm is kind of nasty too. Very hard thing to kind of dive and even poke out.
It's just so annoying to deal with.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's just constantly just being a nuisance where look like maybe the Torb there for a second, but it will be Pelican on Tracer. So they'll run the Sigma on defense here. To kick things off. The Sigma is also pretty good to control some of that high ground, that second point. And Toronto, I think they're totally fine matching it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Toronto even come out with a Widow of their own. Of course, Merit's probably just going to spawn peek here to see if anybody's trying to get some early picks and early damage. Let's give Toronto a quick listening, though, for their attack.
But, yeah, only Widow. Just no more come. Yeah. Let's go.
Sigma.
Big.
Sigma tray.
Cast.
Cast. Cast playing on point. Cast playing on point.
I'm gonna go left with you. I probably left. Come left. We're taking space. Cast tray.
Solo. Okay. I go.
Okay. We're changing him. Careful. I'm gone. Wait, 시간.
Second.
Oh, wait, we don't watch this left now.
Yeah. We're walking left.
Get the man. Wait, they want to push, I think.
Yeah.
브레이크, 브레이크. Push. 봐봐. No grenade. wait, 시간.
알고.
Cammy.
Still have.
Hop on. Better lamp.
Don't have lamp. Okay. Oh. Okay, I'm in.
시간. 봐봐. 시그널 집. Big low. Big. No grenade. Wait, 브리맨.
Yeah.
Wait, 대형 넘치네.
Again.
I'm good. You guys
you can use a
위드 그대가 트레.
Guess one. Take one.
시간. 왜 트레너니?
찍어.
봐봐.
Yeah.
개성. I'm good.
Take one.
We're better. Dirty over top mid. 마이 플러스. We working in my plus.
Yeah. Caster. Guess one.
Be careful top one. I know.
Oh my god.
High noon on Happy. Oh my, Happy getting that high noon. Almost gifted into it. Pulse bomb coming through from Sugar Free. Forces a lamp out of Ultraviolet and Laya, who are hiding in that mega health pack room. Laya almost going down there as he bashes back into cover. But unfortunately, he's met with an extinction event level rock there from someone. However, look at this rally coming in from Laya.
Yeah, this is Rally. They like absolutely need to win this now at this point. As the Rally's trying to keep everybody alive. You have Hawk, Pelican, and Liar still there.
Liar's dead.
So you might be able to hold this.
Oh, the slugs. Oh my word, it is just Pelican and Sugar Free at the very end. Sugar Free's one. Pelican can, no blinks. He had one blink left. And
yeah, this is a hold.
That was close. Sugar Free does, both Traces have pulse bombs now. That was basically down to a 1v1.
Yeah, that was a wild fight. I also love the last comm we had was when someone was using the Flux lifting Happy up in the Deadeye was RuPaul going, oh my god. And then we just came back to us. I would have loved to know what came after that. That's going to be the Bob going in and a kill early on Ultraviolet. It's going to be both supports down.
Goodbye, Liar. Nice pulse bomb from Sugar Free. That'll be it. You got to imagine. 3 on, or maybe just 1 on. Just try and force people to get maybe another pick here. Of course, supports has died, so damage is near permanent. But they're just going to back up. All good. Get the payload. With a minute to go. Double support of him for Toronto to fight too. They've got to take this high ground fast, man. They can do with that giant shield, that giant shield bash too. So very frustrating to deal with in close quarters.
Yeah, and remember on defense, right? I think it'll be a little bit different, but how aggressive they got with the Amp Matrix plus Ashe combo up there on the high ground. Potential to do that again here, but this time from the offensive side to give them some space to get that payload to a spot where really they just need one fight to get it to a very close to actually complete it. Are they using the same spot?
Aggro window as well this time. Oh, Merit just throwing out bullets directly towards M80. Wow, he's just tanking frontline. Same with RuPaul. Someone wasn't there to like tank bullets and put shield down. RuPaul just dived down to the lower health portions of the subway. Just got taken out.
I mean, you rarely see an Ashe push into that position, especially. Also you have the Baptiste there as well. So both those players get taken out, and yeah, maybe they thought there was like a kinetic grasp or someone was going to be in position. Maybe they thought they were all going to be on the same page and move forward in that way, but. Definitely not the case. Now you're gonna have, it looks like Sugar Free trying to move the payload, but Pelican goes there to contest.
Sugar Free's got control of that mega health pack and can receive a few packs too. Well, there's the High Noon in the Flux. Any skulls in sight? Well, Pelicans now is scattered on the floor. Sugar Free deals with it.
That's quite big though. Like they're going to be able to move the payload off of this, right? Where, yeah, see, they have to back up and respect this. And look how close it is to just pushing into victory.
Bob's huge too. Oh, it did get whip-shotted away. Flux comes in, catches Merit, and he ends up going down. Hawk's going to put himself on the payload, so no one can touch it. That window's going to be large and in charge. Fabi can use it. However, the rally might just be too much for them to really deal with. 2.8 meters to go now. Sugar Free tries to distract Happy long enough for his frontliners to walk this one in. But it is a pulse bomb and a kill from Pelican, which will make sure M80 stay alive, at least for now.
Yeah, the Bob was knocked off course. It was supposed to kind of hit that wall right before that second checkpoint and then stop there and be like a little bit of a backstop. It would have made it really difficult to get on through, but it gets knocked off course, gets sent all the way out and kind of in the middle of nowhere. So that ends up having that ultimate really result in just about nothing. Pretty huge play there from Liar.
Oh, winner from RuPaul can do pretty much the same thing again if he wants to. Shove on this high ground, although M80 don't quite have the same level of presence anymore. Happy almost going down to RuPaul's just left clicks there.
Looked like he was thinking about dropping it there in that doorway potentially. Looks like M80 wants to push up here.
They're going to try to. Oh, fan the hammer through the window. You love to see that. A lot of that damage was absorbed by Hawk's grasp though. Sugar Free and Pelican still duel in the lower streets. Happy falls though. 4v5 now for Toronto to find. A Flux in someone's sights. He's only 5% away, and with a high ground advantage, and with Hawk under a lot of pressure, a lamp is forced out, and here's the Flux. Oh, it missed, but it doesn't really matter in the end. There is a nice little Magnate kill there from Merit, and there is the payload completion from Toronto Defiance, starting off the series strong, a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, really close game yet again, but Toronto Defiant come out on top as someone's Flux doesn't really get anything towards the end, but just the amount of pressure they put on Hawk. Once they actually get rid of Happy on the other side, Merrick comes up with that kill. They just push on through. Immortality Field's gone in seconds. You take out that Sigma, and it's GG after that.
It's GG's, and this is the map, like you mentioned before, Matt, that was won by Toronto the other day versus M80 in that upper bracket final. Of course, here in the grand finals, Toronto looking like a completely different beast. You're saying, oh, because, yeah, New Queen Street.
New Queen Street.
Yeah, that is
okay. We talked about how we haven't seen New Queen Street. Yeah, so we'll talk about that in just a bit. But talking about this map in particular, Toronto, yet again, this time they bring out the Ashe, right? A little bit more range than the Cassidy, but I mean, with the way Merit's playing, he's just so aggressive, right? Moving in with someone, and RuPaul just being able to just put down so much damage with those dynamites, and then just kind of like following up. It's just makes it so much easier for everybody to secure the rest of these kills. I mean, that is just a sick aim there from RuPaul on the Baptiste. I mean, what a fantastic first 2 maps for him.
Yeah, RuPaul using the windows like super aggro. I really like it. And sometimes you have to be selfish with the Baptiste as well. You don't have to wait for your like Cassidy or whoever you have in your team. You can sometimes just pop up yourself. You do enough damage as the Bap. Just throw some healing nades through there if you really need to, if you really top up your team, whatever, right? But if you got aim like that, you can do anything. There's some stats for you for the end of that map. Pretty even-ish. Like, it's tipping in Toronto's favor, of course, because they ended up winning, but no like giant anomalies here.
No, I mean, nothing crazy, right? Like the elims, obviously, you know, way higher. It's like, you know, kill participation, you know, don't really have the number on terms of final blows, but you just see here, like the 6 deaths, you know, matching each other on the Cassidy. But, you know, Merit getting the best of Happy in this series today. And I think probably one of the biggest difference makers the other day was how good Happy and Pelican were.
Man, look at that. Eliminations, deaths the same, but 21-7 in the Cassidy head-to-head between Merit and Happy. I mean, Happy can play pretty much everything. I think Pelican can as well, but they haven't got the tools right now, clearly, to really bring to the table what Toronto Defiant are also bringing.
Yeah, and I wonder with new Queen Street, this is actually picked by M80, if they have any type of, you know, different strategy or different look they want here. I believe the other day we saw, I think it was Coliseo off the top of my head, between these two teams. Yes, it was Coliseo. M80 ended up winning Coliseo, so instead of going back to that again, we get a new map selection here. So would lead me to believe maybe some kind of you know, strategy or comp they want to play.
I'll have to wait and see. Yeah, because I could only think I could count on one hand, right, with the times we've seen new Queen Street. It hasn't been often. Most teams preferring Esperanca or Coliseo, like you were mentioning. Let's see what M80 have to bring to the table in this regard. Looks like no BAP, just Kiriko, Soj for both sides.
Yeah, so nothing really too special. I mean, this is probably what we would have saw on Coliseo as well. So I think what you're looking at here for Toronto is keep riding this hot hand to Merit. I mean, we've seen, you know, when he is on hit scan, one of the best players, you know, if not the best hit scan player, you know, in the world. And when he's feeling it, especially right now, you kind of keep him on these heroes. Cassidy, Ash, you know, the Sojourn as well. It just feels like a matter of time before he's going to land one of these shots.
Don't want to get spit or boot off the edge, though. Got to be a little bit cautious of that one, too. So someone just got, like, quad boot. Like, boop, boop, boop. Very frustrating. Ends up backing all the way up. You can see the presence from M80. Really standing up here. Happy using the slide, dipping behind the statue so he doesn't get one-tapped out of midair. All right, bots moving too. M80 in control, but Perma holding the stairs is exactly what someone's going to try and do, and then maybe retreat back to this little high ground, this little shop on the left-hand side of RuPaul if they do end up losing it past this section.
Yeah, M80 definitely feels like the more aggressive team throughout this series, right? Like, it always seems like, I know, Hawk and Co moving forward, right? And maybe some rotations out for Toronto, as Toronto doesn't want to take as many fights, just the good fights.
Yes, exactly. You don't need to take that many, but as long as they're good, you're good. Oh, liar. Caught unawares there by the looks of it. Merit does end up going down to the kunais of Ultraviolet, which looks like they might get away. No, Vega's going to follow that one up with a swift boot.
Yeah, it just seems like Toronto just postures for the perfect time, you know, when they have their cooldowns, they've, you know, got a thing or two out of the other side, and they're so good at capitalizing on that, where you know, M80 constantly trying to push forward, right? I know everybody, you know, pushing forward, keeping that tempo up.
Pulse bomb for Pelican. Sugar Free's not far away either. Talk about how tough it is to get pulse bomb kills, let alone like quad kills. Not quad kill. Quad kill would be ridiculous, so he multi-kills. Pulse bomb for Pelican, goes a little wide. Terror Surge coming in.
Quad kill at this point's the entire team.
Exactly. Terror Surge for someone trying to stay alive by the looks of it. Probably a connection from Pelican there with the pulse bomb that forced someone to do that. There we go. Lead for M80 as they push this bot around this corner. And this is it, right? Ideally, you want to hold in this small little window, Warbird's gym, like you just kind of chill and then just jostle control of the bot so it doesn't move any further, but unable to do that at Toronto, who has to play on this corner now.
Well, now you're going to have both overclocks available, right? Both overclocks, both sound barriers. So I think, ooh, nice shot there on the Sugar Free. That's probably going to force recall, or at least a blink back to the health pack.
Yeah, heads up play, just knowing that potentially the Trace is looking to make a move onto the high ground. Sugar Free in the back lines now, and here comes the overclocks. Sound barrier pretty early from Vega as they try and chase down Happy. Just make him regret popping that up. Sound barrier later one from Lion. It's going to save Happy from a post bomb. And Mary goes down. Toronto Defiant didn't have the firepower to take down Happy and just end up losing out the health war with this later beat from Liar. And they're still moving the payload as well. So Toronto Defiant need to come up with something here, and they're just losing another one. They've laid down this rush map, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to win this fight.
No, as soon as the rush goes down, they end up losing their Lucio, right? So you don't really have that kind of speed in that position. They go all out for Happy, and M80 able to keep him alive using pretty much all of their resources to do so. Got hit with a pulse bomb, sound barrier comes in, able to keep him up. This time, Sugar Free finds the kill, though, on the Sojourn.
There's the kill that you want. Alrighty, no checkpoint either by M80. 6 minutes to go. New Queen Street moment, where they end up getting near to the checkpoint, then you flip, and then it's just like a perma hold of the bot around the center point. Hulk went down pretty late.
I feel like you're only really worried about giving up the checkpoint. Like, you know, if you're Toronto, like, sure, you gave up, you know, 50, 55 meters, but like giving up that checkpoint's like when it starts to feel pretty brutal, and it's also where teams start to put together, you know, 20 plus meters every time they get the bot together, and it goes deeper and deeper into your territory, and it forces you to win more fights to even get back to that other side. So I think if you're Toronto, it's just like the focus on not giving up that checkpoint, right? They're kind of like working back now towards the middle of the map potentially here to try and get a fight.
The time it takes you back to get back from spawn to an engagement is pretty slim too. A lot of long sight lines on this map, and this bot has to make a big like U-turn to try and get to the other side. M80, oh, nice spear. They're trying to push Merit off high ground. They're trying to punish him at least somewhat for taking height. Someone is making sure that doesn't happen, however, by just playing in the tunnel.
Yeah, Toronto, I feel like just playing a little bit slow, just trying to force out a mistake potentially from M80, you know, build up some of their ultimates, right? They're going to have double support ultimate. They're going to have all 5 here coming up, you know, just playing this type of patient play.
Yeah, I mean, Sugar Free's also just playing on these stairs, making sure the bot doesn't get stolen away by Pelican or anybody from M80 from that matter. It's just all about getting a kill. Oh, whoa, that was close.
This went from like a frenetic pace to now just like a snail's pace. Is the bot just kind of stuck in this position. I don't think Toronto wants to be the team that kind of like advances around the corner, but now they will, as Merit does have the overclock.
Trying to search for targets. Everybody's hiding from it.
Yeah, I think they thought they had Hawk. I think they thought they had Hawk split off in this room.
Here comes the rush.
He got
also, almost OCD's left. He's got one big one, though. That's the ults. Terrorist doesn't find too much. Here comes the beat from the Vega and from Liar. Trying to run down Merit, but Merit's more than safe in the front lines, but not for long. As Happy unleashes the overclock. A swift spear, though, does end up killing him. And with someone going super low, it's up to the Traces to try and secure these kills. It's Pelican and Hawk in the kill feed now. With Liar finishing up a kill onto Sugar Free, and Toronto Defiant lose control of the bots. M80 with a nice fight win, but they're not going to be able to get it too far at all.
No, both teams just push around the corner. Everybody's got their ultimates kind of out. Literally everything across the board used at one time. A little bit of a classic Overwatch fight. Everybody's saving up, and then everybody just kind of like dumping all these ultimates in. Now, yeah, you're not going to be able to get any progress though, right? If you're M80, you just going to get the bot back, and that is a nasty shot there. I don't even know if that was a railgun shot. It looked like actually just kind of like just primary fire. Yeah, just a random bullet, you know, with some damage that comes in there from Vega that finishes off Ultraviolet. So pretty big pit.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time with Sojourns, you hit a body shot and then you just finish it off with the little bullets, or the other way around. Chunk them down a little bit, then just one shot. Pretty good at that now. All right, pulse bomb for Pelican could be the difference maker for M80. He's got it already. Good stick. Where's the Suzu? There it is. Perfectly timed by RuPaul. Just tracking Pelican's pulse on pretty hard at the best of times, but making sure you have that up for any kind of dire emergency. Speaking of which, spot's been stolen.
Well, I think Toronto just gives up the space, right? They don't have the Suzu. They don't want to push in as Merit finds yet another one, man. As that's 2 fights in a row Last time it was Ultraviolet. This time it was Liar.
They're going to try and get him. Terror Surge comes in. Suzu to get behind that corner, and Hawk just grabbed everybody in, but there was a little cubby that everybody could get around. And then as soon as that Terror Surge disappeared, pop right back in the corner, just dump all the damage in his head.
Oh, some staggers here
and
too. It's quite brutal.
Map.
This is going to be checkpoint. So you see how patient they play. Like, they don't mind, you know, giving up some space and whatnot, just getting the fight that matters to them. And then also when you have a hit scan player like Merit who can just find these one-shots, just let him search for a little bit, right? I don't think they have any idea that someone's around this corner.
Or maybe they should have sniffed that one out. Happy, the target right now for Toronto to fight. Oh, Pulse still gets the kill though. It'll do. They end up trading their Sojourns. Here comes the Terror Surge from someone. He's going to split up the team. Ultraviolet in a little bit of trouble. Has to use the Swift Step to get away. And someone happily accepting this 1v1 right now versus Hawk. Although getting the sound barrier late from Liar there did aid Hawk in getting that victory over the enemy Orisa. Still a checkpoint in 74 meters there for Toronto. A minute to go for M80, and that slow, patient style of play, like you were mentioning, is really paying dividends now.
And I think for M80, this is like a must-win fight coming up, right? You lose this fight, the bot goes all the way back towards your territory. You're in like 20 seconds left, and then you got to run the bot back, you know, probably 2-3 fights in a row to be able to take it. Still no checkpoint for M80 as this is a must-win fight, probably a must-win map as well.
Add another one to the books. Oh, that overclock narrowly grazing Vega there. However, checkpoint.
They'll get checkpoint. Yeah.
Achieved by M80.
Yeah, that feels worth it, right?
Oh, both Lucio's going down. Vega trying to rejoin the rest of the team. Didn't realize Happy had a fully charged railgun. They're going to be able to push up, but the spawns are so close.
Yeah, Sugar Free's building this pulse bomb, and then Merit also building up here towards his own overclock. So two big ultimates coming online for the Defiant. As M80 backs out, they don't want to fight up in that, you know, towards that high ground.
Low. This might be a free kill for the Tracer. He sees Happy in his sights, but has to hit the recall. Too much damage was incoming there, and with Merit dead, they cannot let this checkpoint go. This lead even. Someone puts himself on the point. Disruptor shot on top. The damage from Sugar Free is good. The pulse bomb needs to connect. There's the Suzu. Now's your chance. Pulse bomb on the wall, but he can't quite get it. Vega and someone end up falling over, and Merit for the high ground. He needs to find kills. There's the lead taken, and M80 aren't out of this just yet.
No, as they clutch up in the final seconds there on New Queen Street. And it was really, I think, that kill onto the Lucio there from Happy that kind of opened things up. Has to use the overclock to do it. But then Hawk also finds Merit as well, right? Without that Sojourn in that final fight to kick off. Huge advantage for M80.
I mean, Sugar Free had a chance to get the pulse bomb, but he was looking at Happy the whole time. Like, if I get the pulse on the Soj, maybe she hits the slide before the Suzu comes in, or maybe I can just grab that kill or get Suzu out of the Kiriko. But the rest of Happy's team was looking at Sugar Free, chunked them out, and he couldn't quite get to the Soj, had to hit the recall, rejoin the fight late, and it was all over.
Yeah, someone takes like a ton of damage as well because the Kitsune Rush actually comes out a little bit earlier there from Ultraviolet than RuPaul. RuPaul's still kind of like working up to it at the time. I think it was like 97%. So he gets down quite low. As I'll take a look at some of the highlights of, you know, Protect the President here from M80, trying to use everything to keep Happy alive.
And you got to, the Sojourns especially, like, got to keep your carry alive, man. Tracers can do it themselves. Sojourns need a little help with only that single bit of mobility in that power slide. Good stuff. Very patient play for Toronto to find, but clutch factor for M80 showing up in a big way here. It was that random kill onto Ultraviolet, which kind of spun it.
Yeah, not even a railgun shot.
To Defiant's favor.
Yeah, just primary fire straight down the subway. As that's a railgun shot. As it looked like. I mean, it's a huge map, right? You lose that one if you're M80. You find yourself down 0-3. Don't like your odds coming back from that, right? So to kind of keep yourselves in the series pretty much in the grand finals, absolutely needed that to go your way.
Very close match in terms of stat line as well. Like you said, yeah, Toronto Defiant. If you're down 3-0 versus them, that's got to knock your mental a little bit, but M80 coming back pretty strong. Is the Sojourn head-to-head. 12-12, 5-5, 9.6 to 9.7, 2.4 to 2.4.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto Defiant in a map loss with a 2.8 KD, right? Just showing like not really taking a ton of fights, really, just kind of taking the ones that they absolutely know that they'll win. So New Junk City up next. We've seen a lot of Surasa as well, so some different maps here in our final.
Yeah, this is okay. It's pretty exciting. Not every day do we see New Junk City, it feels like. Yeah, a lot of teams just opt in for Surasa. Fits the style of the play, or just like in general one of the favored maps in the map pool. Very small still, Flashpoint that is. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if Happy can kind of do similar things here on the Sojourn. Like, it was the kill onto Lucio. I mean, careening through the air. You see in Vega, like, looking at Happy, like, oh, okay, I'm dead. Like, you just know that's happening. Like, sometimes you got to take those risks. Sometimes you got to get to the rest of your team. But I'm rather unlucky from Vega at the very end. M80 with that W. Let's listen in to the winning comms, those final few moments from that map.
Come. Come here. Here we go. Walk. Push. Rissa now. Kill me on me. Yeah, princess. They have Sojourn. Carry beat. Lucio. Alois. Touch one. Nice. Nice job. Good job, guys. Good shit. Nice job. That's a good warm-up.
Something at the very end, they're breathing a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat off their brow.
Yeah.
There. Holy, that was close. Down to the wire, like OT approaching kind of thing, and then, you know, you've got to win that fight. You've got to be perfect there.
Well, you know, that's the series, right? I mean, you don't win that fight there. They're not saying they can't come back, beat from 0-3. You'd say it's highly unlikely, though, at that point. So the series really kind of holds in the balance there with that fight. So it's the map, it's the series. I know, don't obviously know off the top of my head how the circuit points are right now, but maybe even like seeding potentially, right? Knowing that type of thing. So a lot on the line there with just that fight. So M80 definitely needed to pull it out, and you can kind of hear the urgency of the call.
Yeah, screaming one character will get them to die quicker. That's a tip you can take to your ranked games. There you go. Yeah, M80 and Toronto Defiant now going to New Junk City, like you were mentioning, Matt, is Toronto Defiant's map choice. I mean, are we going to see... Well, we've seen a lot of, like, Rush in EU. Doubtful that's going to be played here. Probably just Orisa stacking, like, makes the most sense to me. I wonder if we're just going to see Cassidy's. After what Happy did on the Sojourn, though, I wouldn't be too surprised to see him stick on there.
I think that's going to be the biggest thing that you're going to see the difference of. Is like, okay, is it going to be Cassidy? Is it going to be Sojourn? I think also, like, depending on Cassidy or Sojourn also changes the support, right? You know, is it Kariko? Is it Baptiste, right? I don't think you're going to see... Look, Lucio is always going to be around, right? I know you're always one balance patch away from like a Winston meta, right? With the way things are. Then also Orisa, obviously extremely strong. So I think you're going to see, you know, Orisa, Tracer, Lucio, pretty standard, right? And then depending on the map and depending on the size and where the fights are, you'll end up getting either the Cassidy or the Sojourn.
Well, let's have a look. New Junk City is the map. As we load on in. Fourth map of the series thus far. Going to escort control and escort again if we really need it here in the grand finals of OWCS Stage 2 main event. Of course, both teams, if you've only just joined us, where have you been, first off? But both teams have locked their place in at Dallas already. An extra bit of prize money, plus maybe some additional like seeding things might end up going down depending on who wins here. 15 seconds to go as we unlock the gates.
We didn't account for the birthday Lifeweaver pick here.
So true, King.
Potentially.
Yep. Not happening though, I don't think.
No.
I would say, apart from Rack, no one is going to be hopping on that Lifeweaver train just yet.
To really reinforce the lore for like the birthdays, they should just do like double damage on their birthdays whenever.
How would that reinforce the lore?
Because everybody becomes stronger on their birthday.
Is that true? Are you lifting double at the gym? What am I saying? You don't go to the gym.
Yeah, on my birthday, absolutely. I make sure I go on my birthday.
Only on your birthday. Heard it here first. Once a year for Mats. Nice little early push from Toronto Defiant. Want to keep up that pressure. Sugar Free on the Genji, so very different looks. Genji's so good recently, and I've really liked players picking up the pick. Because a lot of the time, it forces the sound barrier out of the Lucio, which has been basically the key ultimate to a lot of these fight wins. Who can use the better beat? And normally it's kind of forced out by the Genji team. Point has been capped by M80, but looks like Ultraviolet caught off. But M80 decides, you know what? If you take our BAP, we'll take yours.
Well, it makes the Lucio have like a choice, right? It's a Pelican. I mean, just going crazy here. The Genji forces a choice, right? Do you beat the Blade or do you beat the, whether there's like an overclock on the other side, right? Or, this time, yeah, it's the enemy beat. So M80, I think their comp with the Tracer is just like a little bit more consistent, right? The Genji needs to kind of get in, the dash resets, you got to do some damage down early to make it work, where the Tracer, I mean, as you see in that last fight, right? Pelican can kind of go off on his own and just make crazy plays.
God, Merit landing a swift headshot there onto Pelican, who's almost got a pulse bomb, all that damage he did last fight. Here we go. Ring around the Rosie. Pockets full of pulse bombs. As Pelican looking to insert that somewhere. Hopefully in the back line of Toronto Defiance. Oh, good shot of the lamp. Can they get any additional damage though? Got to stand up tall now, someone. You've got a lot to deal with in the front line. This window looking rather scary. And Merit and Vega already dead. And it's overtime on this point. Someone's got a touch for Toronto to find. They do manage to get it, but that does leave everybody isolated on the high ground. It is someone meeting a swift demise at the hands of Pelican. That pulse bomb eventually used as M80 claim that first point.
And I think Toronto would actually probably want to swap and mirror what M80 is doing on their side. But you have this Blade now, right? So you're not just going to give the Blade up for nothing. So feels like you have to use it here. And then I'm curious, do they kind of switch off the Genji and maybe even bring a Sojourn, or do they kind of keep going forward with this?
Yeah, maybe we'll see. I mean, this Blade to force the beat, I mean, there's no beat, right? You force the lamp and then you maybe go in with a sound barrier of your own. Ideally, you don't use sound barrier. You want to just win this fight with one ult, that being the Blade, ideally. Have a look, Sugar Free.
Forces recall.
Zed, he wants to get in there. There's the Blade. It's been pulled. Ultraviolet laying down that lamp. He hasn't got a dash anymore. And with that giant Terror Surge, nice little reflect kill on the Hawk, in fact, just shot himself basically there. That Terror Surge split up the team, and his Ultraviolet still taking names on this high ground. Happy, oh dear, shot too many times in that deflect. Yeah, decides, yeah, I'll just reset myself, not a problem. We've lost the fight anyway.
Yeah, he was like, eventually this is going to run out, or he just kind of resets himself. Just says, okay, screw it. End up falling as, man, the flashpoints tick up so fast. I mean, this next one, you're going to kick off this fight. It's going to be like 50% already for the Toronto Defiance. So M80, really, you're going to have what? Like, one, maybe two fights here with a chance to flip this one back?
Two windows available to M80 and Toronto Defiant. A little bit more deadly for M80s. One fully charged railgun behind that window is a death sentence. Oh, Liar dead first though. Okay, not good. Rupal does end up getting traded. Look at that damage from the Orisa through that window. Pretty terrifying. Even at the best of times. 95%. Toronto Defiant. It's a pretty scrappy trade. Here's the duel of the century now. Orisa versus Orisa. Thank God it was over for its side. Someone takes care of Hawk, and that will be the point for Toronto.
Yes, someone does have some help there with Vega, as they kind of displace Hawk, just kind of moving all around, as gets hit with a spear as well. So it'll be the Toronto Defiant kind of staying with this Genji, so getting some value out of it. That time we saw Sugar Free with the Blade, the deflect, just causing lots of chaos there for the backline of M80. He's going to probably have another opportunity here for a really clean Blade, and M80 actually, they'll have Ultraviolet end up playing the Kuriko here, so no immortality field to work with.
Happy. I mean, that was the easiest shot onto Merit, who was just standing there, but it was the spear that connected. Oh my God, it's so funny watching the Cassidy's just get flung back. Completely cancelling the ultimate, sadly. Here comes the sound barrier from M80. Yeah, that's going to force a complete disengage for Toronto Defiant. Very, very...
But aren't you okay with this,
Yeah,
though?
I feel like you're pretty good. You don't lose anybody. You've lost the point, sure, but look how many ults you've got to come back in with. I mean, Happy's already dead. Do you even need them, really? Got to put a little bit of pressure on the point. That's exactly what they're going to do, is... They're just going to get run down. Why is sound barrier?
Yeah,
Super early usage.
And this allows them to hold on to their own Blade. It allows them to hold on to their own sound barrier. It just feels like a potentially really early. Obviously didn't kind of see know exactly where everybody was positioned. Health bars. Maybe somebody was like in a really risky spot in terms of health and position. You needed to use it to save them, but still kind of you get 37%, but it puts you at a huge disadvantage now moving forward on this point.
And so many ultimates in Toronto too. And if they really wanted, they could aggro beat, but you just got to throw Blade in. I think Sugar Free's just going to try and go at it again. Terror Surge comes in. Suzu, oh, that was half a second too late, but a poke spawn from Pelican actually evens this one up. Sound barrier from Vega to try and keep the fight going. Sugar Free still with the Blade and Merit with a High Noon. I don't think they've really got the tools here to really turn this one around. I mean, maybe Merit can find a cheeky little pick off here, but Sugar Free, not along for the world. Oh, wow, good flip from M80 there. That pole spawn from Pelican just started off that fight strong.
Yeah, and I think they kind of catch them off guard, using their Kitsune rush and just pushing on in behind that. And Toronto Defiant, you end up losing someone. They end up using the sound barrier, but M80 just takes a beat, just like kind of waits for a second and then pushes on in and just cleans everybody up.
All right, slowly now. M80 have taken the lead as Toronto Defiant try and make their ascent onto this high ground. High Noon's going to make it a little bit easier, but Happy is the first to fall. High Noon's a good zoning tool, and yeah, Hawk just suffering so much damage. Oh, how did that magnate him? My word. That did like a maze before it even hit the Lucio. That was ridiculous. M80 and OT now at 99%.
It's like Hook 1.0, but just kind of has a mind of its own sometimes. Goes around the side of walls. Toronto, is there going to be another fight here? They can kind of push M80 back, as it'll just be Pelican who gets a touch, so will force OT.
Pelican got touched. There's the Blade into the Terror Surge. Sugar Free taking a lot of damage, but Pelican just stands in front of him. What? He just dashes in front. Didn't think maybe Sugar Free was going to swing that? I mean, Sugar Free just kills 2 at the very end. That was a mistake from Pelican, you got to admit. Toronto Defiant take that point.
Maybe you thought he was weak enough that he was going to be able to just finish him off, right? You know, in that type of position, because he gets hit with a Terror Surge and lots of damage coming around. But yeah, just swipes, takes the Tracer out, and that puts Toronto on Flashpoint point here on New Junk City, and then also, I mean, they would move to map point in the series.
Pretty damn close. M80 saved a lot of ultimates in that last fight, though. You lose the fight, but you saved ults, yeah. Copium tanks at full charge right now. Happy, Pelican, and Liar, and even Ultraviolet now. Stick onto Merit, hit the roll, and the land came out. Double layer of protection there. Magnate over the top. And here comes the body block from someone. He's trying to make this one work. There's a couple of skulls built up, but any peekers? Yes, Liar ends up going down. Peeks at the last moment there, the last frame of that ult. They end up trading pretty well, though, however. M80 still come up with a kill onto Merit and Vega, as the point is theirs once more.
That is pretty fortunate that they find those 2 kills right after, as Merit now will go over to the Sojourn. So wants to play this as a little bit more range, a little bit mobility here and some high ground, right, that you may want to contest. So, but man, I know being able to find that kill with the Deadeye, being able to bounce back is huge there for M80. I mean, that could have been backbreaking.
High Noon, however, now you're going to have to contend with this window. Oh, Sugar Free's right there. No more deflect, but no more High Noon. Sound barriers from both sides. Terror Surge boops everybody in, and Merit in trouble. It's all good, though, because Sugar Free's got his back. These resets are looking so strong from the Genji. Even a Blade earned 2. Oh, nice deflection. Hawk, and, well, how Hawk survived there, I do not know. There we go. Eventually, Merit ends up taking him down. Pelican looked like he had that clutch factor in him. He had that dog in him again, but it will be M80 on the retreats.
It feels like Pelican is always alive. You never actually, like, kill him. It's just, like, whether his teammates live or not to see if he backs up. It looks like actually somebody will be on the point here for M80. It's going to be Pelican. Getting at about, 50% to a cap. Going to back up there for just a second.
Oh.
So we're going to get close to a tie game when this next fight starts to go crazy.
Oh, no, the Lucio. Oh, Vega got caught by Liar of all people. There's the Suzu. It comes out. The deflection kill didn't end up coming through. It's actually Merit with a railgun shot onto Ultraviolets. Sugar Free in trouble, instantly healed back up to full HP. As Toronto Defiant are going to try and make this last fight. A stagger kills here would be perfect for their game plan and put them on match point as well. Liar goes down last. The pick that you don't want to die is that Lucio. There's no more taxi really available, and they're looking for more.
I mean, the ability to just be able to keep Sugar Free alive is unreal there, as RuPaul keeping him up on the Kariko right as
they get touch.
Using that blade is you get a touch. You find Pelican, that's kind of brutal.
You step into Merit's domain. Not today, Pelican. And Overclock finding one. Here comes the rush from Ultraviolet. They might be able to cap off of this as well. They do, in fact. This Echo pick from Happy, it comes back. It just isolates someone. Sticky bombs and focusing beam end up taking them down. But later, rush here from RuPaul is going to make sure they surge on forwards. These later picks, these stagger kills. Toronto Defiant unwavering in the all-out offense from M80. They're going to claim this third point as soon as they clear off this pesky Tracer. There's no more dog in Pelican, unfortunately, as Toronto Defiant will eventually clear the rest of M80 off of this point. But a sound barrier comes in at the very end from Liar. It did hit two, but Hawk is dead. A victory beat from Vega, and Toronto Defiant now are on match points.
Looking clean there, running that Genji. The supports, though, of the Defiant, specifically RuPaul, able to keep Sugar Free alive. I mean, that is some crazy stuff. As he was taking damage from just about everybody on the other side of M80, and you're able to keep him alive at the Genji there at the end. Makes the difference.
A big difference maker in that Genji. You'll love to see it. Still can't believe Pelican blinked in front of him, got a nice little double kill with the blade.
That was wild. I mean, just got cut up.
Yeah, sliced in half. This beginning of this this map was so funny. Both teams just kind of running rings around each other. It was like the Genji team wants to get on top of you because the Genji can then get resets, and it's so hard to kind of dislodge him and hard to keep track of him at the best of times, to be fair. Toronto Defiant ended up losing that first point. And I mean, the rest was really just history. Sugar Free's Genji, of course, top tier as always. It's looking good so far, and now Toronto Defiant looking to defend their title. They're one more map away, Matt. We're going to Shambali Monastery up next.
Yeah, I mean, we think about how close New Queen Street was, right? You know, yesterday we were talking about how this series could have been potentially even, a 3-0. In favor of M80. I mean, today could have been potentially a 4-0, right? With the way things were going there for the Toronto Defiant. So I think you see how evenly matched both of these teams are, like just kind of like whoever's feeling it that day potentially. You know, where you may have closed the gap if you're M80, but I think though Toronto Defiant want to come in here and really make a statement, right? I don't think they wanted to get a close series win here. I think they wanted to put up a pretty dominant scoreline.
126 elims to 73. A bloodbath, if I've ever seen one. No better map to do it on the new Junk City. Yeah, Shambali Monastery right now up, Matt. Escort going all the way, potentially here. Could be a repeat.
It's only 5k damage between the two teams, though, yeah. Right? Way more. I think the damage mitigated was like pretty even across the board, where it's kind of like what we've seen in a lot of the maps where throughout this series, where obviously you're going to see pretty big differences between KD and eliminations, but like damage mitigated, whatnot, like all in the ballpark of each other.
Yeah, they're always going to be pretty similar, especially with the Orisas. Like you do so much, so much work in the front line. You're absorbing so much damage. The mitigations coming from that Fortify and the Terror Surge as well, to be fair, and even the Spear Spin. She survives a long time, surprisingly. That's why she's so good right now against a lot of things that can burst you out, especially with the new DPS passive. Shambali Monastery, how are you thinking? Toronto Defiant end up assaulting this one. Are we going to see a little bit more sugar-free Genji, or like how'd you feel?
I don't know if the Genji's really great here. I mean, maybe like if you wanted some ability to access like high ground in the secondary, I think people will just continue to run the Tracer. Maybe we see, do you want to play like a long range hit scan, right? Like I think probably like more Sojourn, wouldn't be surprised. Maybe you see like somebody bust out a Widowmaker at the start on offense, like try and get a pick. I don't think we're in a spot with these two teams where you're going to see much experimentation in terms of comps. I think they kind of have a good idea of what they want to play. Yeah. Potentially know some Sigma here on Shambali. It's always been kind of like pretty strong throughout the history of Overwatch 2. So that's an option, which Sigma, I think, if you were to kind of make a tank tier list, I think Orisa would be like S++++. Like Sigma's probably, not in that category, right? But probably the top tier of the next one, though.
Well, it's not what EU is saying. Ram is up there as well with Orisa.
Yeah, I mean, they would play. They were feeding the Reinhardt story for a while as well, and that things change. So Ramatra as well, though. I mean, I would say like they're not wrong. Where Ramatra is probably what Orisa, Sigma, Ramatra, and then Winston, right? I would probably say Orisa's number one. Sigma, Ramatra, Winston are kind of in that next tier altogether. Not entirely wrong.
No, not wrong at all. There we go, loading into Shambali Monastery now. Our 5th map here in the Grand Finals. Can M80 bounce back? Toronto Defiant on match point. This is where EU ended last time around in Stage 1. Can Toronto Defiant do the same thing and also defend the title? We'll have to wait and see. M80 are on the attack first.
Yeah, so the Defiant will come out here with the Ashe on defense. Okay, so pretty similar to Midtown, right? You kind of see running actually the same exact comp that they ran on Midtown. So the Ashe is actually pretty good here. You can get like tons of value with the Dynamites walking up the street.
All right, M80 as they plan for their attack phase. Let's get a quick listen in, see what's up.
Yeah, this one camp, go right side.
What? We play here? We play this comp?
Oh, I think Cass? Maybe?
Yeah, if they Genji. I think Sojourn is good on this.
If they don't have Genji, we go kill Sojourn, right?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
I'm saying bot.
I think they play maybe SG.
Don't break.
Break?
Break SG, I think.
Do it. I go break.
Yeah, okay. 형도 바꿀래? 우리 조합 너무 구린데 지금.
I think it's Lucia.
We change now. Wait.
Lucia
Carry? So
yeah, they're in bad break. Run down those. They're also. Okay. Tell me the shares now.
Lucia Carry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Push down a little bit.
When someone drops point, we can go. We're faster.
We can go top left and map heals, I think.
Yeah, we can. We can go left.
we can go top.
Yeah.
Yeah, come top left. We can map heal.
You ready?
Yeah. 3, 2,
1. Let's do.
Sphere. So close. Where's the hard meeting? Where's the right?
Wrist up. 3, 2, 1. Push wrist up. No drone.
Come inside, I see you.
Drone. Wrist up.
I'm
3, 2, 1.
Ready pushing.
Push.
Go.
Break first.
Yeah.
Nice.
Stop one.
I push guys. Go. Kill. Nice.
All right. Okay.
3 on, I think.
No.
Really decisive shot calling there from M80. Calling out the Orisa CDs and then just going for that push. Really nice stuff. Calling the amp heal and Suzu and whatnot as well. Nice starts. Just dislodging the high ground.
It was a nice adjustment as well to go over to the Lucio, right? I think they kind of quickly talked about, I know how they didn't really love what Toronto Defiant were running, right? I don't think it's that great of a comp, and like figured out how they can really attack it with this Lucio speed and collapse. So really nice adjustments from M80 at the start. Gonna need to win another fight or two though to get this first checkpoint.
Trying to push through this window, and someone's just the only one that's using it right now. It's a lot of damage from the Orisa, but unfortunately that railgun landing in merit should be the end of this fight. I mean, Toronto Defiant now just on a slow bleed out. It's a very quick push from M80 despite the time on the clock right now. It's very hard to get it around this corner. We see a lot of teams being stalled here, so you take this with time. Look at that, 4 minutes to go through the caves now.
Yeah, and I wonder how long. I mean, Toronto, right? You have this, you have the Bob, you have the rally. Feels like you're kind of stuck on this comp for now, but feels like that with what M80 is doing with playing aggressive, you know, with this Sojourn, Kiri Lucio, you're able to just kind of collapse on the Ashe. Just the kind of like chip damage doesn't really matter.
Oh, good boot by Liar. Where's the Bob? Not sure, but it's not in the fight. That is something I do know. Terror Surge coming in, Sugar Free waiting to stick in this pulse bomb. Nice little bash there from Vega, just dashes over towards Hawk and Merit's Dynamite, and his bullets will do the rest.
Yeah, so maybe now you can get more value out of it, right? Because you kind of slowed things down. Now you can control the high ground, where before it was just kind of the constant flow and push from M80. So we'll see if Toronto's comp starts to come alive a little bit, right? It's going to be a little bit harder to kind of like speed up through this high ground.
Okay. Just a quick rotation. Oh, Liar's quite lucky. A lot of architecture you can hide behind though, so you're all chilling. All right, we'll see how Toronto Defiant respond. It's just going to be a flip of the map here, so the high ground advantage in M80's favor right now. They can continue having Merit on this. It's not an off angle, but he's like kind of right at the back here with RuPaul. It can be quite frustrating to deal with if you're Hawk, having to walk up like that. And in fact, no, they're just going to flip again. So now they're on low ground.
Yeah, but look at how much they've closed the gap between these two teams. Now they're so much closer together as opposed to Toronto controlling that high ground.
What a stick onto Liar from Sugar Free. They wanted to try and take down Merit, and you look how many resources just being pumped in, and Merit still comes up with 2 kills in that fight, despite 5 people from M80 looking and shooting at him. Nice stagger onto Happy, too.
Yeah, it's just a stagger here. They do get the kill on Happy. He's just tried to slide away to make it a little bit interesting, but yeah, they actually do a really nice job. I actually thought M80 kind of like rotating around the map, you know, using their speed to force a closer position for them to attack from. So I see Pelican gets really low, actually just trying to push his way up towards that payload, where I thought it was really good for M80, but just not able to secure that kill on a Merit as Merit finds another one off spawn. This is where, you know, this Ashe becomes really strong, right? Controlling this high ground here as they're trying to push it up, just constantly just doing damage.
Yeah, and the Bob is so strong in these caves as well. As long as it doesn't get booped or anything, like out of LOS, you just send it. Hopefully it doesn't get speared, booped, whatever, and it's just annoying. It's like an extra person just perma-firing at your front line. Real rough stuff. Oh, good dynamite too. All right, that'll be Bob in about 10%. It's a couple of shots.
You're only at 1:20 on the clock, right? I mean, you're looking at what, this fight and then another one here for M80 before you're in OT. So although they had a really good point A take,
here's the Bob.
May go for nothing.
Look at Bob's LOS as well. Almost perfect. They've chased Hawk away.
Bob shooting Hawk though, yeah.
They managed to get Hawk out of there. Terror Surge for someone, doesn't end up finding anybody, so just uses it more of a style thing. I feel.
Yeah, the Bob got like dislodged around the corner, but it still had line of sight of Hawk. Because Hawk pushed it around the corner, takes tons of damage. Oh wow.
They're beating in. The spear onto Happy, forces them back. Here comes the rush. Sound barrier, no available for Toronto, obviously no Lucio, but this Brig over health is just going to be so hard to take down. Pulse bomb even landed on Vega there, but still stood up to the test of the damage.
I mean, I think you're just using the sound barrier and everything there to just to try and find a pick, open up some space, but they find absolutely nothing there. So that's all your support ults gone for M80, pushing up into the high ground now where Toronto Defiant only needs one more fight.
Happy can't get a pick either. It's so difficult for Happy there. There's so much overhealth still remaining from that rally. Happy just getting chunked out in the backline as well. Merit almost a perfect position there to get some damage in. Someone with a spear to Happy's back as he tried to flee is going to come up with a kill. And with Hawk going down, it's looking quite disastrous for M80 as they try and push onto this point. I think their journey on Shambali Monastery will end here. And Toronto Defiant have a clear goal in mind. Get it to those caves, get it up that ramp, and take victory from M80.
Yeah, it's obviously good there from M80 getting that first checkpoint, but you know, then it was all Toronto. Once they kind of stopped that bleeding and was able to kind of gain control, play a little bit slower, then Ashe is set up in fantastic positions to do some work.
That was a really nice push initially, though, from M80. Their initial attack was fantastic. Obviously, we listened to them to the comms just to see what was up, and their decisive decision-making and like how they approached that first fight, dislodging the high ground, was really sublime. Let's get a Toronto listening to compare.
If they upgrade, we can just point corner and walk into, okay? We can walk into.
Okay.
Because you can have a point.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah. Maybe like I think we don't need a hard push tower. I think we can just first point.
Yeah.
Today Pelican like dead like randomly.
Pelican always nervous at finals, just normal.
Hey, Break, okay. Have Hapuri.
You don't want to get injured, right? Just Tracer?
No, Tracer better. Tracer better.
Yeah.
You're shooting first enemy Tracer and ready for walking top, okay?
If I risk wasting you can't walk top, okay?
Yeah.
All right, we're back in. There you go, someone calling just to force out Tracer. Can fight the low ground. Just hopefully waiting for Merits to get a pick.
Yeah, as you'll see, a mirror of the Ashe here, right? So, gonna play that Ashe on the high ground here. just try and get some more chip damage as people try and walk up these narrow corridors that are on Shambali, right? And pretty narrow chokes throughout the entire map.
Are they going to do the same thing? Probably. I've got the amp up heals, but that Inspire still does a lot. Dynamite actually burning Pelican alive, I think. Unfortunate stuff. Here you go. Here's the push. RuPaul just keeping his frontliners alive. Still that fire damage just so annoying to deal with because it applies that DPS passive to everybody. And how they found Hawk in a small room. They try and body block him. There's the lamp to try and save him, but it's not enough. Good aim from Sugar Free to just chunking down that brig. My word, though. Happy and Pelican still come back with kills. Like, that's absurd.
I mean, that you shouldn't win fights like that. I mean, that is just so stupid that Pelican and Happy just absolutely dominate there towards the second half of that fight. Do I think they're going to be able to get like a hold here? Like, you still have some players coming off a respawn, right? So you might have to back up just a little bit, but
they're fighting.
That potentially stops a lot of progress there, so that's huge.
They're throwing hands, but hands were thrown right back. Pelican got smacked by Merit. That's a window and a bob used by M80 to try and control the high ground, and they lose a Tracer. Uh-oh, and now I don't think Li's going to survive this one, sadly. 1 HP dashes out the window, and there we go. Okay. Toronto Defiant. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Oh, Hawk, my boy. There we go. He ends up going down. Nice small stagger, but that might be the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, what that little bit of time is going to allow the payload to cross these
no
narrow choke and then make it around the corner. Yeah, but no Lucio. I mean, we have Spear Spin to make it out of spawn, right? But like, yeah, you see how far away he is. Sugar Free going to go for a spawn camp on him?
No, he's just trying to get a pulse on the brig, I think. Oh, what a stick! Shifted out of there, but it was too little, too late. Happy. An alley-up from Sugar Free. And with Merit finding 2 as well. M80. They've disappeared off the map. A team kill, 4 minutes to go, and look at where this golden bolt to victory is.
I mean, that is a long-range pulse bomb there from Sugar Free as he lurks up. We had a little bit more lurking here. Look at this, someone pushing over the corner. The Pelican actually switches over to the Genji, so pretty fortunate for M80. He actually just jumped into that window, spots them just kind of lurking around the corner, or else they were going to walk right into that Terror Surge. No speed to get out.
Oh, M80. They got to try summon here. Genji's so far away from the plate, obviously, like you just said, Matt, only just swapped. Terror Surge available from M80, as well as that rally. The rally's the big one. Of course, Vega used that at the last fight, so you're looking for M80 to just kind of hold on. They don't want to use it too early, as Toronto Defiant have so much time in their time bank to play with.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates for M80. I think if you're the Defiant, you have to kind of probably realize that. See if you can work one of these ultimates out. Looks like potentially building up towards this RuPaul Amp Matrix, and then maybe you decide to go, as they're letting RuPaul take all this healing onto someone.
Pretty smart play. Exactly right. Here's the window from RuPaul. They're going to go for a flank. Oh, they are! They're going to flank window with the Ash. The Terror Surge is going to come in. Merrick clicks on Happy's head, instantly killing him. There's a rotation from Liar with the rally. That window's been used. The Terror Surge as well. Oh, Merrick just descends down onto the Terror Surge, gets taken out. Pelican dashes to the payload. There's no C9 in progress. Ultimate's coming up from M80's DPS, but Toronto Defiant still trying to push the issue. They got a pulse bomb in hand, as well as someone and Vega on the point. But here come the kills for Sugar Free. He's in. Pulse bomb goes wide. Pelican's got to stay alive with 10% towards that play, but he gets speared out of the sky. It is someone and Vega that hold down the fort. Toronto Defiant tower over the competition, and they are back-to-back stage champions.
Man, now they get revenge on M80. M80 looked awesome the other day in their match against the Defiant. The Defiant, though, come in today, take care of business against students of the game, and then kind of make it look fairly easy at times here against M80. So right there towards the end, they just go on a flank with that Amp Matrix and just get that one kill, and then they back out. I mean, that's all they need at that time. And I know towards the end, it's like Hawk and Pelican trying to make a play. I think Liar there as well, but they just run down the brig. No way that the brig is going to survive the Tracer in the Orisa coming on through. Hawk and Pelican can't even really do anything, right? Because they can't leave the cart because it's being pushed forward. So really tough situation there for M80. I think they prove they can kind of play with that top competition, obviously beating the Defiant the other day, but Toronto secures their spot as the best in NA.
looked like a small blip on the radar, their series yesterday. That flank from RuPaul was just nasty. Toronto Defiance, back-to-back stage champs. We're going to throw it over to Des to round out the stage.
Super Toronto Defiant fan Danny is thrilled, elated. And honestly, so is everyone because... Okay, listen, calm down.
We'll give him this one.
Yeah, we give him this one. Honestly, though, I mean, you're not crazy if you predict M80 here, given the way the upper finals yesterday have looked like. But this seemed to be like a completely rejuvenated roster. They made adaptations in their approach, and it worked out. They had some big performances here. Yesterday, we didn't get to see as much from the damage duo over on the side of Toronto Defiant. Today, they showed up.
Yeah, Sugar Free and Merit, I think they understood the assignment. Maybe they heard some chirping in the community about the damaged players on both squads. I feel like they were the stronger players in the server today. Sugar Free looked a ton cleaner. In the Tracer 1v1s coming out on top quite often, but also just the full court press from the team play. So strong from Toronto Defiant. I mean, this is, I think, them showing the full strength that we've come to expect from them. Maybe yesterday it was just a blip on the radar. I do think, though, this M80 squad is going to have more to say in the future in Dallas. But an incredible win for Toronto Defiant. I mean, this is a statement win, putting themselves at the top of North America. And we really got to see a ton of flexibility from both squads. Sugar Free bringing out a significant amount of Genji, Merit with the Ashe, the Sojourn, the Cass, whatever was required. So both teams really matching each other in these counter swap battles. I have to feel like also Vega's Brig was really rock solid. There was a number of these pushes with Lucio, even the Kiri ult, and Vega manages to just skirt away with his life on the Brig. Crucial to have an elite Brig player when it comes to playing these international lands, facing some of the best divers in the world.
Yeah, an opportunity for M80 to adapt, learn from this series going into Dallas, because that's what matters ultimately. The first major here in OWCS. I really liked someone's play on the Barista in particular. I think especially on Midtown, you saw how someone was able to absorb pressure, but also find crucial picks, isolate targets into the backline, working around Hawk that come out, play the Sigma on their attack respectively. But also there are fights that broke down and someone securing 1 or 2 picks on the defensive side. Especially trading. I mean, it happens so often in this series, and we saw especially here on Flashpoint too. Like, they were trading back and forth, and it's about who really comes out on top of these team fights, who can be the final 2-3 players on point that can really carry it for the rest of your team. I also think it's noteworthy to talk about the map pool here. Toronto Defiant, Cazores, I think I finally figured out your coaching documents. Ban the maps we lose and pick the maps we win. Yesterday, we saw that M80 actually picked Midtown. This time around, Toronto Defiant, they said, hey, we won Midtown, we want to play Midtown again. But instead, they banned Colosseo instead of picking it. And we also saw New Junk City being played instead of Surasa, which we've pretty much seen all week. And Sugar Free accordingly brought out the Genji, like Jake said. That was a big adaptation for these teams. Like you said, Vega playing the Brig was phenomenal. But player of the match has to be Sugar Free. We talked about it going into the game, Jake. But getting the edge in this Tracer matchup really gave you a leg up in the series.
Yeah, I feel like Sugar Free put up a much more impressive game today, as well as Merit. I mean, overall, the whole team did look a lot stronger than we've seen them in the past. So M80, I think they did play well, but I think this was sort of the final form of Toronto. What we can expect from them maybe in Dallas is this level of consistency. In fairness, when you're on top that long, sometimes you do need a wake-up call. And to be honest, like after this performance, I do feel like that's what yesterday was for them. Rather than truly like a showing of Toronto's limit, it's just reminded them that they still need to give 100% if they want to beat some of the best teams in the world. And M80 is also a team of that caliber. You have to come prepared. You have to come correct.
Absolutely. And honestly, Sugar Free, Bagana Genji, that's the timeline I want to be living in. Like that's just fun to see. Generally, I did love what we've seen from pretty much all the teams in the main event and even in the group stages. They diversified. We saw a lot of different compositions, a lot of little niche picks as well, and a lot of players being able to rely on their individual comfort picks in a lot of those matchups.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get the smallest advantage, whether it comes to picking your Genji or Echo, like we saw Pelican do, for example, but also encouraging his team to play Brigitte yesterday. Now we saw Toronto play more Brig, and you look at the stats, and it really, M80, they're kind of there, but at the same time, it's not really about the damage. It's not really about the damage mitigated. It's about the KD, and Toronto Defiant definitely came out on top.
Yeah, I think Toronto did a much better job of living in some of these big ultimate turns, right? Like when all the ults come down, it really is critical that you're just skirting back enough. I mean, in the end, there's no like true pre-planning it. It's not like we can just have a great macro play. At this level, the enemy team knows you want to run away when they ult. So they're trying to catch you on corners, find you in a spot that you can't quite escape. You've used some crucial cooldown. And so you really have to keep it in mind at all times that there's the possibility of that extreme aggression. And I mean, Toronto definitely was a stronger team in that regard today about playing around the ultimate turns. Especially, I think we felt it in the Brig Bap on Shambali versus the Lucio Kiri. That's a very challenging matchup to play Brig Bap in. It's very easy to get overrun if you aren't perfectly in sync and kiting together, since the enemy has a huge speed advantage on you. But they made it look easy. Like, it didn't ever seem like they were close to being caught in most of those fights.
Yeah, but it's such an opposite look from what we've seen yesterday. Can you maybe give me just the TLDW, too long didn't watch yesterday's match. How did they turn it around? What was the biggest difference from what Toronto defined it yesterday to what they did today, Jen?
I mean,
that's a little. There's something.
Is it just that performance?
That's a
is it just
big.
individual performance?
It does help a lot. I mean, Happy was relatively quiet, you know, because Merit stood out so much today, right? And yesterday we were all about Pelican, Happy. That was a big reason why M80 won. But today it was kind of the opposite. It was Sugar Free and Merit really showing up for their team. And I mean, you know, we like to talk a lot about teamwork and ultimate usage, but at this level as well, it's about showing up with your A game for the right series. And I definitely feel like this gave me confidence as a Toronto Defiant fan ultimately, because they were able to turn things around yesterday from a pretty difficult loss yesterday. You know, I sat down there just like, are you maybe just a little boomed now because you've been so dominant for a while and then M80 comes out and takes you out in an official match? Maybe like, are you gonna start overthinking it? But honestly, like this turnaround from Toronto Defiant and the way they play their game today, that's really reassuring, because that actually tells you that if they show up and they play their best game, they're really confident in it and they got the advantage.
And also they played 7 maps total the whole day, right? With the first match and then against M80 too. So Toronto Defiant just being able to, you know, be focused for that long. It's another great, I think, asset to have, or like ability to have.
I mean, and that's what you want, to be honest, right? Like the upper bracket final, maybe you don't have your best game. Well, you have your best game in the grand final. I mean, like that's exactly what I want from players if I'm building a team. Is I want the guys who are gonna do the best under the most pressure. I want the people who can take that pressure and turn it into something incredible. And I really feel like, I mean, for me, Sugar Free and Merit are maybe those guys. Sugar Free was in particular today on the Tracer noticeably stronger. That means some of these pulse bombs changed the course of the game, whether it's the Lucio, I mean Shambali in particular, right? A couple huge pulse bombs from Sugar Free lock in the series victory.
Yeah, he's had a lot of great moments in this entire series. Let's actually listen in to the comms to hear the final moments of how they got it done.
Get you one.
Let's
go!
The team obviously elated. They got their revenge, they got the victory, and they now have the title of the best team in Stage 2 in our NA region. And now it is time to talk to 2 of their players. We have Someone and Merit joining us for a quick chat. Congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us.
오늘 우승 축하드리면서 이렇게 인터뷰에 응해주셔서 너무 감사하다고 소희님께서 말씀을 하시네요. 일단 한마디씩 부탁드릴게요. 우승한 거에 대해서.
제가 먼저 할까요?
네, 먼저 하세요.
일단은 솔직히 말해서 저는 무조건 북미를 먹는 게 맞다고 생각하고, 근데 이제 어제 져가지고 좀 제 자신한테 실망스럽지만 그래도 다시 우승해서 기분이 많이 좋습니다.
네, 일단 메리트 선수 듣기 전에 먼저 서먼 선수부터 일단 제가 통역을 먼저 해드릴게요. Let's start with let me go translate and then we'll go into Merit Senso as well. Someone said, you know, he felt that it was his duty or his right to win over the best NA team title. Of course, yesterday because they did lose, that made him sad, but he's really glad to take the title back and win become the champions for the North America region. All right, Merit, how about you? 메리트 선수는요?
일단 저번 경기 때 ML한테 졌었는데 그게 이제 저희한테 경각심을 갖게 해줘서 그런 저희 문제점들을 보완해서 이번에 쉽게 이기게 된 것 같습니다.
Definitely the loss against M80 was a big wake-up call for all of us on Toronto. Definitely, because of that, we were able to fix a lot of mistakes from that match, and I think that is how we were able to win today against M80 one more time.
So I guess I'm curious. I want to ask Merit personally. Yesterday, a big stand was Pelican and Happy had great performances. How did Merit turn things around for him personally in the damage matchup? How did Merit refocus going into today's match?
이번 질문은 이제 메리트 선수를 위한 건데 어제 경기를 솔직히 보면은 이제 딜러들의 싸움이었는데 거기서 이제 어제는 아쉽게도 메리트 선수보다는 조금 더 펠리칸 선수와 해피 선수가 조금 더 좀 더 좋은 모습을 보여주지 않았나라는 생각을 합니다. 하지만 오늘은 좀 이제 또 다른 또 이제 메리트 선수가 훨씬 더 좋은 모습을 보여줬기 때문에 어떻게 해서 좀 이런 어떻게 보면 경기 흐름을 어떻게 좀 바꿀 수 있었나요? 하루 만에.
일단 팀적으로 좀 많이 쫄고 플레이를 했었기 때문에 저희 전체가 그래서 이제 이번에는 이제 쫄지 말고 좀 자신감 있게 하자 이렇게 해서 그렇게 된 것 같습니다.
I do feel like the biggest difference was the confidence. Going into yesterday's, all of our team or the DPS lineup, me and both Sugar Free, were playing a little bit scared, so we had to go overcome that, play less scared, be more confident. I think that was the key.
Love it.
I'm curious about some of the chirping going on in the community. Gator was talking a lot before this match about how he thought it could be an easy win, and there's so much pressure on the players in Toronto. So I'm curious what someone and Merit have to say. Any words for Gator about thinking they could win so easily against you?
자, 이번 질문 이제 두 선수 분들 두 분 다 답을 해주시면 되는데요. 이제 보실지 모르겠지만은 이제 MLE의 감독님인 게이터 선수가 오늘 경기 전에 오늘 경기 굉장히 쉬울 것 같다라는 말을 좀 했었는데 그 언변에 대한 좀 답변은 어떻게 생각하시나요? 이제 경기가 끝난 후에 경기가 쉬울 거라고 예상을 했었는데 그 예상대로 안 흘러간 거에 대해서 두 분은 좀 어떻게 생각을 하시는지?
게이터 감독님이 준비를 제대로 안 하다가는 방탈당할 수 있으니까 좀 더 준비를 하셔야 될 것 같아요.
So someone says, I mean, Gator, if he doesn't really prepare, he's probably gonna get knocked out super fast. So he should probably go back to, reworking his strategies. All right, Merit, how about you? 메리트 선수는요?
일단 게이터 감독님이 일단 자기 팀들이 이제 지기 쉽다라는 말을 한 것 같아요. 제가 생각하기에.
Alright, so Merit says that I think he got it wrong. Maybe Gator said it was going to be an easy loss for the MA.
Makes sense. I misheard.
Of course. I'm going to close it out. My question is, I think going into Dallas, we're going to see it's going to be the first time that we see all of the regions going to be played together. So, someone at Merit, what are your thoughts on if you could do a ranking system with Asia, NA and also EMEA, where would you put NA in that tier list? In your honest opinion. 자, 마지막 질문으로 저는 이제 궁금한 게 이제 달라스를 가면서 처음으로 이제 새 대륙들이 이제 처음으로 만나는 그런 경기가 될 텐데 두 선수는 어떻게 북미가 아시아랑 이제 뭐 EMEA 이쪽이랑 같이 이렇게 비교를 했을 때 티어를 먹인다면 좀 몇 순위에 있는 것 같으신가요?
저는 솔직히 말해서 사탕 발린 말 하기 싫어서 팩트만 말하자면 토론토, 코리아, EU, NA인 것 같습니다.
I mean, he just said it. He just added, he doesn't want to sugarcoat, and he wants to get the straight facts. Toronto, Korea, and then he said EU, NA. All right, Merit, how about you? 메리트 선수는요?
유럽 쪽은 잘 모르겠고 일단 북미 아니면 한국인데. 솔직히 이제 경기를 해봐야 알 것 같습니다.
Yeah.
제 느낌에.
All right, Merit says he's not too sure because he doesn't really know about EU, but it's either going to be NA or Korea. But he's not even sure about that because he has to play the game first to actually make a tier list.
True sportsman.
Yeah, that's fair. One last question to the two of you before we're heading into a bit of a break, and we will see you back in action, of course, over in Dallas, Texas for DreamHack. But is there anything you want to say to the fans who have supported you and your team through stage 1 as well as stage 2?
자, 지금까지 이제 계속 이렇게 사랑과 이제 계속 관심을 줬던 팬분들에게 두 선수 한마디씩 해주실 수 있나? 네, 부탁드립니다.
어제 MLE한테 3대1로 지고 그리고 게다가 경기력도 안 좋아서 많이 실망했고 이제 토론토 이제 거품이 다 빠졌구나 이 생각을 하셨을 텐데 저희는 계속 잘해질 거고 이제 한국이랑 유럽도 계속 이길 거니까 끝까지 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Yeah, I mean, after the MA loss against yesterday, we lost to them 3-1. Of course, we had a very poor performance. So a lot of people might be thinking that we're all talk, but we are definitely improving. We are going to get better. We are going to beat Korea and Europe as well. So keep on supporting us. All right, Merit, how about you? 자, 메리트 선수도요.
항상 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 댈러스 때 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
Yeah, thank you so much for the support, and we will definitely put up a good performance in Dallas, Texas.
Well, we can't wait to see you guys back in action. That was someone and Merit. Thank you so much for joining us. You want to translate that or?
오늘 감사합니다. Just say 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Our NA champions joining us here for a quick chat. Someone and Merit. Great to have Danny back in the fray here as well, so we can communicate with everyone. We get to see in action. Very, very dominant showing, of course, here from Toronto Define. M80, of course, no slouches. It was great to see them coming out on top of the match yesterday, because that should make people excited for the NA region being maybe a real competitor.
I mean, I think this is really important, actually, for Toronto. For Toronto fans, if anything, you should feel even better that they took a loss and they're able to rebound from it like that, come back so much stronger. Because you better believe in Dallas, even great teams will take losses. The real marker of the champion will be the team that is standing in the end. It won't be about who wins early. Sure, that's nice to see, build some confidence. It's who's standing in the very end. And so for Toronto to show that resiliency, they hadn't had to yet, right? They just hadn't had a real test. And this has been that opportunity for them to prove what they can do under pressure, and when people are doubting them, that they can still rise even above that. So really excited for this team in Dallas, and for MA to be a true competitor out of North America, that there's actually a sort of a second team coming out of NA that really can take it to the top teams.
And also, there's another different factor, because like everyone's going to be playing on LAN. They're not going to be at home playing in front of a computer. Now they have to play in front of thousands of fans, and I feel like that's going to be a huge factor for all the teams that are competing as well.
That's right. Lanimals will be released in Dallas, Texas. Let's actually take a look at the teams which did make it through a grueling stage, followed by group stage, and now a main event, of course, in all our regions. I mean, you'd be lying if you don't see Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoons to be the teams to beat.
Yeah. Those are.
That's being honest.
I want to be super clear. Crazy Raccoons and Falcons, if you just take them as individual teams, each one of those rosters is arguably the strongest super team we've ever seen built in Overwatch history. Those teams would not have been achievable, like, financially in Overwatch League. Like, it would just not happen. But these, I mean, that's the nature of OWCS. It's brought these incredible super teams together. And to be honest, Crazy Raccoons and Team Falcons are
here we
monsters.
go. Oh, is this do we have the matchup?
Oh, Crazy Raccoons
bracket. Oh, man.
And Team Falcons. M80 versus Crazy Raccoons.
Oh, I gotta break this one down.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go through all of those, actually. Like, keep this graphic up. I wanna discuss. Space Station Gaming, students of the game.
Well, the students are gonna get a lesson in how to play European Brawl, because
that's a new lesson, new chapter.
Space Station really is
new semester, baby.
they really are globally elite on that style, and if that is at all in the meta, and to be honest, with Venture coming in, I think Venture really is a strong hero. I think this they will see playtime. It will change the style of the game, because I think that hero competitively has really a ton of potential, can hold objectives for a very long time, and I think that's really going to be good for Space Station, actually. I think it's going to play towards these brawl styles.
Will Team Falcons be thrown off by the style that might see from ends, or is that just going to be like...
I don't see... I can end the first part of your question.
It's Falcons.
Capture Kai, go kill
Will Team Falcons be thrown off? Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah, look, I mean, I might even extend that to Crazy Raccoons versus M80. As much as I love Happy and Pelican and the rest of the M80 boys, like, it's an uphill battle. Crazy Raccoons, Falcons, we already said it. Probably going to be favored in this one.
Anything can happen.
I think Toronto Define might be feeling pretty good about this one.
Wow, no sugarcoating.
No, I can't sugarcoat it. I mean, Twisted Mind's obviously a force to be reckoned with in their previous rendition, if you want to call it like that. But having to figure out your main tank position on such short notice and subbing in damage players, that's going to leave you very vulnerable.
Yeah, but the next round, though,
there's
Space Station Falcons, Crazy Raccoons, Toronto. I mean, this entire event is just going to be a gigabanger, and it's double elimination, so it's not only this bracket, it's the one below. It's going to be tons of great matches throughout the entire weekend.
That's right. And you can be there live and in person, joining us, celebrating the best in the scene. Get your tickets right now for DreamHack in Dallas. We will be there, and we would love for you to join us as well. And you know what? Even if you can't make it in person, you can still participate in some way, not just by watching, but also by joining us in our crowdfunding efforts, because that's right. For the first time ever, we actually will be crowdfunding or boosting.
Bolstering.
No,
you're not allowed to
bolstering. That's the word. We will be bolstering, of course, the prize pool with a crowdfunding effort, and that, of course, always includes some very, very cool things.
How will we do it?
What are we getting?
Well,
what are we getting?
Glad you asked.
Fire.
I'm just not gonna say anything. I just want you to look at it.
It's.
Look at it.
I like.
And now, open your wallets.
This kid is actually.
Hey, get your credit cards out. Get your credit cards out.
I just bought the Mythic Hanzo.
We got the anime hair Hanzo. It's actually going
A
crazy.
Sewer Flame legendary Hanzo skin from the season.
Look at those boots.
Those
boots. Those kicks are.
I need those boots for Dallas.
That's hot.
That's hot.
You're gonna sweat a lot, bro. If you're wearing that in Dallas.
It's a bit. I'm gonna say it. It's a little Dallas fuel-like.
It's a fueling.
Yeah, it's a little reminiscent of Dallas fuel.
I
In
like
Dallas, I have a feeling we'll see a lot of those colors in Dallas.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That might very well be true. But yeah, this is one of the things that you can expect. Of course, we don't know how and when all of the crowdfunding will start and happen. But if you want to keep up to date, make sure to follow us on social, OW_esports. This is how you can find us. And we will, of course, keep you up to date on everything you need to know about our first LAN event, the first in-person LAN event for the OWCS. We are so excited. But first, we'll be heading into a bit of a break, and then we will be back with more Overwatch action. For now, we have to say goodbye from us here at the desk. Danny, Jake, Johnny, it's been a fantastic 4 days. Glad you also managed to join us eventually.
Yeah, thankfully at the end.
At the very end. Coming in for when it really matters. Coming in for when it really matters. Any last thoughts, anything you want to say before we see everyone back in Dallas?
I mean, there's so many matches that we you can't predict. You just got to see, like these top teams in the world clashing. We've had to wait a long time, but for me, that only makes me more excited to see who is the best in the world. And I think every Overwatch fan from around the planet is going to have somebody to cheer for.
I'm going to go watch some pro scrims. I'm going to watch some Venture being utilized in pro scrims. That's going to entertain me for a month.
I'm going to pray that NA wins everything. Let's go.
You gotta pray hard. Pray hard.
America.
Yeah, you gotta really channel and focus. Let's see if you can stick it into
Toronto, please.
No
make it happen.
I'm the biggest NA fan of all time, but I watched Crazy Raccoon and
I did too,
and Falcons play, and
it's over.
Toronto has a chance.
It is scary.
I saw it today. Someone make it happen.
If anybody,
someone, North America's hope.
Specifically. You'd love to hear it. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. And now we're going to see you in Dallas, hopefully. But stick around today, because if you want some scoops behind the scenes, well, we are going to raid Ops Sojourn. She's got player POVs and giveaways, so make sure to tune in. Say hi from us. It's bye from now. Thank you so much for joining us. We see you in Dallas, Texas for DreamHack.
Bye. Let's go, DreamHack. See you soon.
See you in Dallas.
Dallas.
It's the only game.
Very where Masa does it right now.
Well, there's the rush from both Kirikos. And now Kev's behind for targets. FD got Ajaxes. Kev's gets the kill on FD. Got no sound barrier now for Team Peps. And it's going to cost them dearly. Now someone else from Team Pep has to go for the contest. Otherwise, it's just going to be all over. They do manage to get it. Trent's on the point, but is it enough? Trent's already down, and Crooked FD got isolated in the back line. Team Ents with a 3-0 against Team Peps. Now they get their chance to find some revenge in the finals. They got to make this fight fast. It's have to make it fast right now. But Sparker's on the flank. He's taking down Crypto. Sparker's already found 2-3. Chase has to get out of there. You've got to run. Hardy's in a little bit of trouble, but not trouble for any longer. This high noon stops him from touching. Kevs it down. Beat comes through. Sparker, the king of Space Station Gaming. More stars on their roster than Omega Centauri. They demolish Ents and claim the title as Stage 2 champions.
Bottom right.
Break.
Oh my god.
By someone's primal rage. They got too much health now. I mean, this is over. Toronto Defiant, exactly how they dispatched with students of the game in that upper bracket. Not yesterday. And they do end up seeing themselves in the finals.
The bed right here, it looks a little...
No, this is on.
What? Oh, what a stick! Shifted out of there, but it was too little, too late, Happy. But here come the kills for Sugar Free. He's in. Pulse Bomb goes wide. Pelican's got to stay alive with 10% towards that play, but he gets speared out of the sky. It is someone and Vega that hold down the fort. Toronto Defiant tower over the competition, and they are back-to-back stage champions.
Let's go!